The football team has no name. The New York Giants fans have no shame. And it's been Batman forever since the Cowboys won the big game. You are now watching a It Fuego production. Gracias, amigos. Fly, Eagles, fly. Welcome to the Nest Out West, where Eagles fans are always the best. I will always ride or die for this team, and when I'm gone, please bury me in green. Now I don't want to come off like I'm bragging, but I'ma bring the heat like an effing dragon. You can call me Fuego, aka Phillyzilla, coming to you like the Thriller in Manila. Lots of collabs and live streams galore. You're gonna love what I have in store. Giving you my all, I always will try. And just remember, it's fly, Eagles, fly. Yeah. What is good? What is going on? And what is cracking? I am Philly Foothills, and I am back in the Nest Out West. I'm trying to bring you the best place to come get shit off your chest when it comes to our Philadelphia Eagles. Let's go. What's going on, everybody? Thank you for joining us. We are live on not only the Nest Out West, out here in Cali, holding it down for the Eagles Nation, but we are also live on Eagles Uncensored podcast with my guy here, AK Eagles. We are so thankful for all of you guys. Thank you so much for the continued support for the channels, for both of us. Please make sure you hit that like on both channels. It really, really helps pushing that content out there more and more and more. So thank you, you guys. So much appreciated. AK, what's going on, my guy? Fuego, cut the music.
I was actually digging that music. Yo, what's going on, everybody? How's it going? I am AK Eagles, aka the Bearded Eagle. Now, and it's going to keep growing until we go to the Super Bowl again. So
What?
Yeah, no, I made a bet with my wife, and I told her I won't shave. I did it out of.
And if you do, what's the stakes? If you do shave.
Got to shave my head.
Oh, wow.
I look like you, then. Jesus.
Right? Yeah, you look like bald Philly Foothills.
The East and the West Bold Brothers. There you go. Right. That'll be the new name.
Yeah. So that's interesting. You know, we'll see if that bet really plays out.
Oh, bro, I want that father time, dude.
That could be years.
Yeah, I want it down here, bro. That'd be awesome. Give me that ZZ Top beard so I can just sit here and stroke it all the time. Yes, I said stroke it. Go ahead, everyone in the chat. Oh, pause.
We're gonna isolate that one, definitely. But we got a guest. We got a couple guests hopefully tonight. Dallas Darrell isn't here yet, but we got another Eagles YouTuber. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with him, Lindy Endzone. Bring him on. What's going on, Lindy?
What's up, fellas? Good to be in the nest, hanging out late tonight. Get me continuing to come back in the groove here, and we got a lot of birds to chop up about, so ready to get it going.
Absolutely, yeah. We appreciate you joining us. Like we said, pre-show, we really we definitely appreciate you taking a little time out of your busy schedule, because I know you recently bought a new house. Congratulations on that.
Yes,
it sounds like we were talking about you got a new puppy too. So I know that we have a puppy as well right now. So I know that's definitely a handful in itself. So that's it's always fun times though. Adding new additions to the family and things like that.
Yeah, he's really let's just say he's trying to do construction of his own in the house, where we're going to have to repaint some of the molding in the back there where the pen is. He likes to chew apart the molding, and some of the paint dust is over there in the corner that got to keep vacuuming from time to time. So didn't know he was part beaver. He likes the wood on the molding there.
Was that made of wood?
Whoa. It's fun.
That's pretty good. That's good, AK. That's freaking
Oh, dude,
elegant.
I grew up on Full House, dude. I can do a lot of his shit.
What's going on, 90s? Appreciate you joining us.
90s.
Mrs. Bird Gang 31 is in the building as well. Keep up the great work, guys. We appreciate you. Thank you for always chiming in, always supporting other Eagles content creators. So we would appreciate that. Gio from the 215, what's going on? Said, yo, chat. It's good, family. What's good, brother? Appreciate you. Papa Sora's in the building as well. Let's see. He said, yo. What's going on, Papa? Vic 3 said, let's effing go. Absolutely, Vic. One Trey Rock's in the building as well. What's up, Rock? Appreciate you.
Uh-oh.
Backyard Bird podcast is in the building as well. He said you don't want to do that. Do what? Oh, Wagyu? Oh, no, you always got to keep
the beard.
Oh, he's talking about
I actually think it's going to be quite stylish, my guy.
In the sack. Yes, puppies are a pain in the sack. They absolutely are. Because our puppy is being very difficult in potty training. You know, especially now we're getting into the colder months. She doesn't want to go outside and to go to the bathroom, so she's being difficult in that department. But shout out to the 9 in the live stream right now. We got 9 people in here right now. So Lindy, I want to hear your feedback on the because we haven't talked to you in a minute. So I want to hear your feedback on the state of the Eagles right now and what you think would be best for this organization going forward, things like that.
Ooh, well, it just I don't know. It keeps getting different by the day with the never-ending rumor carousels that don't stop. Whether it's now Russell Wilson with him waiving his no trade clause if he gets a shot to come to Philly. Deshaun Watson's trying to come back into the mix again, and the rumors there after already hearing at one point before that he did not want to come here. So I don't know why minds would change in that matter. I was pretty, and like a lot of us, I was pretty heated when the Eagles. Well, I was in a comical pain, as I have said before, when the Eagles took that L to a team that's worse than them, but now the shoe's on the other foot. So with this Jets game coming up, and the Jets have beaten some, embarrassed some formidable opponents on their schedule, Tennessee Titans included. And for what it's worth, I think the Titans did not have Hunter Henry that game. So take of it what you will, but they've still beat some quality teams. And with their current situation, this is going to be a home game for what it's worth, since them and the Giants share MetLife.
Get a life stadium.
I mean, I don't know. There's Eagles fans out there that can't help but to feel nervous with this game, especially when you give up a game of that embarrassing magnitude for keeping it 100 in that kind of feeling that the Eagles did, and to realize that the Giants scored only 13 points and we still lost. You don't become a successful franchise scoring less than 10 points to an under 500 team in the NFL. And for the perspective of Jalen Hurts, you don't throw 3 interceptions in a game and think that you're going to be this is one game, but this is the worst game of his career so far. A short career of just coming on 2 years, but when you're in the frame of mind and when you're in the developmental stages of wanting to become a franchise quarterback, these are the kind of games that you can't have happen, especially with the way that it transpired, the way that Hurts performed in this game against a team that's not very good. These are the kinds of games that put questions in fans' minds on, what is going to happen next year. So, I mean, with that said, is it fair to say that there's a lot of cloudy minds right now? Absolutely. But as far as I'm concerned, with my prediction at the beginning of this year, the Eagles are right on track. I had the over/under set to 8 games, and they're well on their way of accomplishing that. On my part, the best in the middle, the best I see this team going is 8-9. And one game under 500 is pretty ideal for a coaching change of the likes between offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, head coach, on and on and on. It seems to be like a brand new, fresh staff with a couple of guys remaining from the previous tenure. So, with all things considered, while it seems bleak and it seems negative, it's not worse than 2020. So let's get that straight. It's not worse than 2020. But really, if we're keeping it real, the job's not done. I hope Sirianni understands that. I hope Hurts understands that. There's a lot of people that they're trying to satisfy right now, between the owner, the general manager, the fan base. So they got their work cut out. But in terms of this team's ceiling, I still think they have a shot at the wild card, but they need to be the ones to set themselves straight and show that they are a team capable of that kind of accomplishment.
AK, what do you think, buddy?
Man, I hate talking about this shit. I won't lie. This is getting annoying, honestly. Yeah, it's something that has to be talked about, obviously. But listen, man, he is throwing other than to Smith. He's throwing to Jalen Reagor and Quez Watkins. Now, granted, Quez has been playing better than Jalen, but by no means is he anywhere near what we need him to be. There are 2 weak spots on our wide receiver core. And I never thought I'd say this, but holy shit, me and Dan Orlowski agree with something. You know how much I hate him, Foothills, but we do. You look at Hurts and what he's done with this group that we have. Granted, it's not pretty, and I've said it before the season even started. We're going to have our ups and we're going to have our downs and our bad downs. But in the end, it's going to be exciting, because we're learning a new team. We're learning a new system, everything, you're going to have your bumps. But in all of that and how many injuries we've had on offense, with Miles Sanders already this year missing how many games? What, 5 games did he miss? 3 or 4? What was it?
Pretty much it's on par with the last couple of years because he can't get off that ankle injury.
Yeah,
Right.
And then you had Brooks go down again. Sam Malu went down, and then you have 2 wide receivers who can't do that much. Jalen Hurts still has 2,435 yards, 17 touchdowns, 8 interceptions with a QB rating of 83.9. You know what his QB rating was last year? Wasn't it like 59?
In a smaller sample size, but yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So his QBR rating is going up. He's throwing 2,400 yards, 2,500 yards practically, 17 touchdowns and 8 interceptions for what he has. And I say 17 because I count as rushing. They count as a touchdown. So I just dude, I told you, he's already bought me for 1 year. All right. I think you need more weapons around it. And I've said that multiple times, you know, you need more wide receivers for this kid. You need a veteran wide receiver, somebody who can help these other guys, you know, and we're missing it. You know, you kind of see it with all these other teams that have veteran wide receivers, you know. Everyone that on our offense, other than our O-line, is pretty much 25 and under. That's a young offense, a very young offense. So you just got to give it time, man. You know, like we said on your stream or our stream Tuesday night, that 4-hour long one we had, you know, everybody just needs to relax a little bit. And I understand we want to win now, but we also have to do it right. You know, and this shit takes time. It takes a lot of studying, you know. And I don't know if you guys heard, but I heard a rule change that's coming that they're looking to try and change the interception rule. I don't know if you guys heard about that. That if a quarterback throws the ball and it hits the wide receiver in the hands and it goes over his head and they intercept it, that interception now goes on the wide receiver. It does not go on the quarterback anymore. Because when a ball hits your hands, they count it as a catchable pass, but it's his mess up because, like, we'll use ours for instance.
Basically, like if a drop results into an interception, it's going to be on the wide receiver,
not the quarterback.
When it comes to the stats, that's interesting.
So that changes everything, and I like that because you know what, that's a better way that you can actually sit here and study these guys and who's actually really good and who's not. Like if you can sit there and honestly say that your wide receivers give more interceptions than what your quarterback does, that helps you study your players better. You know what I mean? Like that should count. So, you know, this team's young, man, and I'm not giving up on him and I'm not giving up on Hurts. You know, he can progress even more next year. You know, like I said, he's had 5 different offenses, man. He's never actually had an offense where he's had an off season to go in and come back out with the same offense. Like, just give this kid time. He needs time to just do his thing, you know?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if this is a proper comparison or not, but I think you know where I'm going with this, AK, because we've discussed it before. Mm-hmm. And of course, the wide the broadness of difference here between when Carson Wentz was a rookie and Hurts, you know, that year 1 to year 2 transition. Of course, Carson was the second pick in the 2016 draft, and when you pick a quarterback that high, obviously they're the most NFL ready. They're the best match for the scheme that the team is trying to run. They're the best fit overall for your organization. And, you know, at the time of when Hurts was selected, how perplexing it was to everybody, how it threw us off, and conspiracy theory here and here and there, you know, with Hurts being picked in the second and being graded as a 4th rounder and whatever. And we were hearing at spots that, oh, well, you know, back in 2012 and how he wanted Russell Wilson and he's seen a little bit of Russ and Hurts and his play style and yada, yada. Well, I mean, let's not get carried away if Howie wants to go after him at 33 years old. I don't know if I fully trust that. I know it's Russell Wilson and you're wanting the name there, but I would be a little more comfortable with getting Russ if this was 3 years ago, more so at this point in time, because of the type of quarterback he is. And, you know, he's very dependent at one point with using his legs, and the older he gets, the less ability he's going to have in that regard. So, I mean, why not build on who you think Hurts is going to be? But getting back to the comparison or contrast or what have you with Wentz and Hurts, well, if you think about it, they're in pretty similar situations in that transition between year 1 to year 2, or vice versa. So if we remember, Carson didn't have much offensively. His two top targets were Jordan Matthews and Zach Ertz. He didn't have much else outside of that. Aguilar was a rookie. He was still in development. So you put him and Devontae Smith in that same category. Development. Quez Watkins, development. Unfortunately, Jalen Reagor, development. You have a suitable tight end in place in Dallas Goedert, who just got paid, and at the moment he's been underwhelming for what it's worth. He does have, he may have a little bit of route running issues in terms of, maybe being able to separate off of a physical corner or a linebacker that's in his face. I think that was pointed out at some points in the Giants game where he was having trouble getting separation because of the defensive focus, and the Giants were okay enough with sometimes single coverage on Devontae Smith, but there was a lot of times where he seen double because these defenses know that outside of Smith and Goddard, they don't have to worry about everything else. Well, what did we see? What did we see when Carson was a rookie? They weren't worried about Josh Huff or Dorial Green-Beckham or Nelson Aguilar. They were worried about Zach Ertz and Jordan Matthews because they were his two reliable targets. Well, what are we seeing with Ertz? His only two reliable targets are Smith and Goddard when they are available. That defenses aren't keeping their attraction on those two. And
speaking of Goddard, where was he? Where was he on Sunday? He didn't have one. He didn't have one catch. He was only targeted one time. And I mean, was it in your guys' opinion? Was it a fact of Goddard just not having a good game, or was it that their defense was that good at stopping the tight end?
Well, Goddard had 3 targets, and two of those were drops, and we've known Dallas to have these kinds of shakeups before. But like I said, going back to that reliability syndrome in comparison, when you know that a team is limited in terms of people that can beat you, your defense is going to be focused on stopping those two because they don't have to worry about everybody else. And there's going to be those times in Goddard's still young career. Ertz was able to do it. That's why at 31 years old, he's still a damn good tight end in the NFL that a lot of Eagles fans wrote him off. And now he's a pretty good piece to that Cardinals offense, especially when Kyler Murray comes back. So now Goddard's going to have to do the same thing. Does he have more athletic talent and gift than Ertz? Sure he does. And he's younger, but now he has to play up to that contract that he was given. But yeah, I mean, you're not going to, at the end of the day, you're just not going to see substantial improvement on a yearly basis unless the situation is set up for you to succeed. And in cases, Hurts doesn't necessarily have that. Well, people can say, well, look how Mac Jones is doing. Well, okay, compare the situations. Mac Jones not only has a good coordinator in Josh McDaniels, but he has one of the greatest coaches in NFL history in Bill Belichick. What does Jalen Hurts have right now? Well, he has a first-year head coach. He has a first-year defensive coordinator. He has, a brand new coaching personnel, outside of him. And there's a lot of players in terms of youth that AK was talking about, whereas when Carson went into year 2, he had a lot of veterans backing him up. LeGarrette Blount, Brent Selleck was still there. The offensive line was still stout. A lot of veterans on defense. Hurts doesn't have a lot of that right now. So essentially, you can compare it to a college roster where a lot of these kids in their youth are still developing as young players. It's not the greatest situation when you're trying to develop somebody when everyone's on the same page trying to be better at the same time. There's not enough veteran leadership to back him up and bring him along. And especially from a coaching perspective, because the coaches are learning with the players.
Yeah.
So I mean, to try and accelerate that kind of advancement in a quarterback's career that's very young yet, that Hurts is only 22 years old, as well as Devontae Smith. There's no fast forward button with that. You got to be a little more realistic on a game-to-game or year-to-year basis.
Yeah. It's pretty much everything I always say, man. I mean, you got to look at it, man. I get it. Like, people, they're really hard on this coaching staff and these players this year. But, I mean, in the end, I agree with everything you say. And I'm a firm believer no one's going anywhere this year in the offseason. A lot of people say Gannon's a one and done. A lot of people say Nick's a one and done. You know, I don't think anyone's going anywhere. I'm sorry. I don't. And hate it if you will, hate me if you will for saying it. But, dude, we've never really truly had a 1 year and done head coach. You know, they've always given them at least 2 or 3 years. And just to back out right off the bat after 1 year, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, I understand it doesn't look pretty, but you know, we got a lot of cap this year and a lot of draft picks. A lot of shit can change in 1 year. And getting a different QB, that's the last thing I'm worried about, because there's so many other holes on this team. You know, if you go out now and you trade everything away for a fucking QB, well, you might as well just push this rebuild back even more, because that's what's going to happen. And I don't want to do that. Hurts hasn't shown me anything that I'm like, oh my fucking God, he sucks. Get him out of here. Like, yeah, he had a 3 interception game last week. Yeah, Lamar had 4. You don't see Baltimore ripping his head apart and saying we want a new quarterback. Yeah, granted, he won an MVP. I know that's not a really good comparison, but I'm just saying. You know, sometimes, man, we got to put our fandom aside and just come to reality and realize, hey, sometimes we just are going to have some bad seasons, and that's okay. I mean, hell, we had 20 years of winning almost. We got to rebuild sometime, right? And it's now.
I mean, that's one of the only pushbacks somebody could give you with the Russell Wilson trade, because he's a been there, done that quarterback. He's, you know, he was a proven Super Bowl winner and yada yada, all those years under Pete Carroll, that you're going to trust a guy like him to carry along not only the coaching staff to a certain degree because they're learning, but also the players. I mean, you know, just imagine Russell Wilson from a quarterback's perspective helping Devontae Smith the way how Tyler Lockett plays for Russell and putting Devontae in that kind of role. Or, you know, Russell Wilson would have a better tight end than he used to. I mean, you know, granted, I don't know what people think of Jimmy Graham when he had him, but, you know, I'm sure Russell Wilson would be happy with Dallas Goedert. And I think he'd be happy with a decent run game that we have, you know, depending if we keep Miles Sanders or Jordan Howard. There's a lot of things. There's a decent amount of things Russell would be happy with, but would you rather a quarterback bring you along, or would you rather see a coaching staff take the reins and bring the players along in a responsibility that they're there to carry out, that's their job, that's what they were hired for? If you're going to put that on a quarterback, then the quarterback's wisdom and a coach's wisdom kind of have to be close to the same level. And I mean, I don't know if you would want that between Wilson and Sirianni, because, I mean, you know, it's not going to happen all the time. I mean, sure, it was successful for a point in time with Jared Goff and Sean McVay, but look how that turned out. It's not going to always happen. So, you know, we just got to, I don't know. I just think we have to be careful with what we ask. We got to be careful.
No. My God, Birdman. He has fucking Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, and they have 3 wins and 8 losses right now. Fuck yeah, no. He has way more weapons, better weapons in Seattle right now, and he's 3-8. Jalen Hurts has 5 wins. there's no fucking way I'm taking that trade. And he
Well,
has
they have no
way
run.
more weapons.
They have no run game in Seattle. That's their issue right now.
Well, to be fair,
It's
Russell was
supposed to
out
be
for
Russell Wilson, though, isn't
how
it?
long?
Let Russ eat, right? That's their logo. Isn't that they're saying?
Well, to be fair, Russell was out for quite a bit of time with that thumb injury, so I don't know how many losses you can credit to him. You can only credit the ones where he's on the field, but
How many
still,
games did he miss? 2, I think, right?
I thought it was at least 4.
Oh, well, still, I mean,
Because it was a pretty considerable thumb injury that he had. So, but of course he did come back too early from it, which was to his own demise. And now look what happened. But still, yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, and I mean, not just that, but the dude is 33 years old. You have a Jalen Hurts who's 22, who damn near has the same physical attributes as a Russell Wilson. Why wouldn't you just want to develop that rather than take the old guy? You might have Russell Wilson.
I thought what? Right. I was going to say, I thought Richie made a great comparison. You know, he said that Russell coming here would be like Donovan going to Washington. That's a great comparison, I think.
Yeah,
because I don't know how much Russell Wilson really has left in the tank, and it could be just that him and Pete Carroll, you know, that offensive system that worked very, very well together throughout the years. Switching teams, switching coaches, switching schemes. You know, that may smell bad for Russ and spell disaster for him at the same time. So,
I got to ask Birdman a question real quick because he's been coming in here the last 2 weeks, and dude, I respect you. You know that there is no hate; it's all love. But you say Jalen can win 8. I hope if he does win 8, okay. Well, that's 4 more than what we had last year, isn't it? That's better, right?
With a brand new coaching staff.
I mean, if you and I don't know if you're mad because you truly thought that this team would be a playoff team this year or what, but if you had any hope of being a playoff team, you're wrong. I said that I hope we would be because of how bad our division is, but realistically, I knew that we weren't a playoff team. There's still a lot of holes on this fucking team that we have to fill, man. Like, I'm sorry, with brand new coaches, brand new quarterback, brand new scheme, everyone learning something new. It's just part of the game, man. You can't.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say. If you truly thought we were a playoff team, bro, that's probably why you're mad. But realistically, we never were. I'm sorry, we weren't.
Yeah, we got some good debates going on in this chat right now. I really like what we got brewing right now. This is good stuff, definitely.
I mean, with this kind of a gamble, you have to ask yourself, which Russell Wilson are you going to get at this point in his career? I mean, he's going to be more of a risk than Deshaun Watson. Let's make that perfectly clear. Put the criminal allegations aside. He's more of a risk than Deshaun Watson. So I mean, I don't care how you spell it. You know, I mean, and this is another poor comparison too. But look at the way Ben Roethlisberger deteriorated in Pittsburgh. Look where they are at right now. So how many years are you going to guarantee me of Russell Wilson playing at a high level at his age right now, with that kind of cap hit on top of the draft capital you have to give up to have him come here? If you bring him in, then that means you're in full-on win-now mode, almost desperation type of atmosphere that you want to bring another Lombardi to Philadelphia before Russell falls off a cliff. And I don't know if we're in that position to do it right now. Especially with the amount of changes that we have went through over the course of less than 2 years. Not even a year. We're not there yet.
Yo, Birdman, hold on. I got to answer some. He said AK settling for less, but saying Jalen Hurts is so good. That makes no sense. Yes, It does. I'm settling for less because this team is rebuilding. I'm not settling for less. I never truly thought that this team was a playoff team, dude. Never. I said 10 wins because I hoped, because I'm an Eagles fan. My God, sorry for being fucking hopeful about my team. But realistically, in my brain, I fucking knew they weren't. Jalen Hurts still is fucking talented. Like I've always said, Birdman, he never was fucking polished. We all knew this. So why are we acting like he's a God gift to fucking man? He wasn't. He needs work. We all understand that. He threw 3 games and he threw 3 interceptions in one game, and you're willing to throw his head on a pike. That just is ridiculous, man. I get it. He has a lot of shit to prove. I always sit here and fucking say that week in and week fucking out. I've never fucking sat here and said this man has nothing to fucking work on. The only thing I praised him for is his great mobility and how calm he is and how good of a leader he is. That's all I've ever fucking done. The things he's bad at, he can work on, man. He can work on that shit this offseason and get better. But don't act like this kid does not fucking have talent. He does. He's shown it. And he's shown it to me that he can at least be the quarterback one more fucking year. I don't get why that's fucking hard for you to deal with. 1 year? So you go out and you get a Godwin or you go get a vet wide receiver and he doesn't make it work, then change him next year. But the fact is he only cost you $400,000 against your cap. Do the smart thing, go the cheap route for right now, rebuild this fucking team the way it needs to be. And if he's still the problem, plug in a new quarterback and hope to God you fucking win. I've been saying this, man. I'm not afraid to move on from Jalen Hurts at all. But I'm not going to put all the fucking blame on Jalen Hurts either. He has 2 fucking wide receivers who are pretty crappy. Okay? I'm not going to lie. So I'm not putting it all on him. I'm sorry, dude. You got brand new coaches that are fucking learning too. I can't put it all on him. He makes bad mistakes. He makes dumb decisions. Granted, yes. But it's not all on him. I don't know what else to say, man. I really don't.
I really don't see 5 years out of Russell Wilson. He's a mobile quarterback. You really think that he's going to have a good enough form of mobility at 38 years old? No. I mean, he's going to end up looking like Michael Vick at the tail end of his career when he was the third string quarterback for Pittsburgh before he left. That's all Vick was predicated on, was mobility, and that's part of Russell Wilson's game. At Russell's age, it's not exactly the end all be all winning formula. Especially when, if Hurts is supposed to be a product of a Wilson-esque type of quarterback, there's an 11-year age gap between the two. And granted, can we say this? Hurts might not even be the quarterback for the Eagles. This may not even be the system that he's supposed to belong in.
Right.
Can you imagine if the Baltimore Ravens did not have Lamar Jackson and Hurts ends up going to Baltimore, where it's a run-friendly offense suited for a mobile quarterback? Can you imagine him in that system, or another very good West Coast system for the 49ers? The Niners don't allow Garoppolo to throw the ball very much, because he has guys like George Kittle and Deebo Samuel, very dynamic playmakers in that regard. Hurts would be nice in San Fran's offense. He would be nice in Baltimore's offense. Hell, do you even think he would be a good quarterback under Belichick's system? Probably. There could be the reality that Hurts may not be the quarterback for Philly because of the system and schemes that we run under Sirianni, especially considering that Jeffrey Lurie, for how many years, likes his quarterbacks who are gunslingers, that like high velocity offenses that love to throw the football. Hurts is not that kind of quarterback. Does that necessarily mean that he can't ever be that kind of quarterback? No, because you have to coach it in him. He has to be a better thrower of the football. We know this. He has the mobility to carry out some facet of efficient offense, but that doesn't happen overnight. I mean, you know what? No.
I know. You see, you're feeling the way I feel now.
Russell Wilson may play 5 more years, but are you going to sit here and tell me that in that 5-year span, is he going to be a starter all 5 years? No, because you can't guarantee me his health. You can't guarantee me that his proficiency is going to drop off. You can't guarantee me any of that.
Yep.
So you can't commit to that kind of time frame, especially with the type of quarterback that Russell Wilson is. Even considering the system that he grew up in as an NFL quarterback. Does a quarterback like Russell in the scheme that we run right now, does that fit our needs? It very well could be. Because if we're talking about Hurts being close to a carbon copy of Russell Wilson, well, wouldn't you want the real thing? Maybe. Is it enticing enough to some Eagles fans? Maybe. But at 33 years old, to be in a win now it doesn't make sense for the price. It doesn't make sense for investing the draft capital that you built up in this draft class after us just getting off of a quarterback that we paid $130 million to and a Super Bowl winning head coach. No, none of it makes sense. It doesn't. So the choices that you have are, and I mean, you got Gardner Minshew behind Hurts right now. So that's two possible quarterbacks that you can develop in this system that Sirianni's trying to build with Shane Steichen and Kevin Patullo and all those other positional coaches. There's potential here, but you have to devote your time into growing on that potential. So if you feel that Hurts is a capable franchise quarterback, you already have your future set up in the draft to get the kind of players that he needs on offense and the kind of players that Gannon continues to need on defense when these veterans are gone. If you get a quarterback like Russ or Deshaun Watson, now Deshaun Watson's a different story, but if you're making Russell Wilson the crux of this conversation, you may very well go backwards instead of forward.
Well, and I'm not going to even, I totally 100% agree with that. And also, Birdman, you asked the question, where'd it go? Holy shit. Aaron Rodgers played under Brett Favre. Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers wasn't the starter, and then they brought Brett Favre in, sat him for 3 years, and then unleashed him again. He didn't do that. They drafted him there, sat him for 3 years. He never started. You're starting Jalen Hurts right now. If you bring Russell Wilson in and start Russ and bench Hurts, you're going to send him out. And not just that, but you ain't getting Russell Wilson without getting rid of Jalen Hurts. Sorry, it's not happening. So, no, man, I'm sorry. I'm not taking an old, busted down fucking Russell Wilson for a 22-year-old-esque Russell Wilson. I'm not doing it. You can build Jalen Hurts. How can you even sit there and say that somebody in college took their time to really teach this kid to be a pocket passer when they already know how dynamic he is with his legs? Maybe Nick can take the off season and teach him how to be a dynamic pocket passer. You never know, but no one's truly ever sat this kid down and truly went, hey, you can do this. Let's teach him how. Because everybody knows how dynamic he is with his legs. I mean, is that not reasonable to say?
No, it is.
You're not going to mortgage your future if that it doesn't make sense to keep Hurts if you bring in Russell Wilson, because that's just that's even worse. That would be even worse than what Carson went through when you draft Jalen Hurts. That's even worse.
And you can't
know how much that's going to destroy his confidence? If you bring in Russell, you're shipping Hurts out the door.
Yep.
Because you're going to want a lower tier quarterback as your backup. because your primary focus is Russell Wilson starting. You're not going to keep Hurts on the back end because he needs to go and develop elsewhere if it just for the sake of his career, not your franchise.
No, I 100% agree with you, Gio. We need a veteran wide receiver and stuff like that, dude. Quarterback is not no.
If we do that, there's not enough talent on the defensive side of the ball. Even yes, let's say it's more than likely possible for Russell Wilson to win with the weapons that we already have on offense, but we won't have the draft picks to rebuild our defense and start to build our offensive line because Lane Johnson's going to be gone and he may be gone next year or the year after that. Kelsey's supposedly retiring after this year, but he's looking. Yeah, he's currently battling a little bit of an injury, pretty much healthy all year long, and he's still playing at a very high level. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jason Kelsey's back next year. But
I have a question.
We can't.
How many people?
We just can't do it.
How many people do we have in the chat?
Yeah, 12 people in the chat right now.
12? All 12 of you that are in the chat, I want you to hit 1 if you want Jalen Hurts, and I want you to hit 2 if you don't. Because supposedly nobody wants him. I do, so there's 1. Hit 1 if you want him, 2 if you don't. I want to see if I get it all 12. I really do.
It's
because I think that's complete bullshit.
It's not even the fact of acting like he's a first-round pick. Let me bring this up.
Yeah, I don't see any 2s so far.
Let me bring this up. Listen here.
No, just if you want to. No, sorry, Positive Philly. Just if you want him 1 year, man. Just another year. Just next year to see if give him another chance. As a second year on the same system, and just see if he can develop a little more without getting rid of him first and shipping him somewhere and trying all over again. Thank you. All 1s. I did not see a single fucking 2, Birdman.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Birdman. That's false. If you're going to say Jalen Hurts was not brought here to be a franchise quarterback. First of all, if that was the case, then the Eagles would not have spent a second-round pick on him if he was projected to be a 4th. They would have taken the gamble to see if he was still there in the 4th round if they didn't feel that Jalen Hurts was more of a quarterback than what other people thought. We'll get that out of the way. Number 2, if we're talking in terms of the quarterback's development and people think that he's a little more behind the 8 ball than expected, well then isn't that an indictment on the quarterback coach as well? We brought in Brian Johnson on purpose because of the close relationship that he has with Hurts. We've already seen something happen like this before when John DeFilippo left, how much downhill Carson went when Press Taylor got promoted to that position. What's Brian Johnson doing in terms of a quarterback coach to help move him along if he seems to be stagnant in some areas of development as a quarterback? You have to look at him too. It's not just the head coach. It's not just the coordinator, how they're scheming this game. You have to ask the question. It's either is Hurts understanding what he's being taught, or is Brian Johnson not as capable as we thought to bring Hurts along as to be an NFL quarterback? You have to think of that too.
What is all the hate, man? Seriously, what is all the hate? No lie, Birdman, you are literally the only person that I know in all the chats that I've fucking seen that truly hate this kid. What is it with you? I don't understand, man. Did he steal your car or some shit? What the fuck?
No.
Hurts was not.
He was brought in because he was an insurance policy. They were worried that Carson Wentz was going to continue to be injury prone and not be a reliable quarterback. He was brought in as an insurance policy, which means there's a good chance, there's a strong chance that they were going to give him the reins because they knew for either one that Carson was going to break physically, or the relationship was going to break, or it may have already been at that point where it was breaking. But they, they were checked out. They both were.
All right, you're right. You're right, Papa. That's two people. My bad. Two out of how many fucking Eagle fans?
If you're
I counted
going
like 10 at least.
If you're going to bring in a quarterback to work under Carson, under the mentality of really, Birdman? No. Okay, if a second-round pick is not a franchise quarterback, then what is a fourth-round pick? Ask the Cowboys what they think of Dak Prescott. Stop it.
Yeah, Tom Brady was.
Let me get to this. No. Let me get to this. I'm going to continue here. If Hurts was brought in to work under Carson, what sense does it make to draft a different type of quarterback to Carson Wentz, even though they're both mobile? Carson is a what is he? He's a tall gunslinger. He's like a Nick Foles, but with a little more athleticism. They were both gunslingers in their own right. So why would you bring in a different type of quarterback to work under it's like fitting a square peg in a round hole. That doesn't make sense.
Tom Brady was a 6, Jerry Lee. That's what I'm saying. Tom Brady, greatest of all time, 6th-round pick. No one probably ever expected him to be a starter, but he is, and he's the greatest. You can't sit there and tell me that quarterbacks are not just first-round picks. How many? I can think of way more first-round picks that have tanked being a quarterback than later-round picks have. And 20 of them reside in Cleveland.
Gardner was a 6th, and he was thought to be a savior for Jacksonville ever since Saxonville folded, and Blake Bortles turned into Blake Bortles again. But
right.
Of course, Gardner fell off. He wasn't projected to be a starting quarterback in the league because of him going in the 6th. He was supposed to be a developmental backup or third stringer. And look what he did for the Jags for a little bit.
Oh, that's bullshit, man. Everybody fucking knew who Jalen Hurts was before we picked him up. Are you fucking serious?
Everybody was thrown off.
Jalen Hurts was. Anyone who watched fucking college football knew who Jalen Hurts was. What the fuck?
He was the Heisman runner-up MVP,
or your Heisman runner-up Heisman, for Christ's sake. Everyone knew who Jalen Hurts was. What the fuck?
Everybody had a similar reaction to me when we picked up Jalen Hurts. It threw us completely off because the Eagles just paid their franchise quarterback $130 million. We don't think no, that's not what it's about. I'm trying to be realistic in this situation in terms of the quarterback that you have and what you're building upon. It's not like Hurts is so down bad that you can't bring him back up from the grave. There's small little details, there's small little intricacies that he's just not quite there yet. Carson was in the same position as a rookie as what Jalen Hurts is going through right now in year 2. They had very similar situations as I just described earlier in the stream. It's about patience. It's about patience. Oh my goodness. I mean, to give up on Hurts this early, just I don't know.
He never said that he struck gold.
Desperation of the organization. That's what it comes down to. How desperate is Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie? How desperate are they to want another Lombardi right now? That's what it's going to come down to. Do they have the patience to see this group of people develop? I don't know. But yeah, no. We weren't
No,
exactly
we weren't looking for a franchise quarterback at the time. No, we weren't. He was an insurance policy, Slay. That's exactly what Lindy said earlier. And yeah, Carson did fold. But if they thought for 1 second Carson could have stayed here and ran this fucking team, he would be here.
I just sent the link to Birdman and to One Trey Rock on Twitter, and now I just sent it also to Big Play Slay.
Dude, all I'm saying is I don't. He can say all he wants. He's not changing my mind.
There's no way.
Dude, he's 2,500. He has 2,500 yards passing, 17 touchdowns, 8 interceptions with an 89.4 passer rating. I think that's what I said earlier. I think. Okay, or it's an 84.9. Either or. But still, it's in the 80s. With the weapons that we have on offense. When you put that together, that's a pretty good fucking season.
Especially with the hand that he was dealt with.
And how many times did he throw the first 7 games? How many times? And to only have, at that time, before this last game, he only had what? 4 interceptions at the time? In those 7 spans? Throwing the ball that many times? Well, for a guy that hasn't really thrown the ball that many times and had to, only having 4 interceptions ain't that fucking bad, now is it?
True. It's
I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna go the fuck off.
It's crazy because once again the fan base is completely split on this subject. Big Play, what's going on?
What's up, man? How are you doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
So give us your thoughts.
What year in Hurts' career are we talking about here? Because anyone that thought that Hurts was going to take us to the Super Bowl in his 2nd year, let alone his 3rd year, you're sadly mistaken. I said at the beginning of the year, this team is good enough for an over-under of 8.
8. Yep.
8. That's what Hurts as a starter, which is still better than what Carson gave us for the majority of last year in his implosion. And to be honest, that's not that damn bad as a
Jalen
second year quarterback with a new head coach, new offensive system, a lot of new things.
You know what? After that comment right there, Birdman, after that comment right there, when this kid balls out next year on this team, don't fucking come crawling back. Stay with that same fucking energy. I want you to stay with it when this kid balls the fuck out. Stay with it.
The
Be against
problem,
it the whole fucking time. Please do it.
the main problem with this debate right now is the fact that Hurts is the only one under the microscope right now. And you're completely avoiding the rest of the circumstances, the rest of the foundation that's around him right now.
Yes.
That's exactly what's going on. Was Hurts? Is it fair to say that Hurts from the beginning of the year was set up to succeed in giving the Eagles a winning record, playoffs, NFC Championship game, et cetera, et cetera? Was he expected realistically to win this division in his 2nd year?
Fuck no.
Everything considered.
The way he was, not with the way they had him throwing the ball a zillion times a game.
I mean, they were testing his arm strength in those first 6 games. First to 6, 7 games.
Why can't he ball out right now? What are you talking about? Look at what he fucking has, Birdman.
That's the problem. That's a problem with a lot of Eagles fans. They want the
same shit that Daniel Jones with the Giants is going through right now. He has no fucking weapons. There's a lot of teams out there right now who
you have to have patience.
Yeah, dude. Like, holy fuck.
No one has patience nowadays in the NFL. That's one of the reasons why we see a lot of these players
at all.
Did Carson ball out his rookie year given the circumstance?
No, he
Hell
went
no.
16
No.
for 16.
And he was
Jalen Hurts has more touchdowns and less interceptions than Carson Wentz's rookie fucking year. Are you serious?
Carson was the second pick in the draft. Hurts was a second, projected to be a fourth. There is a talent gap there. However, they're two different quarterbacks. Hurts is in a different system. Hurts has different personnel. Hurts also went to an SEC program and another big school compared to Carson. He's faced better competition in college. So can you say, in a sense, that he was a little more NFL ready because of being based in pro-style offenses and facing pro-style defenses? Yes. But still, all in all, due to what we have right now, I can't even.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted at this point.
No boys for
because
life.
of the amount of impatience there is. But we completely forget that there's a rookie head coach leading this team right now. For an owner that is hungry for Lombardi, and for a GM that's in the same position. But I think the GM is at this point a little more level-headed in terms of what's being built.
I agree. Remember, Lindy, I made that point to you the other night or the other day. Remember last week or 2 weeks ago when we were beating the Saints? Did you remember I asked you what was that face on Jeffrey Lurie's face in the fourth quarter while we were winning? There was no fucking emotion whatsoever. He just had that straight face. He wasn't smiling because he's not liking the way we're winning. Yeah, he's not liking the way
he wants to be a
pass offense. But the fact is, that's not what we are right now. So he's pissed about it. Now you can say going to get Russell Wilson will fix all that, but I call complete fucking bullshit. Because if he still has Watkins, he still has Rager, he's still gonna fucking suck.
Foothills, can you go back to that comment that Birdman put in the chat where he says, "Why can't he ball out right now?" When you say things like that, that's one of the main reasons why you see players like Marcus Johnson. What was the other guy? We had, what was his name? Matt Collins. You see these players go to other teams and succeed because of that comment right there.
Hurts is, yeah. Oh, okay. All right, buddy. Yeah, we struggled against the Falcons, but yet we put up, 32 points on them? Yeah. Keep talking.
He only comes around when he's winning. Did you notice that? When they lose, he's never here.
Nowhere to be found.
Nope.
That's just like a Dallas Cowboy fan. Birdman said, Lindy, that's bullshit.
He doesn't need, hold on, boys. He doesn't need fucking passing touchdowns against the Saints. He ran for 3 fucking touchdowns. I don't give a shit how he scores a touchdown as long as he scores it. And guess what? We fucking won, and all I care about is a win, don't I? Yeah, so therefore, I don't give a shit. I don't need him to throw 3 if he ran 3. A touchdown's a touchdown.
Right.
Jesus.
People are just
not. We've had 7 streams this week. Well, in the last 2 weeks, and you haven't been here for any of them, bro. I read the chats all the fucking time. All the time.
I don't know how you consider 4.5 games a full rookie season, but okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And switch offensive systems and everything like that too. You know, offensive coordinator, everything. So yeah. We're not going to take that into factor at all either.
What I
Hurts
meant
pretty much started fresh. He pretty much started out fresh.
For the 5th fucking year straight, I might add.
Oh, guess what? What? Put Dak Prescott in the same situation. Would you be saying the same thing? Absolutely not. I guarantee
he has a lot of talent right now. And Birdman, what I meant by that is you want a lot of things right now. And you when it comes to this football team, seems like you don't have the patience, and that's what a lot of these teams that are young like can't develop with these players because they don't have patience with these players, and the fan base also doesn't. They don't have
Can you,
patience
can
with
you
players.
send Jalen Williams one, bud?
Yeah,
He's
We had-
actually
we
very,
had-
very knowledgeable.
yeah, he's
this is
very
the funny
smart.
part. We had patience. We had patience for Carson. What's the excuse now? What's the excuse that we can't have patience for Jalen Hurts, but we had patience for Carson Wentz, and look what it got us. It got us to Lombardi with the help of Nick Foles because he had a confident backup behind him. But still,
Wait a second, boys. Hold on a second. You cannot compare Rodgers and Favre to Hurts and Wentz. What the fuck? That's why Cowboys are 27 years without a fucking Super Bowl because of that fucking comment right there. No lie, dude. Like, are you shitting me right now? Aaron Rodgers had the best fucking QB damn near in his generation to play the game to learn from. Who did Jalen Hurts have to learn from? Cocky, know-it-all fucking Carson Wentz. Two different scenarios, my guy.
And a lost head coach.
What's your life? Have you even been watching Eagles games this year?
No, he hasn't.
Touchdown passes or receivers have dropped. Get out of here, man. You don't even know what you're talking about. Just like I thought. You're all talk, but you don't have any knowledge in your brain.
No.
Hurts has 8 touchdown passes that were dropped. 8.
Exactly. Thank you, Lindy.
When did I ever hype up Daniel Jones? I just said at the time he was better than Jalen Hurts in the offseason, and I don't have to explain that 100 again.
Jalen, my man.
No,
Want to welcome in One Trey Rock, welcome in Papa Sora, and welcome in Jalen Williams. What's going on, everybody?
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, we need to hear your opinions on this. So, we all went, and even Slay, his opinion was out there. So, Papa, you go first, Rock second, and Jay go third. Let's talk about this from a fan's perspective. Now, come on.
Yeah, we're exhausted at the moment.
Yeah.
We got some dumbass motherfuckers in the chat.
What was that?
I said we got some dumbass motherfuckers up here in the chat.
Well,
what was the question though?
Yeah, what exactly are we answering?
No, about the Hurts thing. The same thing we've been talking about the last 30 fucking minutes.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I was like, I didn't know if it was going any. Yeah, I mean, and again, I'm going back to some of my comments because I'm going to start all the way whenever he was talking about Russell Wilson. He's not 40. You say he plays 5 years. He's been declining. He's got 3 wins. Sure, he was out for 3-4-ish games, I believe. I don't know. Either way, he's been declining. You saw him against Washington. He's got DK Metcalf. He's got Tyler Lockett. He's got better weapons. Our only good weapons are Dallas Goedert and Devontae Smith. Jalen Reagor, trash. Fizzle, if you're in the chat, I don't care. He's trash.
And Quez Watkins is just a 3
Quez
or
Watkins.
like a 4.
Yeah, he's a 4. He's exactly
He's a 4.
He is what Deshaun Jackson. Wait. Okay, yeah.
No,
Deshaun
no.
Jackson.
Hell no.
No, I'm saying he is kind of like what Deshaun Jackson is on the Raiders right now. He's the 4th wide receiver, and he's a deep threat if they need it.
you guys are Papa's basically listing off almost an exact comparison to what Carson dealt with in 2016, and it wasn't very good, was it? No, it was not ideal.
Right.
Hold on, you can say 2016, but it was more years than that.
I don't think Carson Wentz ever beat Detroit. Now that I think about it.
Well, no, Trey. I'm talking in terms from year 1 to year 2.
Oh, year 2.
It's very identical. Very identical.
Nah.
Carson statistically was more of a
Worse. He was worse than
touchdown
Hurts.
guy.
We talking about team wise or just the progression period?
No, we're
Like
talking
like
just this.
personnel-
So y'all
personnel
are
in
hold on.
terms
So
of
y'all are
development.
saying the
Hey,
not the
you're
stats.
last here, buddy.
Not
You're
over the
last.
stats.
You're
Not
last.
over the stats.
Relax.
Hold on,
You're
hold
last.
on,
Because
hold on.
No, no, I don't need
is
to
it
hold
all
on.
reality?
Hold on.
All reality though.
Hold on.
This
Let
is
me-
not
let me-
our
let me-
system.
let me-
You're
let me-
last.
let me-
You
let me
gotta
say
wait your
something real
fucking
quick.
turn, my guy. You know
Let me
this
say
is content
something.
creator.
Let
No.
me say
That's
something.
not
So
how
what
it
you're
works.
saying
That is
over
not
the
how it
podcast,
works.
It's not Eagles Champ Radio.
that
No.
Carson Wentz, that
This
Jalen
is
Hurts
not
is
how it
better than
works.
Wentz.
You wait your fucking turn, bro. Chill the
You
fuck
don't
out. You're a
thought-
content creator. You know how this
Wait,
works.
whoa,
Chill the fuck out.
wait a
All
minute.
right, it's Rock's turn.
Wait a
Shut the
minute.
fuck up and let him go.
Wait a minute. I did not just hear I did not just hear Hurts is better than Carson. I did
No,
not
no,
just
no.
hear that.
That wasn't my no. That was
No.
my question.
Okay.
No.
What was it then? What was it?
My question was the eye test over the stat test, because y'all keep saying stat wise, Hurts is better. That's what I keep hearing. So over the eye from the eye test,
Not
and the stat
overall.
test, for the stat test, you're saying Hurts is better than Wentz. Over from what you actually see on the field when you watch the
No.
games.
No, that's based on the body of work from year 1 transitioning to year 2.
On the
Look,
stat sheet,
okay, I'm
Carson
gonna
is
say
what that
this.
is.
Look,
too,
as a Cowboy
so-
fan, let me say this. When I
Yeah.
saw Carson Wentz playing, there was something there.
Which year?
Legitimately. It was scary at sometimes. Watching him
year?
play when he was a rookie. Watching
Okay.
Hurts play as you want to call him a rookie this year, that's fine. Whatever. I'm not worried about Hurts. And here's the reason why. Y'all had Hurts, right? For the first 5-6 games, he was throwing anywhere from 35 to 40 passes a game. Y'all look like trash.
In a system not built for
you
him,
take
but
away
okay.
those passes. You take away those pass attempts and reduce them to about 15 to 25 a game, and you emphasize on the run, and it's more Jordan Howard, and you succeed more often than not because y'all won 2 out of the last 3 games, and then y'all finally lost last week.
Are
No,
you
that's
getting
bad.
to a-
Because
are
he's
you getting
getting
to-
out.
I got a question. Are you getting to a point here eventually? Because I'm
My
really getting
point
tired
is-
of hearing you talk.
My point is, I don't know how you can stand there and try to make every excuse for Jalen Hurts when the eye test shows he can't play.
Why not? You guys
Look,
get every
look,
day.
hey, hey,
Dak
look,
Prescott.
look,
Stats
us-
Why the
show
look,
fuck not?
when
Wait
he
a
reduces
minute.
his
No,
pass
no,
attempts,
not.
as playing
Lucky-
down
lucky
throwing,
for
and
us,
you
Every
you're-
game
emphasize the run,
fucking
you
look.
succeed.
Wait.
Dak
Hey, hey,
Prescott.
lucky
I
for
got
us,
this.
you're a Cowboy fan and an Eagle stream, and we don't.
Fuck
actually
Dak
understand
Prescott.
what you
Fuck
said.
Wait.
Dak Prescott. He's
I
not
got
the guy.
this.
Jersey
I
is
got
bad.
this.
Not
Hold
the
on.
guy.
Fuck my
Yo,
Dak.
why? No,
Do you,
listen,
boys?
listen.
I got a question. Do you know
Why
where
y'all
you're
so
at now?
angry though? Just let them talk. Why y'all so angry?
Yeah, let him talk.
I got
I was
I
born
got
angry.
this. I got this. All right, boys, I got you. We're being civil right now. I'm
Yeah.
being
No,
civil with
I'm
you.
cool.
Okay, I got you.
Are we?
Hold on.
Are we though?
I don't
change that.
know. I don't know in terms of trying to say that Hertz is it, because that doesn't make sense to me based on the lack of body of work that he has, especially in the transition that he went through. The whole idea is looking for progress. And when you talk about the run game, well, I think any young developing quarterback needs the run to get him comfortable in the offense. And when we talk about where Hurts was in his rookie year of 4.5 games, Hurts wasn't playing in his system. Hurts was playing in Carson's system that was developed by Doug Peterson and those quote unquote coordinators and special assistants that the Eagles didn't need at all because they didn't want to go to the traditional route of offensive coordinator. So I don't know where it's coming from with Eagles fans thinking that Hurts is better than Wentz when he doesn't have the body of work behind him and he doesn't have a situation or he doesn't have a system that's really tailor-made to him at this point because everyone's learning on the fly on a week-to-week basis. It's a
That is true.
Can I ask you?
Well,
Can I ask you something, Lily?
this is why I say that. This is
Hold
why I
on,
say that.
hold on. Can I ask you something first? What system would be tailor-made to Jalen Hurts? Because the system we
The
running
Ravens
now,
system.
that's what he ran at
The
OC.
Raven system.
It's kind of
That's
what he
what-
ran at Alabama. This the
The
system we
system
running
that
now.
was okay. The system that brought him success when we were running the ball against Detroit.
Exactly. That's
and
Yeah, that is
Jalen Hurts
taken
system,
away.
right? That's the
That-
perfect
okay.
system for him.
That
That's
is taking
what-
away.
that's what a
let's be fair
quarterback
here.
at
That
his-
is taking away the ball out of Jalen Hurts' hands and putting it in the run game. You want to sit there and say he's the man, he's the guy. We need to let him develop. But yet you're literally taking the ball out of. You reduced his throwing by 20 to 25 throws a game, and put it and more of a balanced attack, putting putting emphasis on the run.
Because
Okay, well,
boy,
But listen though,
well,
Here,
listen, boys
wait,
for life.
wait,
Listen though,
wait,
boys
wait
for
a
life.
minute. Wait a minute.
Can I?
Russell
Wait a minute.
Wilson running
That's
Super
worked.
Bowl
Wait a
playing that
minute.
kind of offense. You know that, right?
Well,
what now?
That's worked pretty well for Dak Prescott, though, hasn't it? When the
Exactly.
Cowboys
That's
run,
why I
when
say
the Cowboys
Dak,
run,
that's why I say Dak
when the
Prescott
Cowboys
is
run
not
more than
the
they
guy.
pass, you
That's
guys
why
are
I say
almost
Dak Prescott
undefeated.
is not elite, because Dak Prescott, when you put the ball in his hands for him to win the game, he loses. He needs, even Jerry Jones said it when we played the Chiefs. After we played the Chiefs, he went on his radio show and said, Dak Prescott could not get going because we didn't establish the run. Does Aaron Rodgers need to establish the run to get
Hell
going?
no.
No. Does Tom Brady need to establish the run to get going?
Hell no.
No. Did Peyton Manning? No. Those are elite
But y'all
quarterbacks.
sitting here saying,
Dak
hell no,
Prescott is
but that's
not
a
an elite
lie, though.
quarterback. And I
did
will
they
tell
not
you that.
run the
So I'm
fucking
That's a
ball?
lie, though.
Did they not run the ball?
They
Bullshit.
need to run the ball,
Y'all-
but
y'all-
Aaron
y'all
Rodgers
just
They
saying
all
no
run
right
the
now.
ball.
he
That's
got
a lie.
it.
Okay, well,
Everything
all right. Well, earlier, now every quarterback that we brought up is transcendent in the NFL in their own right. But when we're talking about those quarterbacks, at some point in the beginning, in the early years of their careers, especially where Jalen Hurts is right now in year 2, well, imagine Peyton Manning and Favre or Rodgers or Tom Brady in year 2. They were all in a similar circumstance of needing to rely
Tom Brady
on
won a
one
Super
game
Bowl,
to get
what, in
them
his second year? Was it
comfortable
a
to
second
pass
year?
more.
Because
With
of
a
his
dominant
defense.
defense and a
I
dominant
get it.
run
He was a
game.
game manager. I get it. I understand that. That's not, but I'm saying, I mean, because I was watching some shit on Tom Brady when he took over for Drew Bledsoe. They were a subpar 500 team, if I'm not mistaken. And when he took over, they didn't fucking lose a single game. And if I'm not mistaken, the same defense was playing for Drew Bledsoe as it was for Tom Brady.
And they was scoring like 15 points a game that year. They were just shutting people down. Go back and check.
Carson Wentz is
Okay,
Go back and
that's
check.
right. Okay,
Stats
but
in
you're
Jalen Hurts,
missing the
too.
point. When Tom Brady went in, they didn't lose a single game, and the same defense that was playing for Tom Brady was playing for Drew Bledsoe.
But we talking
So
about
what changed?
y'all talking about numbers,
What changed?
numbers and
Tom
stuff
Brady
right now.
changed.
Go back and check the numbers.
I'm sure I'm not saying you're lying, but what I'm
No.
saying is, even though Tom Brady was a quote unquote game manager, he still did more than what Drew Bledsoe did, and was still playing with the same defense.
Brady, Favre, and
Like what you think?
Brady,
Did you watch the
Rodgers,
Eagles?
and
Did you watch
Manning.
the Eagles Super Bowl year? When Carson Wentz went down, our defense stepped up tremendously.
Before Carson
That's what
Wentz,
happened when the backup come in. You
Carson
got to
Wentz-
rely on other people.
Carson Wentz only lost one game your Super Bowl year. What are you talking about? 1 or 2 games he lost his
He
Super
lost
Bowl
He
year.
lost 3. He
We were
lost
3 losses
He
at
lost
that
3
game.
games.
He got
So
Nick,
catch up
okay,
on
sorry.
your
No.
record.
Oh,
We lost
sorry.
two,
Sorry.
11
My
and
mistake.
2. It was 11 and
Carson
2.
Wentz got
lost
He
hurt
left
in the
out.
playoffs against the Rams.
Also.
My mistake. Either way, Carson Wentz went 13-3. So you're telling me the defense stepped up for what, 2 games when Nick Foles took over? Let me tell you this. Nick Foles, from what I've seen him in his body of work of the NFL, only succeeded in Philly.
Yeah, but
Nowhere else.
boys, you're leaving out one major component to that whole fucking thing.
What?
Carson Wentz's second year, he had Alshon Jeffrey. He had Torrey Smith there for a little bit. He had Nelson Aguilar, and then whoever
Zach Ertz, Brett
Zach
Favre.
Ertz, Brett Selleck,
Yeah, you
all
want to
these
know what else
guys.
I left
Okay,
out? Is that
But
you
what
were
now
does that
tell me
mean?
what does
I
Hurts
want to
have
say
his
you were
second year?
second or third, or you were a top 5
Yeah, but-
running.
That's not the point. Tell me the weapons Hurts has his second year. That
But-
Went out
Carson
and got
had.
Smith, who
The,
he
the
doesn't
weapons
throw
are
to.
completely different. He had
Hold
Austin.
on.
He had
You're
really
not
good
letting
wide
me answer.
receivers.
You're not
And
letting
all
me
better
answer.
receivers.
You have Smith, who he doesn't throw to because he can't read past his first option. You have Dallas Goedert, who you just got rid of Zach Ertz, and you just signed Dallas Goedert to a 4-year deal. Jalen Reagor, I already told you, was garbage from the time he got drafted, you have Quez Watkins who's stepping up as what, a 6th, 7th rounder?
He's a fourth
For whatever he
receiver
was.
on any
Whatever
other.
he
He
was.
was a 6th-round pick.
He's a fourth receiver.
But what was Torrey Smith when he got drafted? I know he wasn't a first-round pick or a second.
Torrey Smith was.
He was
He
what, a
was.
second-round pick?
Torrey Smith literally gave us nothing that year until the end.
he only played 4 games and then broke his femur.
Well, I mean, I'm not the one who brought up Torrey Smith. So,
No, I'm saying Torrey Smith that Super Bowl year literally gave us nothing until
I mean, the
playoff
reason
time.
why y'all won
Playoff time.
was because your defense was a top defense. Your
It
run
really
game was a top
wasn't.
5. And then you
think
had
about it.
Carson
Not the
Wentz.
Super Bowl, it
I
wasn't.
honestly believe if you had a
Our
top
defense
5
gave up
defense
500
and a
yards in the
good
Super
running
Bowl.
game, somehow
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts would fucking
Was
win.
so nice. Our defense
Dude,
wasn't
Super
good
Bowl?
because
I
we
think
gave up
we've all
500
gotten away
yards
from the
against
argument of
Yeah,
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
course,
Here,
our pass
I
defense
got
was
it.
terrible.
I got it for a second. Before I lose it. My issue is I don't necessarily know how we can analyze fully whether Hurts is the guy or not and try and jump to those conclusions based on his small body of work. I don't get it. Like it's just to me it's an over analysis. You have to, and yeah, I get it. You take it by a game basis, and he hasn't been consistent as of late. And what he did against the Giants was pretty darn bad. But in terms, it's just it's frustrating to talk about anymore because of the lack of patience that people have in developing a quarterback. For example, with Dallas, I don't think the Cowboys thought that they were going to go guns blazing in their rookie year with a rookie running back and a rookie quarterback. But the only difference is what Dallas had in 2016 isn't, what Dallas had in 2016 and what Hurts has between his first year and now his second year isn't even close to that kind of establishment. He doesn't have a veteran established head coach. Take of it what you will, because most Cowboys fans do not like Jason Garrett, but still he was a veteran head coach. He also had a rest of a veteran coaching staff. He had veteran players built around him. There was a system in place for Dak to succeed. Right now, the Eagles as a whole, with the coaching staff that they have in place, everybody is trying to figure it out together. And that's why there's a lot of butting heads right now and impatience, because we want to feel that success again, but it's not going to happen overnight. And to put all of this and say that it's on Hurts and the head coach is just flat out ignorant, and you need to take a chill pill.
Like boys, no lie. If we switch teams right now, you give us your Dallas team and we'll give you your Eagles team, and you keep Dak, but we get Zeke, okay, and you get Miles, and you run one whole year with that. You're not going to sit there and
Let me ask you.
Hold on. Repeat that. So if I get your Eagles team,
if you get the Eagles team with Dak,
okay, if I get
you
the
just
Eagles team
keep
with
Dak.
Dak, he's
Yeah,
gonna
you
fail.
just keep
He's
Dak.
gonna fail.
Well,
He's
yeah,
gonna
but
fail.
what I'm saying though is after the season though, you're not going to sit there and say, as a Cowboy fan, that wasn't truly a evaluation year, and we need to get him more weapons to truly see what the kid's got. You wouldn't say that.
Let me
No,
ask
I'd
you a
be
question,
like, he's
boys.
garbage. Get him out of here.
Let me ask you a question, boys.
I have nothing further to say.
What do you think of Dak as a quarterback, boys, for life? Do you
I've
think
already
he's a game
said this.
manager or elite?
I said it
He
earlier.
already said he's not a franchise, dude.
So you don't think he's
I've
a
already
franchise?
said
So
this.
what do you think of him then?
I mean, I guess as a person, he's okay, but I don't know him. But as a player, as the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, am I going to root for him day in and day out because he's the quarterback of my team? Of course I am.
But why? You didn't answer
him.
why.
But when I see him play, okay, I'm going to tell you this right now. I didn't know this, but I was watching a video of another Cowboy fan who thinks exactly the way I do about Dak. Dak Prescott in 6 years, right, has 20 games without any it's either any scoring touchdown or just passing touchdowns. 20 games in 6 years.
So you think
Romo
he's a game
had
manager?
13 games in 10 years.
So a game manager then.
When you put the ball in Dak Prescott's hands, more often than not, he loses. The only way we win most of the time is when Zeke touches the ball 20 or plus times.
Okay.
Most of the time. That's not elite quarterback stuff. Elite quarterback, you put the ball in his hands. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, fucking Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, like those type of guys. I'll take Russell Wilson to be elite because he's done it by himself with a great defense and a subpar offense.
What?
Subpar offense.
Wait,
Russell Wilson, and this is the thing about me being a Dallas Cowboy fan, because I get
slow down
annoyed
on
with
that
it.
Russell Wilson.
Wait,
thing.
Somehow we face the Seahawks, aside from this year and last year, for the last, like, aside from those 2 years, the 5 years previous, somehow we always played the Seahawks in either a regular season game or a fucking playoff game, and it was annoying because that was a team that I was worried about. Because of Russell Wilson. Because
this coming from an Eagles fan, though. I feel like Dak Prescott is a franchise quarterback. I don't know what you're looking at.
He gives us the best shot to win out of what's out there and who signed where and what's going on.
No, he's really a good quarterback, bro. Like a good quarterback.
Hey, you want to call him a good quarterback? That's fine. But when you really dive into his stats and you look at his shit, he's legitimately average.
He's a game manager.
That's why it's so hard for me, and that's why I get into it with a lot of Cowboy fans. To me, he's done nothing to deserve $40 million. I can give two shits about fucking stats, bro. I really could. Two fucks. It's all about my eye test and what I'm seeing. And what I see is he struggles, even though sometimes we may win against good teams, but he struggles heavily against good teams. Like today, the Saints they were with if they had Kamara, I honestly believe it would have been a closer game, and we may have lost.
Real quick, can I ask you a question real fast? You said he didn't have an offense his Super Bowl year.
No, I never said anything about a Super Bowl year.
No, Russell. Yeah, you did. You said he had a mediocre offense. That's exactly what you said.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did. You just absolutely sat here and fucking said that.
You said he
had a great
Super Bowl
offense.
I said he.
And I'm telling you right now. Listen, I'm telling you right now. He had Doug Baldwin. He had Golden Tate. He had Marshawn Lynch. His offensive line was really fucking good. He had Zach Miller as a tight end. They had a pretty good
Jermaine Curse. Don't forget about Jermaine Curse now.
And Jermaine Curse, they had a bunch of fucking people. He didn't have a mediocre fucking offense.
Okay, I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You don't let me finish.
You said it 5 minutes ago. Everyone on the panel heard you say it, my guy. Everyone.
No, you definitely said that though, bro.
I said,
great defense.
I said he won a Super Bowl, and then I transitioned to another sentence where I said he's have had a subpar offense and defense, and he's done shit by himself. Because I was talking about the years where we consistently face him, whether it's in the during the season and he beats us, or in the playoffs and it's a tough game. I never said he had a subpar offense during his Super Bowl year. Those words never came out of my mouth.
Rob, will you say it, please, so he doesn't think it's just me?
I mean, you probably made a mistake, but you did say that.
I think you made a mistake, AK.
Well, the issue with talking about quarterbacks who can do it themselves, I mean, Aaron Rodgers at the end of the day still needed a run game. Tom Brady
can't no quarterback do it by himself.
Every quarterback needs a run game. Now, what is one thing? Now, you just talked about in terms of Dak that you don't trust him when the ball is in his hands. Well, what happens in those moments? Well, the defense turns the Cowboys' offense one-dimensional because they're not afraid of Ezekiel Elliott or Tony Pollard, so they shut down the run game. So, in terms of that, I think having a quarterback being able to do those things by himself, quote unquote, is more intangible based than it is tangible based.
By the way,
Just like everybody say, that's why everybody used to say Brady did it by himself. No, he didn't. He had dudes that was in that system for like 5-6 years. They knew what they was doing. Just because they wasn't household names don't mean he did it by himself.
And everybody knows defenses win championships, not fucking off.
Yeah, how many top 10 defenses does Brady have?
4
Hey,
QBs.
what does that do
Tom
with
Brady
Jalen
was
Hurts?
winning his Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know. Can we
going
please get
to,
back?
what, 10?
Can we
He's
please
been
get
to
back on
11
our
Super Bowls
fucking
already and won
quarterback?
7 of those.
Because I have.
Yeah.
And you're saying it's
Can we please get back to my quarterback though? Because I have other people I need to talk to here that came in to give their opinion, and they have not been able to do it because we've been talking about Dak versus Hurts for the last 30 minutes.
Okay, I didn't bring up Dak. I didn't want to bring up Dak. I was talking about Hurts and why I don't think he's the guy. So let me ask you this. And this is my big thing, and this is because y'all got to win here, right? Y'all fucking destroyed the Detroit Lions. What did Hurts do for you to sit there and say
Game manager?
Okay, what did he do
that game?
Hurts didn't.
That's what I'm trying to get out of these guys, but you won't shut the fuck up.
Oh, good lord.
By the clip.
Hurts didn't necessarily have to do anything. Hurts didn't need to do anything because the Lions defense couldn't stop the run, so he didn't have to throw it. There was times where he would throw it in with what is it called? In system instead of out of system. He threw the ball out of necessity, but because the Lions defense couldn't stop the run, don't fix what isn't broken. I mean that's football 101. But I get what you're saying, boys for life. I get what you're saying that you would want to see Hurts be capable of taking the game over when he needs to be relied upon, but I don't think there was a lot of those moments in his career yet to properly analyze if he can be that guy, because again, we're talking a small body of work here, and the circumstances.
Not just that, but we don't have that.
But as a quarterback, you need to be able to throw the ball.
We don't have the offensive pieces yet, dude.
Oh my God.
He can
throw
the ball. He can throw the ball, but
I mean, you have Dallas Goedert, you have Devontae Smith, you have
That's
Quez
it.
Watkins, who to
That's
me
that's all we've
is
got.
being
Stop
very
talking now.
underutilized, in my opinion. I think Quez Watkins is one of your bigger weapons, and you don't use him enough.
If we had Hurts on Dallas,
I agree with that though. I agree
Rager.
with what he's saying. I agree with it.
Rock, will you please give me your opinion?
We don't use him enough. I was just saying. I mean, I know he a Cowboys fan. Y'all don't like him, but he making a few valid points.
He is making a couple good.
He's making a few valid points. But I agree. We don't use Quez enough. I mean, I feel like this year this was supposed to be his breakout year. There was a lot of times I went through the all-22 and Quez be wide open. Jalen just don't look at him. So, I mean, that's him getting through his progressions. That's him progressing as a quarterback. You can't be too mad at that. He's still a young guy.
Well, yeah. I mean, to follow up on that, Trey, is that all on the quarterback, or is this on the coaching staff moving Hurts along, like telling him what he should be doing and should not be doing, like in terms of who he should be targeting on these plays? Like, how much influence does Sirianni have in those kinds of?
You can tell a dude.
Yeah,
you can tell a dude what you want. They gotta actually do it. You get me?
Yep.
I mean, you can tell them what you want. That's just like me telling one of y'all, if Devontae ain't there, look at Quez. He might be wide open.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell me that all day, but once the whistle's blowing, them big dudes start running around me, I don't see Devontae. I'm getting out of there. It's all second nature to Jalen Hurts. He played like that in college too.
Well, it's like I said earlier, Rock, can you honestly sit there and tell me that there was actually a coach anywhere before us now, right here, that truly just sat down and worked with the kid on his pocket passing?
No.
Because they all believed in his legs. They know how dynamic he is with his legs. Why sit there and worry about him being a pocket passer when he can fucking sit there and run?
But
he did it, but I mean,
you gotta look at it like this too. Jalen Hurts coming out of high school, he was what? I think he was a top 5 recruit.
Yeah,
he really couldn't pass in high school. So It's like they bought the dude in the kind of systems they run. They don't count on you to make reads and stuff like that. It's play action, run pass option, one read. If it ain't there, get out of there. Now he in the NFL, they asking him to do big boy stuff. He's not equipped to doing that yet. You get me? So you can scheme you can put a pro style offense out there where you got to sit back there and make reads. But at the end of the day, dude's natural instincts gonna take over once that whistle blow. It don't matter how much.
And Jalen, I want you to go because I know you got a lot of knowledge. But right before you do here, I want to tell him something too. The reason we cut back him throwing is because we also figured out that it is a lot easier to sit there and slowly feed this kid information to help him develop rather than throw him a whole fucking playbook and say, hey, here you go get it. You can dial it back a little bit. That doesn't mean they lost trust in him. They just figured out, oh, it works better if we just slowly feed it to him. That's the best way to develop a player, to just slowly give it to him, especially the ones that need it. But that doesn't mean he's not a dynamic player. Go ahead, Jalen.
I was also going to add at Bama, Hurts had games where he only threw the ball like 8 times.
Yeah.
So you have to understand he wasn't called upon to throw a lot. So when you had that, national championship debacle and he got benched for Tua, that was a bit understandable because they were playing contain on him and he couldn't get out the pocket. They forced him to throw from in the pocket. The windows were much tighter and he struggled. Nick Saban made a judgment call. Tua came in. Tua wasn't scared to throw in the windows. They had NFL wide receivers at Bama. Jalen Hurts was like, it's all about comfort level for him, even today. That's why Hurts struggled in college throwing the ball. When he went to Oklahoma, they don't play as much defense. So guess what? The windows are a lot larger again. I feel comfortable, but he also learned as a passer and developed. So that's the Jalen Hurts that came in as a second-round pick. That's all I wanted to say for that part.
I just want to.
He didn't start throwing the football until he got to Oklahoma, and then it turned into a situation at one point where it was pretty much CeeDee Lamb or bust. And I don't know how you can.
Charleston Rambo.
So what y'all are saying is y'all drafted a guy and you're trying to develop a guy who's actually never actually sat back and be able to read a defense and assess the defense and throw the ball to the correct reads, because it's you play a certain type of defense and he just shuts down and he can't do it, and now you all of a sudden want him to develop after not ever being able to do it and do that at a pro level.
Lamar Jackson did it.
Fuck Lamar Jackson. He's garbage.
I know.
What?
Whoa. Hold up.
He's definitely not good.
I don't know. I don't
Hold up.
But what I see, what I see
back
from
on
him,
Russell has to stop.
No, let him explain his point. Let him explain.
Look,
Shut up, Slay.
like y'all. I need more body of work to sit.
This is my live stream. I'm not whatever the fuck I please.
Yes,
Patrick Mahomes.
Let him explain.
No, in all seriousness, I want to hear this. In all seriousness, go ahead, boys for life.
Yep.
No. Like what y'all say, you need more body of work to be.
Shut the fuck up.
That was to Slay, not you, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So y'all want to sit there and say about Hurts, you need more body of work to actually analyze the guy. So I need more body of work of Lamar Jackson, other than just this year and the handful of games he's done well in throwing, to say, oh, this guy's transcended to actually being a throwing quarterback instead of just being an offensive weapon that he is.
It's a completely
Hold up.
different situation.
Can I ask one question to baseline his statement? What did you see in Michael Vick, Boys for Life?
I mean, a dude who can fucking run on a fucking freak of nature in that year, those years like
which
that.
Which ones? The ones in Atlanta or the ones in Philly?
Atlanta. When you hadn't seen anyone like that and who could
So what about the ones in
seriously
Philly?
make plays on his feet, and the NFL hadn't seen shit like that ever. That's a whole different category about when you have guys coming to the league every few years who can fucking do that now, and they have tape, they have the knowledge of how to stop that.
So let
When
me ask the
Michael
question:
Vick
What do you,
came in, there was nothing like that in the game before.
so
Which
what do
is
you
why
think
he was
about him when?
able to do what he did for so long.
So what do you think about when he got to Philly and learned how to read defenses?
That's a complete. He learned how to read defense. I mean, y'all had the super team, of 2011 or whatever that was, and y'all
10?
were fucking shit when y'all took DeMarco Murray from us.
So what about the
Fucking
year they went
garbage.
to? What about the year we went to the NFC Championship with Michael Vick at the helm?
Sorry about that. No, I
I don't remember
That was his
wait,
MVP
Based off
year.
that, Jalen.
So if Vic can learn and Lamar can learn, why can't Hurts learn? That's my question.
Yeah, this is my issue. This is my
No.
issue.
The
Jalen.
difference
The reason why I wanted to
you're asking a
baseline
guy
this.
who's never actually sat there and read defenses, who has actually never sat back and thrown the ball.
Yeah,
the
but
way
Vic
these
didn't do
other
that
guys
either.
have.
That's
To
why
now
you
do it.
develop
Wait a minute.
people,
Do
though.
something
Boys for
he's
life.
never
That's
done
why you
ever in his
develop
life.
people.
To now
Wait a
do it
minute.
at a pro high level. Now
Wait
you
a minute,
expect
wait a
him to
minute.
do it, and you
They
want
asked
him
the
to
same thing of
develop
Lamar
and learn
Jackson.
quickly. That's not going to happen.
Hold
That's
on.
why
So
develop
boys for
Jalen.
life. It sounds like your standard for a actual franchise quarterback is you need to give me Big Ben level production.
Yeah, so
After you
so
Big Ben
develop
doesn't even
and
have
you've
an arm
already
anymore.
shown
Yeah, that's
that you
what I'm
can
saying.
do that.
5,000 yard
consistent
Big Ben
basis.
production where you have, you're basically an unstoppable offense. That's your definition of a franchise quarterback.
No, what I'm saying is that you need a quarterback who can develop, but has the knowledge of being able to read a defense. And
What is
done,
it?
and
No.
has
That's
done-
not.
and has
That's
done-
not.
I'm
That's
trying
not
to
what I'm
explain to
asking.
you,
That's
and
not what
has
I'm
done
asking.
it before.
That's not what I'm
someone
asking.
who is trying to
What
learn
I'm
on the
asking
fly,
is, what is
never
your
did it-
definition
really
of a
did it in
franchise
college,
quarterback?
Never really did it in high school, and now all of a sudden you're expecting.
I'm
him
asking you
to
a
do it.
question of what's a franchise quarterback. That's what I'm trying to baseline, because I've asked 3 questions.
Okay, a
and
franchise
I
quarterback
got-
to me, is when your players go down, and
Short
as
and
a
sweet.
quarterback, you can elevate your team and not have your team elevate you.
Is
To me,
So
Kyler
Big
Murray a
Ben.
franchise
So-
quarterback?
a franchise
Hold up.
quarterback.
Hold a big place, Slay. So is Big Ben an example of that? Because Big Ben has made plays without Le'Veon Bell being there, without Antonio Brown being there, and still put up 5,000 yard seasons passing. Still led his team deep into the playoffs. Is Big Ben an example of that?
Well, if he was able to do it without those players,
It's just a yes or no
and
question.
he elevated his team, then yes.
Okay, so it's yes.
So let me
So
let me
that,
ask.
that's
go
your
ahead, go ahead.
is that your minimum? Is that your minimum
if he
for a
can
franchise
elevate
quarterback?
his team and win without his top guys, yes. To me, that's
So-
a franchise. If I
No.
can
What
count
is your
on him,
minimum?
if
Who
I
is
can
the
put
player as
ball
your
in his
minimum
hands
as your
and I
franchise
want him to
quarterback?
Win me the game, yes. That
Hey
is
Jay,
a
let me kill
franchise
this
quarterback
whole
to me.
argument real quick though, Jay.
Go ahead, do what you do.
Peyton Manning a franchise quarterback? Well, was he?
I mean, he took Denver to the Super Bowl, and he took the
With
Colts to the Super Bowl. They
Demaryius
won.
Thomas, Eric Decker, he had weapons. Julius Thomas, he had weapons in Indianapolis.
I mean,
Marvin
Marvin
Harris,
Harris,
Reggie
was-
Wayne.
I mean,
Reggie
I had
Wayne,
those guys. In
Joseph
Joseph
I know
Attack.
what they did.
though.
They were. I mean, they were good.
When did Aaron Rodgers ever win without
Marvin Harris
without
is
the
Donald
excuse I
Trump?
had.
Hang on,
He's
hang
a
on.
Hall of Famer, man.
Devontae
Reggie Wayne
Adams.
is an
When did he
arguable
ever
Hall of
win?
Famer.
When did he ever win without those dudes? You tell me that.
I have
Tell you
I have to ask this, Jalen. You brought up Vic's transition from Atlanta to Philly and the capability of him reading defenses. In what year of his career was that when he went from Atlanta to Philly?
I believe that was
2007?
After
year
he got out of jail.
7 or 8 of
2009.
his career.
I think
But
it was
Okay,
since he
so
got
he was a
drafted, I think that was
veteran at
probably
that
8
point.
years since then.
So he was a well-seasoned veteran at that point.
He was about
Okay.
29, 30.
Okay.
2007.
Okay. Now, with that said, I'm trying to figure out here, and again, here goes the analogy of under the microscope. I don't understand why we are setting the standard or expectations or trying to as high as they are for a quarterback that didn't even finish his second year in the NFL, and we're asking the questions of reading defenses and this and that when he's still going through this development this development phase. Why is the standard set so high all of a sudden for Hurts? I don't get it. There's no reason for it. We're not looking for him to be a franchise quarterback right now. We're looking for him to be a competent quarterback that we want to see him develop game to game or year to year, depending on if the Eagles want to keep him. And, it's not and I don't think it's a fair comparison either when we're putting him with the likes of Brady Story or Rodgers or Manning or whoever else.
Lindsay, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I have to disagree with you. I'm looking for a franchise quarterback.
Okay, that's fine. So, but I don't get why we're looking for it as early as we are, considering the circumstance.
If you're talking about it from a fan base perspective, I agree with you. But if you're talking from an individual perspective, I'm not looking for that right now. I need a baseline of who this guy is first, and then I need to see where.
A franchise quarterback.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson is a franchise quarterback.
That's a franchise quarterback. He can elevate.
We know that baseline right now.
No, we do not know that
Deshaun
baseline.
Watson is a franchise quarterback, why did he suck so bad? A lot of the years.
You cannot tell me this.
When they had JJ Watt in a great defense, I just
JJ Watt has not played 8 games in the last 8 seasons.
What years
he hasn't played 8 games in a season in the last 8 seasons.
What years did he suck?
Deshaun Watson
didn't he throw for like over
last
4,000 yards, 38 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions last year?
He put up career numbers last year, and they only won 4 games.
That's on their defense. Do you know how many games their defense lost him games last year? Do you really hear that question?
Go ahead, boys.
There was a lot of fucking games that the defense lost.
He got injured his rookie year. The next 2 years, I think he won like 10 games both times.
Yeah. He had 4,000 yards, 38 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions last year, my guy.
What years did he suck? I want to know. What years did he suck?
Hold up. Deshaun Watson being a franchise quarterback is not about his stats. It's not about how many games he won. Him being a franchise quarterback was what he did when he was called upon.
Yep.
When he needed to go back and forth with Patrick Mahomes, he went back and forth with Patrick Mahomes.
That's exactly what I was just
That's what I'm sitting here saying. That's what made him a franchise quarterback. Understand he had limitations and things that limited him around. That offensive line was awful around him.
But he only had one receiver this whole time.
Anything outside of D-Hop, there was nothing.
Nope.
Until he got traded. Then that's when they brought in Cooks and all those other guys to try and say, wide receiver by committee. That is a different situation.
I mean, even though it wasn't in the playoffs, Hurts arguably had one of those moments as a rookie when he went toe for toe with Kyler Murray against the Cards before we eventually lost. And Hurts played pretty damn well that game. So he's already had one of those kinds of moments in his
career. To be honest, though, I think Doug Peterson offense fit Hurts more than this one.
It does.
To a point, yeah.
It fit Hurts way more than this one. It was more simpler. They dialed it down. Everything was in front of his face. I mean, it was more. It was tailor made for him, for real.
Yeah, and
Doug Peterson had a lot better game plans going into going into the week than Nick Sirianni.
Mm-hmm.
Doug Peterson would have
experience.
Good plays open.
Yeah, way more.
He never had the personnel to actually run it, and that was the issue. He never adjusted his play calling to his personnel.
Yeah, Doug was in his 3rd year though, so I mean, he had experience calling plays. That's something Nick doesn't have. So
it's not even that. Doug compare them year one. Compare both of them year one. Doug is still leaps and bounds better than Nick Sirianni.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni only makes adjustments until somebody puts some fire to his butt. Because think about it, the run the ball movement. You heard Devontae Smith saying that for 3 games straight. Run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. He only decided to run the ball when the fans started getting after him for not running the ball. He ran the ball. Oh, it actually works. The next week you come out against Detroit and actually run the ball. That is not the sign of a good coach. That is the sign of a chicken.
Well,
That's
and
the
Jay,
point.
and not just that, but you got to look at it this way too, my guy. Doug was a quarterback in the NFL, so he knows about the quarterback position. Nick was a wide receiver coach, man. You know, and he was a wide receiver. Like that's what he did.
He knows how to
So,
use. Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, and not just that, but you got to look at the trees these guys came from. You know, Doug Peterson.
Well,
came
your
from
defensive
Andy Reid.
coordinator came from the what is it?
The Frank Wright. The Frank Wright.
Zimmer.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
Zimmer.
talking strictly head coach here. All right, Doug Peterson came from Andy Reid, one of
And
the
Nick
best
Sirianni
coaches to
came
ever
from-
fucking live. Okay,
Who came from
Sirianni
Andy
came
Reid?
from-
Speaking, Nick
Doug
Sirianni's off the
Peterson
Andy Reid tree as
came
well.
from Andy Reid,
Yeah,
and
Nick
that's and
Sirianni
trust
off
me,
the Andy Reid tree too.
yeah, but
No, Sirianni is more like a Frank Wright.
he's a
treatment.
Frank
He's
Wright.
I
more
thought
like a
Sirianni
Frank
was
Wright.
off the Frank Wright tree.
Frank
He
Wright
was
is a
in
product
Kansas
of
City for a
the-
minute
Well,
though.
he was a guy that was like there for I don't know what he was doing there. He wasn't like actually like in his system. He was just there for like a job in the like.
But he was under him though. That's
He
what
was.
that's
He
what
was.
it
But
is.
Dougie P was right on Andy Reid's hip.
Yeah,
though. I mean, he was
the offensive
right on
coordinator.
his hip the whole time. Andy taught him to where
Sirianni-
Andy
I'm
didn't.
sure he gained
Andy did
a
not
lot of
teach
knowledge as well too though.
Yeah, but Nick
And then he
didn't
was
teach-
under Frank Wright for 2 years.
Sirianni
We all
was
rave
actually an
about Frank
offensive
Wright
coordinator,
day in
though.
and day out. Oh, we
So what
we
was
heard
the
Frank Wright was
downfall?
wrong. He was
What was
under
the
him.
downfall?
He was his offensive coordinator.
No, I understand, but didn't Frank and them kind of mess up the first couple games like we did too? I mean, they started running the ball heavy right when we did this year. They didn't start out that great either.
No, they was running the football. Their defense just was horrible at first.
exactly. They ran the ball. The problem was their pass defense was so awful. You had
Yeah.
2 possessions, you had 14 points.
Mhm.
Now you're behind.
They couldn't
4
stop nobody through the
possessions,
air,
you're down
bro.
21. If
Nobody
you don't
through the air.
score, that's why you had to. That's what forced people to pass to catch up.
That's why Carson Wentz was throwing the ball down there 40 times because they was down in the first quarter like 14, 17 points every week.
Because you're
Because they couldn't
And
stop the
about
the
pass.
crazy thing is, everybody forgets like week 1. What was it week 1 or week 2 against the Rams? They literally had the Rams where they wanted them. If Carson Wentz didn't get hurt, that's where, because they had the last drive, and that's it. And Carson Wentz was moving the ball. They could run. They had enough movement in the run game to the point where they could, run out talk. They could run out the clock if they needed to, and kick a field goal just to tie it, or they could get down there and score and leave basically nothing left on the clock.
And Sirianni,
And Jay, I
when
want
he was
to
under-
bounce off your question you had a little earlier about the franchise QBs. Boys, do you consider Josh Allen or Justin Herbert a franchise QB?
Both of them.
Herbert, yes. Allen, I'm still having.
I asked boys. I didn't say Slay.
I thought you said all boys. No,
Josh Allen. To be honest, I don't watch. When I watch football, it's a lot of NFC East stuff. I don't watch AFC really too much. But from what I see from Josh Allen, to me, he's either up or down. Like he'll play really good against shitty teams. He's like Dak. He'll play really good against shitty teams, and then against the really good teams, he'll struggle a little bit. Even though they may win, he may struggle. From Justin Herbert, I don't know. He's another guy that's hit or miss. You saw him at the beginning of the year when he's lights out. You saw him last year where he was putting up fucking numbers, and you thought, oh my god, this guy's gonna be great. But when I see him this year, he's struggling quite a bit.
You do know
From what I
Josh
see.
Allen is like
I'm done.
he might be the MVP of this league this year, right?
let me put,
Josh
can I
Allen?
put something on you.
No.
You can
I
go
mean,
back and check the film, boys, for life, because I know you're not a stats guy.
Like I
But
said,
Justin Herbert
I don't watch
against-
a lot of AFC
Josh
football
Allen is not
for
gonna
me
be the
to
MVP.
Say anything like that, but what I do see in highlights and what I do see when it's on red zone and they're playing, and what I can physically see, that's what I'm basing off of. I'm not basing off anything off stats.
Mhm.
I'm not basing anything off of wins. I'm basing of when I see it on my TV and these guys playing. And like I said, with Josh Allen, they lost they've lost 4 games, right? And they struggled in those 4 games that they lost because of they lost to fucking Pittsburgh the very first game of the year. Like,
Hey, boys for life.
awfully.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask me what?
What quarterback? I need a name, just a name. What quarterback is the minimum bar of a franchise quarterback to you?
For you.
Like ever or
Out of all
Ever.
the 32 playing right now. No, we'll just make it easy. Out of all the 32 playing right now, who's the least?
No. Ever. Because this is how you.
I mean, that's
the
gonna be
lowest
hard
bar of a
ever.
franchise
There's
quarterback.
a lot we can go off of.
Just
okay.
one. The lowest, the literal lowest.
The lowest of the low of the low. Let me think, because that's tough. That's
One I
tough
would
because
think of
you've had
it. So
you've
Eli.
had shitty quarterbacks. Trent Dilfer, Joe Flacco win you Super Bowls based off their defense.
We know those guys aren't franchise quarterbacks. So
I know.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
what is the
I
lowest
ain't know
of
why
the
you
low?
bring Trent Dilfer
Who
up.
is the absolute line of a franchise quarterback?
Okay, so don't kill me for this, but based off of me being a Cowboys fan and a guy who's never won a Super Bowl that is a Dallas Cowboy.
Just say fucking trade.
You say fucking Romo. I'm
not. That's not where I'm going.
okay.
I'm fine with Romo.
But I mean, Romo's a start, but I was gonna more say Danny White than I was gonna say Romo.
Danny White?
Who the
hell's that?
I mean, we're talking the lowest of the low. That's what y'all wanted, right?
Okay, can we do actual?
No,
NFL
bare
starters?
minimum of a starter. We're talking like
Danny White was a starter in the '80s for the Cowboys.
Can we do
Chicago
what
playoff
Eagles Uncensored suggested?
Yeah,
Danny White took them to a Super Bowl and lost to the Broncos.
Right now.
All right, let's just do the 32 right now.
No. This is important. This is important for baselining. So if Danny, what's his name? Danny White was your baseline minimum. So where does someone like Steve McNair come into play? Where does somebody like Dante Culpepper come into play? What happened to, I don't know, Jake the Snake Plummer? What about those guys? Where do they come in? Because I believe all three of those guys are better than Danny White.
Well, you wanted bare minimum.
I get it, because there's a reason why I'm saying those names. I'm leading to something.
Well, I mean, as what they can do as an athlete, yes, they are better than what Danny White was.
Okay.
I think they better throws than Danny White.
So with that being said, I think there's another crop of quarterbacks that are better than those guys. And I think some of the guys that the people on the panel have named here, Deshaun Watson, Herbert, I believe is better than them. Those guys aren't franchise quarterbacks, but Danny White is. That's kind of puzzling to people on what logic are you using here?
I don't think I said they weren't franchise quarterbacks.
Oh my God,
I think what I said, I know
Josh,
I say they weren't franchise quarterbacks. I said,
bro, Josh Allen is a
see
franchise
more,
quarterback, bro.
and it's hard for me to say because I need to see more.
So when you said Lamar isn't a franchise quarterback,
I'm looking at this whole body of work.
Yeah, okay. Is Lamar better than White?
As an athlete and everything? Yeah. But when I'm
as
looking
a
at
quarterback,
no. Let me finish. Let me finish. As an athlete, you're damn right. Lamar's way better. But when I'm looking at stats for Lamar Jackson, you want to know what the average quarterback completion percentages, is 66%, the average. And Lamar Jackson is it's 64%, and Lamar Jackson's at 64%. You're telling me Lamar Jackson
completion percentage is a bad stat to go by
against the Bengals, 59% against the Broncos, 51% against the Lions.
I don't think that does any. I don't think that's a good measuring stick. Because Baker Mayfield can go
2 to 3 passes that hurt your completion percentage. So that's a bad stat to go off.
What is the crux of the completion percentage based on? It's based on the type of quarterback. It's based on like a prototypical quarterback.
It's not based off the type of quarterback. It's based on the throw. It's the reason why I'm saying this, Lindsay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's based off the throw. So if you throw 10 screen passes, that's 10 passes. That's 10 for 10. That's 100%. But if you're throwing 50 bombs,
for anyone out there, real fast, for anyone out there who doesn't know who Danny White is, I'll just read you this real quick. Okay. In 166 games, he threw for 21,959 yards. He had 155 interceptions or 155 touchdowns to 132 interceptions.
Oh yeah, he's a great.
Go back to your point. What you said, boys for life.
Yeah, he's a great fucking quarterback, man.
He's a great quarterback. I would have loved to play against him.
I just
You'll
don't. I
ask
just
for
don't
the
know how
bare
you
minimum.
don't consider Lamar better than that.
Can we go back to your point on what you said earlier, Boys for Life? You said when the situation matters, how do they look? Watson, he had both of his moments. When he played the Chiefs a couple years back in the playoffs, he went toe-to-toe with the Chiefs. Yes, they lost, but they were up very big in that division round against the Chiefs. When the
21-0.
situation mattered again against the
Okay.
Bills in the
I'm gonna tell you this
2018 to
about
2019
me as a
playoffs, it
franchise
mattered. He
quarterback.
did something. And he went up clutch against Josh Allen and the Bills when they were good.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, I left one stat out as well. He had a career completion percentage of 59.
Yeah.
I don't know how
And
a
he played for
quarterback.
10 years. And he played for 10 years.
I don't know how a quarterback wins an MVP and is not considered.
That's
a
what I'm
franchise
saying, bro.
quarterback.
That's all I be
My
saying.
definition
I don't know.
of a franchise quarterback is I need you to win point blank. I don't need you to go toe to toe and lose. I don't need you to have these 5,000-yard
Tim
passing
Tebow.
games. I need you
That happens.
to win.
Every quarterback loses, bro. Every quarterback
Yeah,
I
loses.
everyone
understand
loses,
that.
man.
I completely 100%
God, yo.
understand. Every quarterback loses, and you're never going to go undefeated.
Wow, bro.
Ever.
Okay, but in terms of Lamar Jackson for his career so far, more times than not, he's taken the Ravens to the playoffs.
Exactly.
He's
starter.
done what in the
So
playoffs?
how is he not a winner?
What has he done in the playoffs?
He's
I
actually won in
mean,
the playoffs.
bro, you can
Okay,
say
but you
that.
have to
He's
get there
made it to the
first.
championship
but
game.
you
Are
can
you
also
serious?
point to other quarterbacks too. What have they done in the
Watson,
playoffs?
Lamar, Herbert.
Well,
they're
all I
clutch
want to
when the
say here, bro,
situation
is your way of thinking is why you guys are going 27 years straight. Just saying.
I mean,
I
my
don't
way
know
of thinking
how-
has no bearing on whether the Cowboys win a Super Bowl or not because I have no emphasis. I have no impact on what the Cowboys do.
Yeah, but if you
My
think
way of thinking
my
has
my
nothing
only
to
way
do-
of thinking is
my
everyone
thinking-
else that
My way
lives
of
in
thinking is
Dallas
I
is the
have
same way.
standards of how I want my quarterback. I'm sorry, I have standards of how I want my quarterback. I
So-
don't look at a mediocre quarterback, and I'm not saying your guy is, my guy is. I'm just saying in general. I don't look at a mediocre quarterback and then try to make all these points as to why he's my franchise quarterback.
Well, no,
Watson,
I don't-
you're right.
I'm not-
No,
let me-
actually, you're right because you know what? You said you're not saying your quarterback is because you already said your quarterback isn't a franchise guy. So we
So
knew
let me
that.
ask you a question, Boys for Life. So was early Teddy Bridgewater a franchise quarterback? Because all he did, he had a very high win percentage as a quarterback. But at the same time, he was a game manager, but a game manager who stepped up when he needed to.
I'm about to get alcohol.
Did Teddy Bridgewater get his team to an NFC Championship game? Did his team
Actually,
did Teddy Bridgewater
he got him. He got him to
See,
the.
here's my thing. Here's my thing. Look, I will give a guy time to develop and learn when he's already shown he can do that. But I'm not going to label him my quote unquote franchise quarterback. I'm going to give him time. And
That's
how
not
do
what
you-
that's
But
not
that's
what
all
I'm
we're
asking.
asking
Is
for.
he
You're
That's
not
all
giving
I'm
the
asking.
is he a
MVP.
franchise
Give him
guy?
time.
I'm trying to explain.
No,
I'm
this
gonna
is a
give my
simple
guy
answer.
time.
So
I'm not
yes
gonna
or
label
no.
him my franchise quarterback. I'm gonna label him my starter,
Jinx.
my guy. I'm gonna label him my guy. But until he can prove to me that he can get the shit done without having his team elevate him, and he elevates his team and get me to a meaningful game,
Watson.
a meaningful game, whether that be not just a playoff game, but a game where it can get me to a Super Bowl or even win me a Super Bowl. At that
So how
point,
you-
I'm
so how
calling
you
him my
feel
Joe
franchise
Flacco,
quarterback.
bro?
Because let's just say,
That's Joe Flacco.
I have a guy and I label him my franchise quarterback after his third year here, right? He's my franchise guy. I give him his big contract, and then he does shit for me.
So how you feel about Romo?
Why? How is this my franchise quarterback when he's done absolutely nothing for me? He's got.
He
good
already
stats.
said-
He's
he
won me.
already
Won
said
me.
Joe
elevates the team.
So-
He's won me
Lamar
regular season
elevates
game.
the team.
He's got great stats. He's gotten paid, but now he's fallen off.
Hey,
How is that my
so
franchise quarterback?
Joe Flacco.
Real quick, Rock. He already answered that. He said Joe Flacco wasn't a franchise QB.
I
And
said
secondly,
Romo. I said how you feel about Romo?
But from what he said, means there's 31 other QBs in the division this year who isn't going to win the Super Bowl or not starting QBs. That's
what
the
I'm
way
saying.
he's looking
But
at
that's
it.
why.
I
That's why
don't know how you can say watch Lamar.
How about you,
Romo?
Romo?
Because he put up good numbers in the seasons for years. But once y'all got to the playoffs, he turned into a whole different quarterback. So he wasn't the franchise quarterback for y'all.
Also,
okay. Let me ask y'all this, and this is being serious. So I don't. Please, no interruptions. So with Dak, with if you had Romo, right, and you had the shit defense that we had for a number of years, right? I mean, we had horrible defenses during Romo's years. We had subpar running game during Romo's years, aside from when we had DeMarco Murray for a couple years. Our passing
Marion the
attack-
Barbarian?
hold on.
What?
Our passing attack was the only thing
Jones.
going for us, and our offensive line, right, to protect Romo, right? So you have a shitty defense, you have a shitty run game, and then you had Romo.
You're not getting away with that one. Marion the Barbarian was the man running that ball. You're not getting away with that one.
Is the only reason that we ever went mediocre to 8-8 or maybe not 9-7. The only reason. If we did not have Romo those years, you want to know what we'd be fucking drafting? We'd be drafting in the top 5.
Bro.
Wait a minute.
Come on, bro.
Wait a minute.
Come on.
I remember when a specific quarterback was playing for the Eagles in a certain year, and he wasn't getting these kinds of excuses because if he's that franchise guy, he has to elevate the team no matter what. Like the circumstances. And Carson still made the playoffs.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm not an Eagles fan for me to make those
But you
excuses.
said,
Oh, come on, man. It doesn't matter what kind of.
No,
Hey, boys,
The
for
point
life,
that you made
you're
earlier,
moving the goalposts.
I want to get
You
something
do
across.
realize that, right?
boys,
The
you know what
point
you're
that-
doing, bro? You're taking shit and you're twisting it into your own way to make it feel like you're right. And the fact is, you're fucking
I'm
wrong.
not
that you
twisting
made
nothing. How
earlier-
can I?
Whole time
how
he
can I- okay, look,
circle around it with
Dude, you
his
circle around the whole
Because you talking in
as a
circles.
Cowboy fan,
And then when somebody put the perfect example
just
out there, no, that's not
as
it
a
because he didn't do
Cowboy
this.
fan,
Right.
as a Cowboy fan, I'm going to constantly talk shit about the opposition. I don't give a shit how good he is. I'm going to constantly.
But we're not
Irrelevant
talking
because
Well,
shit
then
right
your
now.
we
point is
mentioned
in
other
that- hey,
players
then
who
at that-
aren't your opposition in the
Yeah,
division,
then at
and you
that
said
point-
no.
right now, though.
Hey,
We
then at
gotta
that
talk
point-
real shit right here.
Yeah, but that's the thing. At that point, your fucking argument is now invalid because you're going to just talk shit. You don't care, even if they are good. Your point is now not valid.
You can't
Anymore.
make that point.
No,
valid.
my
Anymore.
point is valid.
No,
No.
it's not.
You just okay. You
No,
just
You
said
just
your
admitted
point.
to moving
Hang
the
on.
goalposts.
Let me defend that one.
No.
You just said your point is valid, but you
I'm gonna have a
literally
heart
just
attack.
said that Justin Herbert, Deshaun Watson, and Lamar Jackson's aren't franchise quarterbacks, but
So
they
I need
do
to see
elevate
more
the team.
body of work from them to know that and I explained myself.
But you
why
said
I'm
Lamar's
gonna
not a
call
franchise
guy
quarterback.
franchise
Lamar
Lamar
Jackson has 4 years of experience being a top end quarterback.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
Lamar Jackson has 4 years experience in the NFL being a top end quarterback. He's even won an MVP.
Same with Deshaun Watson.
Why
Lamar
do-
Jackson didn't
why
win an
do guys
MVP based
like-
off of passing. He won
He won the
he
MVP
won-
overall.
he
Out of,
won the
out of
touchdowns.
hundreds
I'm
of
gonna
players,
say
he
so.
still won the
Playmaking ability.
MVP. It doesn't matter if he was
Came
passing or
from
not.
within,
Foothills,
came
check
from
your
within the
messages
fucking
on your
10-yard
cell phone.
line because he ran the ball all the way down there.
But we're not going to talk about
Did
the
he-
60 yard.
and did
those points
we're
help
talk
him
about
win the
those?
game?
Ravens
Hang
gonna talk
on,
about the
hang
60
on,
yards.
hang on.
Because
For every 10-yard
ran
touchdown, we're
the
going to talk
ball
about the
down
60-yard
there.
touchdown, right?
So yes, an most valuable player, yes, that's what he was to his team. But as a quarterback, no.
Boys for life. Does
The
Lamar
NFL
Jackson
voted
not
him
elevate
MVP
the
out of
Ravens?
the entire year or out of
So
the entire league.
Does
understand
Lamar
what you're
Jackson
saying.
not elevate the Baltimore Ravens? The boys for life.
I'm trying to understand something here. What? So if we're saying so, Josh Allen has had 3 or 4 years in the league. Lamar has had 4 years.
Well, Josh
Why are
Allen
we
hasn't-
saying-
did he struggle
Josh
for
Allen's
4
been
years?
in 5.
He's
Well,
Actually,
and then
he's
Lamar,
at
this
where
is
he's
his
at
why
fourth.
now?
why are we saying that we need to see a bigger body of work by established quarterbacks in this league to deem them a franchise guy, but we're automatically going to say that Hurts isn't a franchise quarterback or can't be a franchise quarterback when he's not even finished on his second year? That doesn't make sense.
We all agree with you, boys for life, that he got to develop as a passer.
That,
I mean,
if you're by that logic,
You can
By
see
that
that with
logic,
your
you're
own eyes.
just
But
you're
to
just
say this dude
extending
can't be a
goalposts.
franchise quarterback, that's asinine, bro.
And I get, and I
Who
get
let
the
this
point-
stupid motherfucker in here?
I get the
You.
point that you're making, boys.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I get what he was trying to say, but like when he said that Jalen Hurts cannot be a franchise,
Adios, son of a bitch.
when he said
This is the
Jalen
same
Hurts cannot be a
guy.
franchise
Russell Wilson
quarterback,
has
and he
Thank
said
you.
Lamar
offense.
Jackson does not elevate the Ravens, that's where he was.
Yeah,
No.
that's what
You
I'm
have
saying,
you
like,
have to understand. Boys
based
for
on
Life was
what?
moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
moving around
You have to
the
understand.
goalposts.
He put his example of what a franchise quarterback out there. We presented an example that met all the criteria. Then
That
you
dude
said,
don't know
no, that's not
football.
one because this reason.
That dude don't know football.
That's
That's
moving the
it.
goalposts.
That guy don't know football.
Is it fair to say that the term franchise quarterback has a different definition for every franchise in the NFL anyway? What they deem as a franchise quarterback?
Right.
I think that's
Yeah.
fair to say too.
There's
If you're
only
talking in
select
terms of play
Because
style,
they're
yes.
looking
If
for
you're
a
talking in
specific-
terms of
They're looking for a specific guy.
impact, no.
there's only a few select quarterbacks that are franchise quarterbacks, and I would say right now
Hey,
there's
Jinx,
a
nobody
couple
gonna watch him. Don't
franchise
worry.
Mahomes, Watson.
He's only
I
going to make
would throw
himself look
Allen in
stupid
there,
anyway.
Herbert, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow, and maybe Kyler Murray. Actually, yeah, Kyler Murray. Actually, I'm not even gonna say maybe. Kyler Murray.
Yeah,
too.
and no lie, James, he can make a video about this. He's only going to make himself look
Yeah.
not me.
Deshaun Watson is
not every-
franchise quarterback.
I'm
I
pretty
don't know
sure
where
there was
he
already
playing.
one video because
It just proves my
not
point.
everybody insulted him either. So
It just proves my point more and more because that's why he does the content that he does because the lack of knowledge that he has.
He don't even know what a franchise quarterback is.
Yeah.
How is Deshaun Watson not a franchise quarterback?
by the
He
way,
said Josh
Speedy-
Allen not a franchise quarterback.
He said Justin Herbert
He
is
said Lamar Jackson
No,
isn't a franchise
Deshaun Watson
quarterback.
is a top 5 quarterback.
I'd like
The
to say
issue isn't what is a franchise quarterback to him. The issue is that he keeps moving the goalposts when he puts this criteria up.
Yes,
Facts.
That's
100%.
the
quick.
issue. It's not
real
the
quick. Oh,
you have your own opinion of what a franchise quarterback is, and that's 100% good. But when you say one thing and circle back and say the exact same thing, we give you the perfect example of it. Oh, that's not it because this reason. Joe Flacco is a guy he's mentioning. That's meets all the criteria, but he's not a franchise quarterback. That doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
I will say timeout real quick. So, hold up. Can I just say this real quick? It'll take like 5 seconds.
Go ahead, Papa.
Go ahead.
I absolutely have it to the point on the video where he said Russell Wilson had a subpar offense. I've been waiting to say that for like half an hour. I absolutely had it up there. We did not hear things. He absolutely said that. And no, I'm pretty sure everybody here on this panel said we do not want Russell Wilson.
Mhm.
Yeah.
None of
Yep.
us.
Watson,
That-
I still cannot believe you said that.
I mean,
Well,
that's your
that
personal
makes-
preference,
that-
though.
no,
Hey, bleed
please.
green. That's your
that makes
personal
no
preference,
sense. Yeah.
man. That don't mean
Here's-
everybody gonna feel that way.
Here's the thing. I have zero problem with you having a preference. My issue is you sticking to it and being consistent with it. That's the biggest issue here. That's all.
Wait,
That's
wait,
true. That's fine.
wait a minute. Okay, here's contradiction in the chat right now. There's contradiction. Here we go. Bleed green. You're saying, what's the point of developing someone who doesn't correct mistakes? Do you realize that you're talking about a quarterback that didn't finish his second year in the NFL yet? When we were just talking about this with a quarterback that was in his 5th year, who we thought that didn't seem to care about wanting to improve his mechanics or improve on reading defenses or improve on being a better quarterback in the first place. Please, can we stop moving the goalpost here in terms of expectations on a quarterback that's still not exactly NFL ready? That's a part of the process. That's why you draft a quarterback from college in the first place, because you understand the potential that they have in order to become a starting quarterback for your team in the NFL. It takes time.
Not
I
just
think
that, man. But if
I think
every
Boys for Life
bring
would
in-
change his pad.
If you bring in Russell Wilson, If you bring in Russell Wilson, all you're doing is shortening the shelf life of the organization to be in win now mode to go to a Super Bowl. Because
But
Russell
Bleed Green,
Wilson,
how is he not
does
learning?
not have
He has
a
better
lot of time
stats than
left.
every fucking rookie quarterback. What
Russell
are you?
How he not
Wilson does
learning?
not have a lot of time left.
He's
You
playing
realize
better
that
than
there's
all the
11
rookies.
years.
What are you?
Hold up.
There's an
I can
11-year
I
age
think
gap
I can
between
get
Russell Wilson
I think
and
I can
Jalen
get
Hurts.
behind what Bleeding Green is saying. I think y'all are taking it wrong. This might be my personal interpretation.
Uh-huh.
So the reason correct me if I'm wrong, Bleeding Green. What you're saying is Hurts still has the same issues he had starting the season as he has now.
He has the same issues in college. too.
He said he
So,
should have better numbers. He's not a rookie. That's his
Forget the
last point.
no. Never base a conversation off the numbers of how well a player is playing.
Right.
All right. Because I can tell you right now, this is going to hurt a lot of people's perception of me. A lot of
Receivers
Hurts'
drop
numbers
balls.
come in garbage time, and they should not really matter or count.
Mhm.
Well, not just
quick,
that.
man,
real quick,
Receivers
Bleeding
drop
Green.
balls, too.
Real quick, Bleeding Green. Going off of your YouTube profile picture, yes or no? Is Miles Sanders one of your favorite Eagle players right now? Just yes or no? Just yes or no?
And
I
wanna
need to know. Just answer the question so I can continue on.
wanna
Y'all keep
say
talking
this.
until then. But I just want to see.
I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this though.
Yeah, but wait, real quick. I got to get to this comment. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Bleed Green, but that's the thing. He does have better stats than all the rookie QBs. So that makes no sense.
But he's not a rookie.
He should have better quarterback. He should have better numbers than rookie quarterbacks. Based off of what?
He's not a rookie.
Based off of what?
But the fact is, though, he does anyway. So what's the point?
Because
look,
You're telling me
Well,
Trevor
real
Lawrence
though,
and Zach Wilson are doing
in
better
all
than
reality-
Zach
In
than
all
Jalen Hurts?
reality, though, he's not a rookie. He had 2 off seasons. 2 off seasons. So
I
you
agree.
can't call that boy he's basically a rookie. No, he had 2 off seasons.
I agree.
So
Can we?
Because
Can
I'm not
we
even
really
looking
say
at it from the
Carson Wentz?
off-season standpoint. I'm looking at how many years you got left on that contract. You got 2 years after this year.
I'll argue this though. He didn't have 2 off seasons as a starting quarterback though.
But he had 2 off seasons though. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big
I
thing.
get
You
it.
got to
He's not
understand.
a
two
rookie.
different systems.
He's not a rookie, but here's the thing. Even though one of the greatest, Drew Brees, said it took him 3 years to fully develop as an NFL quarterback. And that's Drew Brees, who everyone
It
thinks is
took
one of the
Peyton Manning
greatest.
3 years.
Okay?
Was
It took
Carson
Peyton Manning
Wentz
3
not a
years.
game manager in his second year?
Yeah.
Okay, so
He
you
was,
said you
right?
like. So you said you like Miles, right?
Why can't we compare him to the rookie quarterbacks though?
Because he's not a rookie.
I
Hold up,
understand
time
that.
out.
Yeah, but
If
he
you
has
compare
just
him
as
to
many games
if
as
you
the
compare him
rookie.
to last year's draft class, Jalen Hurts is one of the worst quarterbacks that's playing right now.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yes. But that's not
No
what the
one would-
question
no one-
was asked. He said these rookies this year. And
Yeah,
I said
I
he
get what
is
you're saying. But what he's trying to say is you can't judge him against this year's rookies because he's not a rookie. You have to judge him against his class.
Okay. Oh no.
Yeah,
Hang
he
on,
did.
hang on. I want
Bleeding
to get
Green.
to
He
that point real
traded
quick.
Sam
I want to get to
Bradford
that
away.
point.
He
AK.
started week 1 his rookie year.
AK.
Yes, he did.
But that
Let
was
me
last
get to-
minute though. He's saying he didn't have a full off season as the
Yeah,
starting
he did.
quarterback.
Well,
He
no.
had a
but
full offseason.
Bleeding
He had a
Green,
full
They
let me
was
get to
running
this
the
point.
same plays with the scout, with the second team,
No,
first
they
team,
traded-
everything.
They traded Sam
hold
Bradford
up,
right
hold up,
before
hold
the
up.
season
I
started.
have a fundamental problem with the statement of comparing Carson Wentz's rookie season to Jalen Hurts' rookie season. Carson Wentz rookie season, look at the talent on that roster compared to now. They're night and day.
Yep.
Understand, Carson Wentz had doo-doo
Pull that comment up.
his
real
first
quick,
year.
Hills.
He was throwing a
Can
Dorian
you pull
Green
that
back
up? Yep.
when all those
Exactly.
Let me get to this one.
Do y'all remember Josh Huff?
Josh Huff.
Adorial
Yep,
Green Beckham.
all them trash dudes. Only reliable receiver he had was Jordan Matthews.
And
think about this.
Thing, though. I said the
Matthews was
same
out
thing,
the
though.
league
Who
2
were-
years later.
Carson had only 2 reliable targets in 2016, as well as Jalen Hurts has only 2 reliable targets this year.
Put that
It's-
comment up, please.
It's
Jalen
We
Hurts'
can't say
targets are a lot
reliable
better
targets.
than
He got
Carson
two
Wentz
people
had
he
his
throw
rookie
to,
year.
Lily. He got
Right now, Jalen Reagor is better than whatever.
He got 2 reliable targets. He got 2 people he throw to. That's
Okay.
what it is.
Jalen, or wait, his first season? Are you asking about his first season? Because everyone knew he
was
was
not catching. gotta be
Okay, I think what
Bryce
Jalen
Drake,
is trying
really?
to say is he's trying to say that
Get out of here.
what
Get outta here
Carson
with
had in his first year to what Jalen Hurts had in his first year is two different things. Jalen had more talent and Carson had less talent, and he still played.
Understand, you went from comparing rookie years, you're going from a 88 Nissan Pulsar to a 2014 Toyota Camry. Understand, there are big differences.
Bleeding green.
Much better
You
overall
cannot-
supporting
bona
cast.
fide weapons.
I don't know
Carson
about that.
Wentz. Carson Wentz only looked like a bona fide MVP because he had to rely on the run game. Other than that, he was a 16 for 30 type of quarterback that gave you 2 to 4 touchdowns a game.
Okay,
That's what he
real
was.
quick.
He was a game manager.
Because if you're talking about Dallas
Hold
Goddard,
up. I think that's Bird. Big play slate. I think that's inaccurate. You look at how that team scored in 2017. They did it to set up the pass. And I wanted to preface this comment by saying this. I didn't believe in Carson Wentz until 2018. So I was skeptical of Carson Wentz in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Just to understand, that's my standard of a quarterback.
So So in that case, it wasn't the quarterback; it was the system he was a part of.
No, the issue I had was Carson Wentz in 2017 relied on the big play too much. He did not show me he could drive the ball by himself down the field on a 10, 11 play drive where everybody's taking the deep shot away from him.
No, because he had a
But
run.
we was that year. We was the best on third down, third and longs.
Hey, by the way, bleed green. Yeah, Carson, he was the best in the red zone. Up until last week, I'm not sure where he is now, but Jalen Hurts was number 2 in the red zone as a quarterback out of all quarterbacks. So, yeah, he's just as good as Carson in the red zone. So,
I disagree with that. AK. The reason why.
Hey, I'm saying what the NFL says, bro. And
I got you. But what I'm saying is, look at when those touchdowns occur.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying he has 112 QBR in the red zone. That means something.
Put it this way, I don't want to make this a defend Carson Wentz versus Hurts situation. I am 100% Hurts that's my guy.
Yep.
You got to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you got to call it like you see it, you got to call it like you see it.
Mm-hmm. And
that's all I'm doing. Because think about this: when Wentz was in the red zone, most of the time we're within one score. Hurts, we're probably down 2 or 3 scores, and then he gets a rushing touchdown to get in, and then it's another touchdown late to make it close. Now it's a 1-score game or a 10-point game, ball game. Looks a lot closer than what it actually was. That's happened at least 5 times this year.
I agree.
I just can't believe we are talking about this, man, because realistically, I mean, like I said, he's had how many games altogether? 16 games to play. I mean, damn, he just finished last year's season. All right, we'll put it that way.
He's getting anything twisted.
But the point is, though, everyone is really fucking young on this offense. All right, other than our offensive line, everyone is 22 or 25 and younger, which means they have to grow. You know, Nick Sirianni, rookie coach. He's only. Do you realize how much of a difference being an OC and a head coach really is?
Yeah.
All right. There's a lot more on his fucking plate than what he had last year. So I'm sorry if he's struggling with the changeup. Yeah. I'm sorry if he's struggling.
There's a lot more when you play as a head coach than it is an OC, because you're in charge of the full team. How, when, what, where, why you're doing things.
And that's a lot more on your plate.
Exactly. And put it this way, when stuff goes wrong, you're taking the heat, not your offensive coordinator. Because guess what? When was the last time we talked about the offensive coordinator and said he need to go? It's always been Nick Sirianni needs to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't had a true coordinator since 2017 anyway, when Frank Reich was still there.
They put that on themselves, though. Let your coaches do their job. You the
right
overseer.
Now is Wentz a franchise quarterback or a game manager right now?
Huh?
Is Wentz a franchise quarterback right now? Is he playing like a franchise quarterback or is he playing like a game manager?
Game manager. He's playing like a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I don't understand where y'all getting this playing like a franchise quarterback and game managing
He's
stuff from.
okay.
You
So right
you run
now,
what they call.
is he
When it's
relying
called
on
for
the
Carson
run?
Wentz to throw the ball, he throws the ball, don't he?
Right, he does.
But you got a
when
dog in the backfield. Why not feed him?
that's what I'm saying. That's
Exactly.
my point. When the situation matters most, can Wentz execute
He did
against
it
good
on
teams?
plenty of occasions this year.
Against good teams, can he execute in the playoffs?
See, now you're
Why,
moving the
why is
goalposts
it
again.
about?
I mean,
why
you
is it
can't
about-
say that because we didn't see him do it yet.
So here's the thing.
Wait a minute. Why is it about if Jalen doesn't suck? That was Sirianni's. Sirianni chose to stick with Hurts despite Hurts being picked by the Eagles. So I think it's Sirianni's responsibility to make sure that Jalen Hurts doesn't suck. He's the head coach at the he's the head coach at the end of the day. Why is it about Hurts sucking or not?
And Lindy, you make and you're leaving out a valid point. Who was the man that strictly came out and said he was making the 53-man roster this year?
Howie.
No.
And where was Hurts that whole entire time? Number one, right? Who picked Hurts? Howie.
I mean, that's
He's
what
a
I'm
Howie
saying.
guy.
You
not
never
going
know,
in
though. You never know. Sirianni probably wanted Wentz, but that's a Howie decision.
I agree.
That is. And something tells me that Howie went with Hurts. So why are we even having this fucking argument?
It ain't even
Actually,
something.
it was the other way around.
Written on the
Howie
wall.
wanted
Howie
Wentz
he
to
want Wentz
stay.
no more.
Wentz wanted out because
He wanted to leave.
Howie was still there.
I don't understand with the whole Wentz thing. He's never been a franchise quarterback. He's just a quarterback that can get it done here and there. He's never been a franchise quarterback.
So here's the issue with that statement.
That's it.
Look at what you put Wentz through. Forget 2017 and forget 2020. Look at 18, 19. Tell me which quarterback with those circumstances and those injuries can do what he did.
Well, to be fair, Wentz did it to himself in 2018 because he came back too early from that double ligament tear, and then it ended up flaring up causing the back injury. So he came back too early. That was on him.
People say Carson Wentz was injured. Look at the timing of when we pulled, in quotation mark, Wentz. We had lost to the Cowboys because of two BS calls, correct? Yeah. And we were looking on the outside end. We had a 4-game. We had to go on a 4-game winning streak. So they pulled Carson Wentz for his long-term health. We actually just ended up winning our last 3 games. The one game that actually meant anything was the one against the Rams.
Yeah.
Yep.
The one against Houston, Foles was iffy. And I think that was something that not anybody, iffy, but he came up with a big play at the end.
20.
My whole point to this thing, over 400 yards in that game.
Huh?
My whole point to this, though, man, is this kid is going to save you so much money the next 2 years.
That's
you can truly build this team up to be a fucking contender again.
It can save you all the money you want, but your GM not picking the right players, it ain't going to
exactly.
No, I get that. That's an issue we can't deal with, though. That's something we have no control over. I'm talking strictly about my fucking team.
Anybody down for a kidnapping?
I'm surprised no one hasn't tried yet, bro.
You can turn that to a 187.
No, I'm surprised no one hasn't tried, bro. Seriously.
Hey,
I just never
they
seen
say
anything.
he run around. They say he run around Philly with a super dark tinted windows. I wonder if they bulletproof too.
Oh, it's probably built like the president's motorcade. I promise you that.
Wentz is so up and down too. That's another thing they never talk about. He's so up and down. He's never consistent. He's so up and down. This year he's looking
so
he's never
real quick. Hold up, because I've been.
I don't want to turn this into a defend Wentz situation. The problem with Carson Wentz is because he's a victim of his own success. He believes in his arm talent when nothing is going right for the rest of the team. Understand when you see the inconsistencies from Wentz, it's mainly because our defense, couldn't stop a nosebleed in the passing game. Now we have to throw. You get one touchdown, They go back and score another touchdown. Screw it, I'm going for broke. And it just snowballs.
Exactly how it went.
I guess what is just hard for me to understand is I could understand if Hurts threw 3 interceptions 2 or 3 games straight having this conversation.
Yeah.
But he only did it once.
Exactly.
And I mean, my God, like I just kept saying earlier, Lamar threw 4 this past weekend. You don't see Baltimore flipping the fuck out. Like
You gotta
They won.
understand
That's
who
why
you're
they
dealing with,
won.
though, too.
They
So-
won.
yeah, I know they won, but the fact is, if Jalen Hurts won, we'd still be having this.
But you
fucking
got
conversation
to understand
because
who
of how
you're
bad
dealing
he
with
played.
right now. This Philadelphia, they blow
No.
everything out of proportion.
I know,
Everything.
and I'm trying to
So-
sit here and calm them the
So-
fuck down, but no one wants to listen.
So let me say it like this. Do we have any objections that Hurts is 1 through 32 quarterback? No objections to that, correct?
No one.
I think he in the probably mid-teens.
15 and up, easy.
See, this is so. I think this is once you're in that 1 through 32. I think the conversation changes. Forget into a. I guess you say it's sort of the same, but it's sort of different at the same time. So, what type of quarterback and what position quarterback are you? So, what I mean by position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What type? Are you a Teddy Bridgewater?
Tyrod.
Are you a Patrick Mahomes? Those are the 2 extremes. You get what I'm saying?
So it ain't no middle ground in between them.
No. That's why I said they're the extremes. Everything else is in between. Right now, Jalen Hurts has shown to be, in my opinion, he is a better version of Tyrod Taylor.
That's I 100% agree with that.
Uh-huh.
He's
Okay,
shown
okay.
he can. Go ahead.
No, real quick, I just wanted to ask. Hold on, I had it because shit. Go ahead. There was a question here. Go ahead. Sorry.
All good. So he's a better version of Tyrod Taylor today. He can
Agreed.
kill you with his legs. He can, if you limit his passing, he can be efficient. But when you ask him to go, actually battle it out or actually be the driving force passing, it's going to be super hit and miss.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of times is miss right now. You get what I'm saying? Garbage time comes over, defense is lighting up, his numbers start to explode. And the reason why I'm saying Tyrod Taylor, because if you look at Tyrod Taylor when it's a close ball game, Tyrod Taylor can have 87 yards and 22 passing attempts. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
22 to 30 passing attempts and you got 87 yards. Until they actually blow the doors off you or something like that, that's when his numbers get up to 200.
When he's throwing
Case
in
in
garbage time.
Case in point, look at when he was playing for the Bills and they made it to the playoffs and won that playoff game.
Yep. And I agree with you.
He struggled in that game.
Exactly. But the thing is, what won him that game? His legs.
Oh, okay. Hey, real
I
fast.
Go
So,
ahead.
all right. Say, and Jalen, you probably should. Everyone can.
I should probably shut the fuck up. I got you.
No. I was going to say you should probably get in on this, but everybody can get in.
I think it's quite the
All
opposite.
right. No lie. All right, let's do it Bleeding Green's way, hypothetically. We go out, we trade for Russell Wilson. We get rid of Jalen Hurts, right? And we flop and don't go anywhere. Then what's going to be your excuse?
You just
I
fucked the
wanna know
franchise
that.
over for the next 5 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just
And
want to know the excuse. If Russell Wilson comes here and we don't fucking win because we gave everything up for him, what's the excuse then?
It's not an excuse. You don't have a talented enough roster.
I know
excuse.
that, but
It
I want
is
to
what
know
it
their.
is.
I want to know their excuse though, because
Our
I've been
offense
saying
wouldn't be bad, though.
we don't have a talented enough roster to get Russell Wilson here because he can't even win in Seattle with DK and Tyler Lockett. What makes you think he's going to win with Smith and fucking Jalen Rager? You know, that's
does have a
Don't
better
forget the
offensive
defense.
line with us, though.
There's no blueprint here in place
Regular.
right now because we've been trying to do that for the last few years when Carson was here to try and get guys out of the draft to grow with Carson and hopefully build a roster around him that way. Jalen hasn't had the opportunity until now to experience that. And then when we talk about these recurring issues, if we're stemming them back to college, those recurring issues didn't get in the way of him being the Heisman runner-up to frickin' Chase Young. Now, I understand the collegiate level is not the NFL level, but I think you have to be a pretty damn good college quarterback to be considered for the Heisman. And am I wrong? No.
Mhm.
So who's to say that Jalen Hurts in the NFL does not have a legitimate chance to fix these recurring issues and become a better starting quarterback in this league? I think it's unfair to not give him a chance and to say right off the bat that he's not going to do it.
Well, and right here he says random. That's my opinion. If you don't agree, sorry that hurts your feelings, but in my opinion, Jalen ain't the guy. I just call it how I see it. How the fuck can you call it after 12 games? I don't understand how you can call a guy not something.
That makes no sense.
Games.
17 now.
No. I mean, no lie. If every fucking franchise got rid of their quarterback after 12 games, we wouldn't have an NFL because it would be the most boring fucking thing in the world.
Everybody want results now. They ain't worried.
Right. That's
And I wanna say this comment. Whenever I was asking like if he likes Miles Sanders, you're saying Jalen has recurring issues. Miles' recurring issue, he's had this since college. He dances around too much. He hasn't fixed it. Let's just go ahead and get rid of him then, because he hasn't fixed those recurring issues yet. Go ahead, get rid of him.
And
he dances too much.
Healthy
That's
anyway,
his number one issue. Can't stay healthy.
I actually got another issue with Miles Sanders. That's a whole nother debate.
I'm just using that as an example for my argument here.
That is my opinion, and you're not wrong either. I'm just saying I'm not going to be that guy to sit here and make an assumption after someone after 12 games.
And you also already say I'll take the already developed QB in Russell over the project in Jalen. Russell's 33, my guy. He ain't cooking no more. Let Russ cook. He's cooking beans on toast right now. All right.
Right.
Russell Wilson
As a matter of fact,
so let me hold on.
Russell Wilson also coming off a broken finger, just throwing hand too.
So let me.
He was playing like shit before then.
Go ahead.
He was playing like shit before then.
Yeah. So let me ask this question before the panel. Does this whole panel see Jalen Hurts having the ceiling of a top 5 quarterback?
Nah.
No.
No, it's too early to determine.
No. This is a gut check. It's not a shine away. Because think about it. If you go see Justin Herbert,
that's what I was exactly.
You can say yeah to that. But if you go see Davis Mills, you can say hell no to that, right?
So okay, so you're saying in terms of throwing my feet to the fire, that yes or no?
Yep.
No, I don't.
No.
Okay. What about top 10?
Yes.
Maybe.
That I could.
Barely.
Fringe.
10 or 9. I'll give you a reasonable 10 or 9. Yes.
Yeah. It's
maybe top 12.
Do you think? So let me ask you a question. Do you think Jalen Hurts' impact on the game is somewhat close to where Justin Herbert's is today? His ceiling.
No.
Higher or lower?
I mean, define impact, because I mean you can impact the game in different ways.
Well, I mean,
actually,
think of this too. What pick in the draft was Justin Herbert? Wasn't he
irrelevant?
That's irrelevant though.
Hey,
He's
JW, can I ask you this
right now?
Can I ask you this though, bro? Doesn't that also determine on the player and his mental state of how far he actually truly can go? Because if that's the case, you know, we've all seen Jalen Hurts is mentally strong. He is very, very mentally strong.
That could be a good and a bad thing, though.
So that's what I'm saying, though. If we're looking off mental, who knows where this kid's potential could go, because he does want to be the best. That doesn't mean he's going to be, but just having that will to be the best could really take you to heights.
But when it comes to like draft pick status and stuff, I don't buy into that. You're a starting quarterback in the NFL. You're a starting quarterback in the NFL.
I don't care if you was pick number 1 or pick number 972. You start. Guess what? You playing for your own contract. You playing for the next week. You know what I'm saying?
Many picks.
Tom Brady is a number 6.
Yeah.
When you evaluate Hurts, right now, I agree with what Jalen said. He is a better Tyrod Taylor. He's a game manager that has dynamic legs, cannot scan the field properly, and has trouble reading receivers. That's what he is right now.
And here's my thing.
And
The one thing I think everyone likes to say he's mentally tough. The one thing I think gets missed in his mental toughness is how he doesn't like to how he shies away from certain throws. I think that kind of gets glanced over a lot.
I argue with AK and them all the time about it. What? About Jalen Hurts not just ripping that jump.
I agree.
Much.
Yeah, I agree. There's
he overanalyzes situations.
So here's my thing. This whole year, we've yet to see Jalen Hurts tight end down the seam in between safety and linebacker just attempted. I've yet to see that this whole season. I've yet to see him try and fit a monkey in the middle ball. And I'm not saying that all these balls are, bad situations that you're supposed to make out of. No, I'm saying some of these are NFL tight window throws that you have to do, sit in the pocket and do. Most of the time when he's making these in-between guys throws, he's running to make an easier angle for him to throw.
Right.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems I have with Hurts. That's one of the things I can see being an Achilles heel. Because right now,
something you can work on too.
But that is something you can get better at. Yes,
I agree. But you have to understand, he hasn't attempted.
Birdman's in the backstage.
But that's why you got to give him the off season with the same system that he hasn't had in 5 years. This off season, he can
live
go
bullets in the off season are two different things.
Yeah, a throw is a throw.
Yeah, but you work on your development and mechanics during the off season.
I get what you're saying. But here's the thing. Remember, I started off this conversation as a mental conversation. He's yet to even attempt it. Yeah. So if he's not attempting that throw in season, just because you're working in the off season doesn't mean you're going to attempt it going forward. You get what I'm saying?
You think it's more of a he don't trust his arm or he just don't trust the throw?
He doesn't trust himself yet.
He doesn't trust himself yet.
But see, that's what's great about Hurts. That's what's great about Hurts, and why I don't want Wilson, because even Bleed, I agree with you, dude. Game reps don't come in the off season, but working on your mechanics and getting better does. Okay, that's my point to that. It had nothing to do with game reps. I understand he needs those to get better, but also fixing yourself mechanically is an off-season thing. You don't do that during the season. You don't.
I mean, not to mention.
But here's the thing. I'm not saying it's a mechanical issue. It's a willingness issue.
Yeah.
Willingness.
You get what I'm saying?
And that was my point. We all knew he was not polished coming in. And the thing whenever Russell Wilson, he's 33, he's set in his ways. How he plays is how he plays. You're not changing that about Russell Wilson. All right. You have Jalen Hurts, who is 22 years old. No one's molded this kid. You can mold this quarterback into anything that you want. Nick can do whatever he wants to this kid because he's not polished. He can make him into anything.
See, AK, this is why I disagree with you right here.
That's okay if you do, though, man.
So no. I think we're going to the same spot, but I disagree with you because think about this. We all know which side Jalen Hurts is going to scramble to. Which side is that?
The right side.
The right.
Okay. If he's going to make a throw on the right, he's going to throw it to where? Well, if he's going to make a throw, what side of the field is he going to make the throw to?
The right side.
All right. Second most likely place he's going to make that throw to.
Devontae.
I was going to say the left. Anywhere to the left.
Yeah.
Oh,
next thing is going to be the backfield. He's never going to try and attempt anything over the middle.
Mm-mm.
All right.
Well, I mean, traditionally he's going to do what he's most comfortable with first.
Because they didn't teach him that.
Hold up. So this is what I'm leading to. This weekend, we just saw the Giants shut down, make Jalen Hurts look bad a lot of times. Do you know what the Giants didn't do? They told their the left side defensive end, so the left side on the defense, right side on the offense, defensive end, do not go inside at any point in time.
They told them stay home.
Yep, and we're going to have a quarterback spy. That's exactly what they
did. But Jalen, can you agree with me though that all of his issues are correctable?
Yeah.
No.
What can he correct?
I don't think he can correct. I don't think he can fix his arm talent.
Oh, that's that. Yeah, but it's ways to get around that though.
Huh?
It's ways to get it. Drew Brees ain't had the best arm talent.
100%.
Yeah,
but you got to understand, Drew Brees is the exception to the rule, not the rule.
There's a
Can
few
I ask you a
exceptions
question,
there.
Jalen?
But
So when I've scouted Jalen Hurts from college to like now, sometimes I've seen where like if he doesn't see a read, he takes off to the right or left. If he doesn't see a read open, do you think when he gets to like his like full potential, or let's just say this season, if there's a point where he doesn't see a receiver open, which would be his first read, he gets his second read. Do you think he can get to his second read while not like making any mistakes?
I mean, there's occasions where he got to his second read. It's just
he can. I have no
it's just
problem.
how
He's not a
fast
one
is
read
he
quarterback.
analyzing it.
He's not a one read quarterback. The issue is he is just base reading right now.
Yeah.
So understand, other quarterbacks that are coming into the league, they're doing more coverage manipulation than Jalen Hurts is. Jalen Hurts is just read the defense, try and make the right throw right now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's behind most of this draft class right now. So Mac
what do you
Jones
think
is
his
a perfect
ceiling is?
example. So
What do you
Mac
think his
Jones,
ceiling is?
and that's this year's rookie class. Mac Jones right now is to the point where he's looking off safeties and manipulating the safeties with his eyes and shooting, a ball not too hard because he doesn't have that much arm talent, to the right spot, to the right guy, on time, on target.
Right.
If he needs to, he'll sit in the pocket and throw it where he needs to, and he'll sit in the pocket and take the shot.
At this point.
You get what I'm saying?
Follow that up with another
I
question.
said he anticipating throws and everything at this point.
Exactly. Jalen Hurts is not doing that. Can he do that is that growth area? Yes. But understand, Jalen Hurts in the passing game is very limited. And a lot of times what moves our offense is us playing backyard football.
What do you think his ceiling is as a quarterback?
His ceiling?
He told you a better Tyrod.
No, I'm saying like
No,
I'm
that's
not saying
that.
Tyrod.
He said he's
like his full potential.
at this point he's a better
He's top 10
Tyrod.
quarterback.
Oh, okay, I got you.
This is going to sound, depending upon how you see this player, he can be a better Donovan McNabb with lesser arm talent.
All right, real quick.
I don't even feel like this is. All right, let me say this. Me evaluating Jalen Hurts, I don't feel like it's his arm talent because he has a lot. I mean, it's his arm strength.
He has an average.
He has a lot of arm strength. It's more of his footwork and his body positioning.
The reason why I say arm talent is because
you
arm
compare. Talent, I know is lofting throws when you got to beam it, when you got to float it, stuff like that. Just putting your receivers in better position to make the catch. He doesn't have that at all. But it's more of his footwork and body positioning. You ever seen him throw from the pocket and he's throwing to the outside like something over 20 yards?
His footwork starts to drift.
Yeah, it starts to drift.
I agree.
He doesn't turn his body with his throw. He try to use all arm strength.
And he doesn't scan the field
leaves
well.
him throwing to the middle of the field when he's trying to throw those sideline passes. He doesn't have the footwork and stuff yet. He got to work on that. That's a big problem. And if we are to make it to the playoffs this year, and I don't know how satisfied people are with us just making the playoffs because I feel like there's a lot of people that are, but us to advance in the playoffs, these few games he's going to have to work on that because it's going to be teams that shut that running stuff down.
This is going to sound bad. I don't want to make the playoffs this year. The reason why I don't want to make the playoffs is not because I don't want to see my team do good. It's because if we get baited into this fool's gold situation again, we're setting our franchise back another few years.
You're talking expectation. Yep.
Exactly. And I'm not talking about expectations from the fans. I'm talking about expectations from the front
from the owners and GMs.
Exactly.
Yo, guys, I'm out of here. You guys have a good night.
I was gonna say, I gotta head out as well. It's like 1:40. So
Jalen Hurts doesn't
Yeah.
even. He really doesn't
Later,
scan the
Papa.
field
Thank
well
you.
either.
I'll see it. Yep. It
He's out.
was
Papa.
fun, minus the high blood pressure.
Would you say? Would you say big play select?
No, I was gonna say another thing I've seen with Jalen Hurts is since college to about the pros now,
All right, Duncan. I won't.
he doesn't scan the field well. And what I mean by that is when he's in the pocket, he only looks to certain guys. He never goes to like specific guys every game. He goes to one specific guy and he targets that specific guy a lot. I've never seen him in a game where he can be like very consistent with his
Get all his playmakers involved.
balance.
So here's the flaw from him coming from college. His weapons at Alabama, any of those guys can be number one wide receivers in college at any point in time on any roster other than Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So if one wasn't open, two would 100% be open. If one was open, I just need to give it to one. And by the time I threw 4 passes, we're up 28. So guess what I'm doing? I'm turning around, running the ball in Alabama. I go to Oklahoma. The stuff is schemed so heavily, and I have CD Lamb and what's his name? Charleston Rambo. And Charleston Rambo is an above average college wide receiver, but he's running rough shot in the whatever conference that is.
That's the Big Ten, right?
They don't have a defense. They don't
exactly.
Big
So you
Ten
got to
is
understand.
Big Ten is like playing basketball. Every score is like 50-50.
Yeah,
it's so easy to score in that conference.
But here's the thing. Now take Jalen Hurts to a situation where these guys are average. Everybody he has is average. Number one sometimes he's open, sometimes he's not open. Number two, sometimes he's open, sometimes he's not open. All right, now I'm trying to read number 3. Normally times I'll never even get to that read. It's uncomfortable. It's something he hasn't had to do in the last 6 years. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, Jalen, can I ask you an honest question, dude?
Yeah,
and I really want to know. If you would put Hurts on Dallas or Tampa Bay or any of these teams like Arizona, would he be successful? Or
You
even
still
Baltimore?
gotta make those
Baltimore,
throws,
he
though.
has.
So take I think this isn't the right conversation for today because those offenses aren't built for him. I think the best one to do it with, drop him in San Francisco's offense when they had Colin Kaepernick.
Okay, let me rephrase it then.
Who said San Fran earlier?
How about with the same weapons that Dallas or any of these teams have with a system built for him? Like CD Lamb, Amari Cooper,
so
all them with the weapons just around.
I mean, but Kato, you can make that argument about any quarterback though.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm only talking about Hurts here because of the
What I'm
haters and
saying,
all
though,
this
like,
shit. I mean,
you can make that. You can say let's take for instance the Bears quarterback. What's his name again?
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. You put Justin Fields into Dallas, he'll look way better.
But that's what I'm getting at, Rock. That's my point. If you build around this kid, he'll be a lot better. And that's my point. If he can win in Dallas with the makeup that they have right now in a system that was built for him, all you got to do is build around him and he would start to win. But he needs a defense and he needs
football. You wouldn't know that.
So let me ask you this quick. Let me ask you, what do you mean by build around him?
He'll only play better if he becomes more comfortable in the pocket to be able to make the throws that he's not making right now. Because in terms of that, we want to blame Sirianni in terms of play calling. Well, maybe Sirianni is only doing what Hurts is comfortable with right now, and maybe Sirianni thinks that now at certain points it may not be the time to challenge Hurts because Hurts isn't at that level yet. So he can only spoon feed him at times to try and continue to allow Hurts to gel into the flow of the offense with what he's comfortable and not comfortable doing.
Can I say 3 systems that he'll fit in right now?
Good.
I think the Colts system, he'll fit in that system. The Ravens system, he can fit in that system. And San Fran system right now, that's the 3 systems I see him fitting the best in.
What do all 3 have in common?
They run
They
the football.
all know how
A
to run the
decent
ball.
to strong running game.
Yeah, they run the football.
And they
And
have weapons who can catch.
So
A good running game benefits any quarterback though, because
needs
you
time to
get
develop.
them
So
comfortable
AK,
in the structure.
So let me say this.
What?
Can Hurts have more success than he's having in another system? Yes. I think the best case scenario for Hurts this year would have been him looking like Dak Prescott in 2016.
His rookie,
Not
year.
with this roster, he ain't.
Exactly. I say his best case scenario. If you were to pick him up and place him somewhere, he would look like that.
Okay. Well, and
You get
to
what I'm
me,
saying?
that's not that bad. I mean,
Yeah,
But
I
tell me,
100% agree. But
can y'all tell me why y'all think this roster is so bad?
Tell me who on this roster is elite.
Like right now, I'm going to tell you right now, if you went out this offseason, and this is just hypothetical, if you went out this offseason and you went out and got like Chris Godwin and Mike Williams as wide receivers to replace Quez and Rager, okay, if you went out and got some defensive players in the draft like we're hoping that they do, you know, and you build an actual solid team, I believe with Smith, Chris Godwin, and Mike Williams, that's way fucking better than what he has now, and that kid would ball out.
You always could get better, but you always could get better, though. I said, what is the problem with the roster we have right now?
It's not
Is there okay?
Can Carson Wentz win with this roster?
My issue is who's
Y'all
elite
feel
on
like
this
Carson
roster.
Wentz could have won with this roster?
No.
Yeah, he could have.
What? Quez Watkins would have looked way better in this offense with a Carson Wentz than he does.
Hold up. 2019 should tell you everything y'all need to know.
It's not in terms of the roster bad. It's in terms of the inexperience of the roster, to where the quarterback's inexperience is pretty much on the same level as the playmakers that he has on offense. That's not a very good formula for success, but you have to build on it.
Is there a single elite player on this team?
No.
Minus the offensive line or defensive line? No.
I don't think you can say you have an elite player on offense either.
No, that's what I'm saying. There isn't one on offense.
Slay is good, but he's not elite.
I agree. Ironic, your name is, Big Play Slay.
But he's not like elite.
But that's what I'm saying, though. You give him 3 dynamic wide receivers like Dallas has, dude, guys that get open on their first 5 steps that actually know how to run routes, then fuck yeah, he looks way fucking better. That's why I'm all for getting wide receivers. Everyone's like, why? Well, wide receivers make it work. He needs a better halfback as well. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big Miles Sanders fan, but he can't stay healthy.
He's not elite either.
So y'all basically saying he need everything to win.
Every quarterback
every quarterback needs everything to win until he can prove otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm saying, though, like, it's quarterbacks that's doing it without 3 elite wide receivers and stuff like that.
Not rookies, not young guys, no.
Young guys?
Yeah, Mac Jones.
Then again, the system is prioritized around Jones, so.
Yeah,
Mac Jones,
we're not
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray's not a rookie.
Murray has receivers, so he actually has.
Kyler Murray has DeAndre Hopkins.
Success since he came into this league.
Yeah, but Murray has DeAndre Hopkins. He has Christian Kirk, and he has fucking AJ Green, and now he has Ertz.
He has one elite wide receiver. One elite wide receiver. One.
Rondell Moore.
His weapons are way fucking better than ours, Rock. I'm sorry.
DeAndre Hopkins is the wide receiver in the NFL next to
he has one elite wide receiver. Like I said,
he's still got way better weapons, though.
AJ Green at the end of his career. Christian
Bro,
Kirk is
AJ
the fourth
Green.
wide receiver right now.
Are you saying AJ Green is not?
Christian Kirk is their fourth wide receiver right now.
No, he's the third. He plays the
Rondell Moore
slot.
starting over him.
Huh?
Rondell Moore is starting over Christian Kirk over there.
Yeah, Rondell is starting.
Well, still, it doesn't matter. Rondell Moore's a fucking beast, too.
Rondell Moore is a gadget receiver.
He's a
It all
gunner.
depends on how you look at it, man.
It ain't that's how they run their offense.
He's
All
a
you get is
gunner, and
sweeps.
he's
But
a,
that's
he's a
okay,
athlete.
though, then.
Passes and stuff.
But if that's how they run their offense, that's okay. But the fact is, their team is way fucking better than ours. I don't care what you say. They got 2 great halfbacks. They got fucking wide receivers.
Sometimes I just get tired of the excuses. That's what it is.
I'm
It's
not
like,
giving
I
excuses.
get tired of the
isn't
excuses.
great, but he's good.
Like, bro,
See,
They're
when
literally
Jalen Hurts-
winning with Colt McCoy, Rock. They're
Huh?
literally winning with Colt McCoy. How
And-
good
and
do you have to be to win with Colt?
Washington winning with Taylor Heineke. So what point is
Taylor Heineke's not that
that's what I
bad.
understand.
so
Taylor
Rock,
Heineke's actually sitting there playing really good ball for what he's got to work with. I
Hey,
give
Rock.
Taylor Heineke a lot of
Quarterback than
fucking
Jalen Hurts.
props.
Heineke's
Kinda
only,
makes
let me
Heineke's
ask you a
only getting better,
baseline
though,
question here.
Heineke's
So-
only getting better because those opportunities are presenting themselves, and he's taking full advantage. If you can,
And the opportunities was there for Jalen all year. He didn't take advantage of them.
Not when it comes to talent. No.
Hold on. I got a baseline
What
question
talent
for
do
Rock.
they have over there in Washington, AK?
Terry
Really?
McLaurin.
They got Terry McLaurin. They got
one receiver.
No, just getting Gibson back. Yeah, because their other 2, the one was spent half the time fucking injured, and the other one's a rookie. I don't know what Monty Brown's going to be, but you know what? He was pretty good in college, so I can only expect him to be pretty good once he develops too. But he's another developmental piece. But they got a pretty solid defense over there.
Doesn't Washington have that decent receiver from Carolina too that they picked up in the draft?
like
De'Ami Brown.
Samuel,
Yeah.
Brown.
Samuel,
De'Ami
Curtis
Brown, yeah.
Samuel, De'Ami Brown, all them guys. Yeah,
Now they just got dogs over there. Now they just got dogs over there.
So,
You see what Eagles fans do?
I'm
No,
not
no,
saying
no.
they're dogs, man. You see, you're mixing up my words, Rock. I'm not saying they're dogs. I'm just saying that some of these teams are built better than ours talent-wise. What the fuck is wrong with that? There's nothing
They're
wrong.
not built better than us talent-wise, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
hey, Rock, let me ask this question. So this is just a baseline question.
Uh-huh.
So if you're looking at our roster right now, forget you don't know who the quarterback is.
Uh-huh.
What would you say you could? How many games could you win with this roster? You don't know the quarterback.
If I don't know the quarterback,
You don't know who the quarterback is.
I just want to say this though. What everybody was screaming in the offseason?
Was it I was saying in the offseason? What everybody else was saying?
Not you. I'm talking about everybody else on this panel, probably except Lily.
What?
In terms
That
of what?
this team was going to be crazy because we had this person, that person.
I never
this
said
person.
that.
Everybody wants. Come on.
I've
Bro,
never
listen,
said that.
Come on,
Listen to me. I will tell you exactly what I said at the very beginning here. As an Eagle fan, a diehard Eagle fan, of course I went out there saying I hope we get 8 to 10 fucking wins, okay? Because I'm a diehard Eagles fan and I want this team to be fucking good. Mentally, though, I knew we weren't a fucking playoff team. I know that this team has to develop. We're in a rebuild year. I get that. But I've never fucking once said that we're a fucking playoff team. I've never once said that we're going to be in the fucking playoffs. I said, I hope we are, but that's only because that these coaches and these players came out in the offseason and made us believe something that wasn't fucking real.
Yeah,
All
that's,
I know, I was arguing with dudes all offseason. I ain't going to say you, AK, but all season, other Eagles content creators, everybody screaming this person going to be great. That person
Can somebody
gonna be
let
great.
Bird Gang in?
Bird Gang.
Billy Foothills ain't here, man.
I can name on both my hands the content creators I was arguing with. I'm telling these dudes everything is brand new, it's fresh.
Yeah.
Everything's fresh. Coaches, everything. How the hell we winning all these games y'all think we winning? Oh, because we got Devontae Smith, we got Quinn.
And Rock, what did I preach?
Bro, it never worked like that ever in the NFL.
And
Ever.
Rock, what do I preach all the time, my guy? What's the one word that I preach all the fucking time? You hear me say it every night. What is it?
You say a lot of shit.
Starts with a P, man. The one word.
Patient.
It's patience, man.
You gotta be patient. Yeah.
I've preached that all fucking year long, even before week 1 started. Okay.
CPS.
But
Rock.
now y'all screaming though. We gotta go out and get this person and that person. Everybody is young too. Why they can't grow with the quarterback?
That's
VPS.
the chat though. That's not us. Everyone up here agreed we should stick with Jalen for another year and see what the kids got.
No,
Build
I'm not
around
even
The
talking
hell
about
with Jalen.
Jalen. I'm talking about.
I
I'm
want
talking
Russell
about
Wilson.
Smith. I'm talking about Quez Watkins. I'm talking about Dallas Goddard. All these dudes. Why they can't grow with their quarterback?
Because listen, I have not seen the improvement from Jalen Hurts last year to this year to prove to me that he's any better than what he was last year. There should have been a drastic jump there. Now, it's like I said, granted, Jalen Hurts had an unwanted target put on his back by Howie Roseman for him taking him that high because we all knew he was a second, third round pick. But
And he
that's
didn't
not
get
on
to
him.
start his
Well, I don't
rookie
hold
year.
him to that. But, dude, when you're missing routine fucking catches like he just did last weekend, you're not in my book at this point. Like, that's something, like I said, I believe Nelson Aguilar would have caught that fucking ball over the middle, the second one. Maybe not the first one. Oh, don't shake your head, dog. He would have. He made... Come on, man.
What's up,
He
Lindy?
wouldn't have
What were
caught
you
that
saying?
shit. You know
Never
it.
rely on Nelson Aguilar.
He
Come
wouldn't
on,
have
man.
caught that
We in
shit.
Philly.
You know it.
We Philly fans. Never rely on
Bro.
Nelson Aguilar.
Bro, he did very good.
How many game winners did Nelson Aguilar drop? A ton.
3 in 1 season.
The
A
Patriots game,
Yeah,
the Falcons
but
game.
did he not improve on our Super Bowl year? And then
That
the
one year,
years
That
after,
was
they were being
regression.
shitty
So-
the next year.
So after that was regression.
didn't he have like 800 yards that one year?
No,
He
he
went
had
back being. He had 800
seven-
yards that Super Bowl year. The next year, he fucking killed us. Killed us. Atlanta
Yeah.
game, Detroit game,
the Patriots game.
Dallas game, killed
Yep.
us.
The Patriots game. What were you gonna say?
Patriots
So,
game, killed
Yeah.
us.
Oh, I forgot about the Patriots, Joe.
He dropped it at the end.
No. That one he dropped it. I thought it
He
was the
dropped
one
it.
when he refused to even reach for the ball.
That was
No,
that
That
no,
was
one.
no,
the
no.
Dallas game.
Carson threw
That was
off
the
his
Patriots
back
game
foot.
when he didn't even put his hands out to catch it.
He threw it
I
off
thought-
his
I
back
thought that was the
foot, and
Cowboys game.
it proceeded to get in the back of the end zone, and it looked
Well,
like
then
he was
there's
gonna
your
catch it
answer,
and
Rock.
put him in.
Oh,
He
you
just
talking
missed.
about that one?
Aguilar
No,
ain't
I was
catching
talking about
that
the one
ball,
where he
and
never.
Jalen Rager ain't catching that ball, and Rager isn't here anymore. Then what's that say for Rager?
You don't know that though. This is only Rager's second year.
Dude, he has 200 fucking yards in 11 weeks. That's fucking shitty, and he has
He
one
wasn't even getting
touchdown
targeted until this week.
because he sucks.
Rager's not
When
the
the
same receiver
situation
Aguilar is,
matters,
though.
He
Rager
shows no
can't
fucking
handle it.
improvement. He shows nothing to me that makes me want to throw him the fucking ball. I don't blame Hurts for not throwing it to him.
All right. See?
Rager's
That's
not
what I'm
What's
talking
crazy
about.
is this is the same.
Rager's not
These are
the
the same
receiver.
conversations we were having with Carson Wentz. Just saying.
Yeah.
What
I
are
mean,
you
we're
It's
gonna
just
funny how
beating
everything
around the
came back
fucking
full
bush
circle.
here. And
Everything recycled, right?
and all I'm saying is we need weapons. You're talking about Rager not being able to catch it. You talk about Nelson not being able to catch it, but we need to give Rager time. No, fuck that. You need to evaluate
I'm
Hurts.
saying
enough.
why they can't grow. You talking about
Because
all the
I'm
throws
trying to tell
and
you.
shit that Jalen
I'm
Hurts
trying to
missed.
tell you. I'm trying to tell you.
Go ahead.
All right. You want a reasonable evaluation of Jalen Hurts. Quez Watkins and Jalen Rager are not the fucking answer. You need better weapons for him to throw to get a reasonable and direct evaluation of Jalen Hurts. It's unfair with the weapons he has right now. It's an unfair evaluation towards this kid. I don't care. You're not changing
Watson
your
is a
mind.
good
There
three.
has
So
been-
was it? So
listen,
was it
there
unfair
has
for
been-
Carson Wentz all them years?
There has been professionals even out there, analysts that have already said this. What's his name that does that one morning stream on here? I forget, but they also go to the interviews. They even said it. They were
Hey,
like,
one Trey Rock.
not
I got a question for
the
you.
weapons.
Where do you think Devontae Smith ranks in terms of NFL wide receivers today?
Like far as production, what? Like what you
No.
mean?
How good is he?
NFL wide receivers, like including the veterans and all that.
Everybody.
I don't even think he's even close to top 10.
Just where do you think? Top 20?
50,
Top 25?
40.
Probably just over a little bit. Probably over 20 a little bit, but he's nowhere near the top dog.
Oh, by the way, Bleed Green, Quez Watkins has 493 yards this year already, so he's almost at 5. So
They
Quez
don't
Watkins
target
is
Quez
a
Watkins
3.
at
He's
all.
not a
No, I
Quez
just
Watkins
looked
with
it up,
3
bro.
passes has more yards
I
than
just looked it
Jalen
up
Rager.
today. I
They
just
don't
looked it up.
target him.
Yes. and I get that. But
Lee
Watkins is
Green,
a
that's about
3
right.
or
I would
4.
So-
I would say top 30
What'd you
for
say, Big Play?
Smith. Yeah,
What I
So-
said was,
Oh, okay. I got you.
hang on. What I said
that's
was,
about right.
right now, I agree with what Uncensored said. Get Chris Godwin here, get rid of Rager, and put Watkins
would-
at the 3. Watkins is a better 3. He's not a 2. He's a 3 right now. And Rager is
How
not.
do
a
you
good
know
receiver.
that though? They don't throw him the football.
Okay,
You
so
see what happens when you
let me
throw
get
him
to
the
that point.
football. That's
Hang
why
on.
What
they
happened?
don't throw
What
him.
happened when they throw him the football?
When
Rager
you
dropped
threw
one
the
pass
ball
versus,
to Rager, what
him-
happened?
Rager
He
dropped
dropped
it.
it.
He
You
dropped
talking
it
about
all
Rager?
the
I'm talking
time.
about Quez Watkins.
I was going
I
off.
feel
what
like he
Slay-
can be
Slay
a
was
solid
talking-
2. We don't target him.
Slay was talking about Rager.
No, Slade just said Watkins is a 3.
I said Watkins.
So
Oh, my bad.
So here's my thing, Trey. So I think there's a disconnect between. I think you guys are saying similar things, but there's a disconnect in how you're saying them.
Yes.
Okay. You're saying we shouldn't be waiting. You saying just because the guys around around Hurts aren't the best does not mean we shouldn't expect consistency or we shouldn't expect some type of proficiency at quarterback, correct? AK, what you're saying is the guys around Hurts aren't elite. These guys are middle of the road, average type guys. Even Devontae Smith. Even though we like Devontae Smith,
at this point,
right now, Devontae Smith is average.
he still needs to develop. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So the meeting is we need to get better as a team because I know we don't have any elite players, but also Hurts needs to get better because we can't rely on us getting elite players.
He just need to hit motherfuckers when they open, bro. That's it.
Exactly. Exactly. what I'm saying.
I was just thinking of this, and this will probably support Jay's assessment here. And I was also on the train of getting Hurts some help, but sometimes that help could be right in front of your face and you're not seeing it. Sometimes it's better to analyze a quarterback with the receivers he has right now, because then you can better determine, well, is it the receiver making the quarterback or is it the quarterback making the receiver? And I think for Hurts, we would want the latter instead of the former to really figure out who Hurts is and what he can develop into.
I'm just saying this.
Yeah.
We this is what we doing right now. We calling the team around Jalen Hurts shitty right now.
Mm-hmm.
What?
It's average.
It's average.
But Hurts still need to do his goddamn job. That's what you're trying to say.
It's like 16 or 17.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
It would be
like
when dude open, you gotta hit him in the hand.
Somebody in Philly, we try to make excuses for him. He's not hitting dudes when they open, bro.
I'm not making excuses for the kid, bro. I sit here week day in and day out, and I criticize the fuck out of Jalen Hurts.
Uncensored. I think we just bridged the gap here. You guys literally just said the exact same thing.
What?
It's that simple. Just hit a motherfucker when they open.
You said Hurts needs to do better.
Yeah.
One Trey Rock, you saying Hurts needs to just hit guys when they're open. You're basically saying the same thing. One Trey Rock, you've admitted that the roster isn't the best.
That ball,
AK, you've said the roster needs to be improved. I think you guys are saying the exact same thing. There was just a communication disconnect in how you were saying.
You can receivers all you want, but if they can't catch the ball, how is that a fair evaluation?
But who dropping passes?
Watkins, Uncensored. I disagree with you on that.
Rager dropped 2 passes last week. All right, but other than that, what game have you seen dude dropping passes on a consistent basis?
Every single game.
San Fran.
Rager drops passes every fucking
What
game.
about Watkins?
Every game.
What about Watkins?
Every fucking game.
Watkins. What about Watkins?
Watkins
dropping no big play.
Okay, let me explain the only drop that Watkins had this entire year. The only game that Watkins even got the ball through his hands was that Broncos game, and that was his fault, and he understood that. Other than that, when the ball was thrown to him, he caught it.
He always catch the
ball
football. They
wasn't-
only target him like 2 or 3 times a game.
Exactly, he always catches it.
Who?
Quez Watkins.
I'm talking about fucking Rager.
We're not talking about Rager,
But
though.
you
We
just
already know
said-
Rager is what he
but
is.
you
We
just
talking
said
about the
Watkins
other
and
weapons he
Rager.
have around him.
Yeah, I said Watkins.
doesn't
and
utilize
Rager.
him.
Yeah.
don't
Okay,
utilize him.
whatever. Fuck Watkins. I don't even care. I love him. He can stay. I have no issues with him. My fucking issue is with Rager. You can't, and not just that, but like we already established, Quez Watkins is still
disagree with
developing.
I think the underlying issue that's very similar between the quarterback and the majority of Hurts playmakers is inexperience. That's one thing.
We don't know what the hell they
That's
are.
one thing that they share. Now, who's to say to this point? Now, this may not be the greatest assessment, but who's to say that the quarterback and the receivers to this point are still trying to figure each other out in game time more so than practice time?
That's what I
That could
was
still
saying.
very
though,
well
Lily.
be happening.
That's what I was just trying to say. I said, why Hurts and his weapons can't grow together? Like all grow together.
So let me go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead.
So here's I just want to add my 2 cents to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the question. I think there's a level you need to raise the discussion up a bit. So forget the players on the field. Let's talk about it from a GM cap team building perspective. Okay?
That's fair.
We have limited resources when it comes to cap room. You can say we have XYZ million, but that XYZ million ranks somewhere between 16 and 20 in reality and how much cap we really have.
Right.
Okay? All right? Instead of taking that money and spending it on free agents, let's hold off on that money and develop guys in the draft. Get guys from the draft so they get on rookie deals. They're cheap. They're in here. The guys you actually have value, Miles Sanders at this current moment can be replaced.
Yep.
A late first, early second, Miles Sanders gets out of here. Because I don't think there's nothing Miles Sanders has done that's warranted. He needs a contract that gives him $10+ million a year.
Agreed.
Yep.
What about Brandon Graham?
He's gone.
BG, he's gone. Cox should be gone.
Brandon Brooks is
Brandon
gone.
Brooks.
Instantly gone.
Kelsey, gone. I don't need free agents. I need young guys. Because guess what? I keep bringing in free agents. They're stopgaps. That vet breaks down and he can't play anymore. That money is on the books for the next 5 years because of how Howie Roseman plays his game.
Nelson,
Like no lie, Ryan Kerrigan, waste.
Nelson, waste.
Yeah.
Eric Wilson, waste.
Yep.
I kind of think Nelson was a good pickup, man, for the circumstances.
So
we should have gotten Garyon Conley.
Garyon Conley is ass.
It's irrelevant because guess what? I would say Conley too because look at his age.
That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter if he's terrible.
Steven Nelson is 30. You get what I'm saying? I can't build around 30. All I got is a bunch of young pups.
Not even build around him. It's just good for the younger corners to sit behind dudes like that.
So I think you have the right corner in the building.
You can't put a price tag on culture. I do agree with that. I mean, it's not like we're dropping these veterans in a complete bundle. They're being slowly weaned out like one at a time. So you have one generation slowly replacing another. Yeah,
exactly.
That makes sense because I mean. Yeah. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard too when you still have some of these veterans playing at a very high level, a la Jason Kelsey at 32, 33 years old. He's still playing like the best center in football. Those guys are hard to replace, especially when you don't have the personnel to replace them immediately, or if the personnel isn't as durable as you would hope for them to be, a la, Jack Driscoll hasn't had the greatest luck in terms of injuries. Davion Taylor hasn't had the greatest luck in terms of injuries. Corners wise, Zach McPherson isn't ready to play yet. So you do still need a mix of veterans in there to hold you over until you get in a spot where you're comfortable enough to play these young players.
Well,
there's a right way and a wrong way of doing that, though. So
yes,
understand there's no excuse why we don't have a starting safety.
No.
Yeah, I'll
that
give you that, because like Anthony Harrison, Rodney McLeod, that's just like you need Kayvon Wallace.
It's supposed to be Kayvon Wallace, but he
no. In all honesty, it should still be Eric Rowe, but he's with the
Epps is slowly but surely getting to that point.
I like Epps.
But that's the thing.
Epps
Hold up. Y'all like Epps because you see Epps, and he's a fan favorite. But Epps, in terms of where he actually stands in this league, he's bottom tier. He's bottom of the barrel.
That's
I was going to say,
and
also, qualified starter.
Real quick, I want to hit up on Jinx's thing, and Jay, you'll probably hit on this too because you're the one that said it, and I agreed to it.
Let me see.
I'm not smoking if I think BG needs to go. BG has done great things for this team.
33
he has nothing but ultimate respect from every Eagle fan in the world. But what I'm getting at, and this is from the chat and other people that have issues, is you guys just can't really face the fact of a rebuild. I mean, this is truly what I'm getting at. Like, everyone is seeming like they're just so gung-ho on just how bad everything is going right now. Because Hurts's inaccuracies and his development is taking longer, and everybody else and all this and that. And it's just the fact no one seems to be able to just face the fact that this team's rebuilding.
I feel like all that Jalen Hurts stuff is where it's supposed to be right now, to be honest. He's still a young quarterback. It's like,
yeah, that's
still a young quarterback.
Yes.
Like I always go back to the first 2 years of Peyton Manning's career, people didn't even know if he was going to be in the league the next 5 years.
Yeah.
So it's like sometimes you just got to let stuff play out. It's like people get us up in arms all the time because they don't see Jalen Hurts as a passer and stuff like. And maybe he'll never be a great passer, but I feel like he can raise his level to where he's at least a competent passer. I mean, at least he can hit a guy if he's running wide open.
And believe me,
he can start to look safeties off. He can stop staring down receivers. It's stuff like that you can work on, like the arm strength and stuff like that. A lot of times you can't really build that. I mean, you come into the league with it or you don't. Matthew Stafford gets praised because of his arm talent, year in and year out. But he's a shit quarterback. He's a shit quarterback. When shit not going right, he just pile on and make it worse. And he's even now you can see he's going back to his Detroit days where he just don't give a fuck. He just throwing stuff now.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. He needs to fix his shit, or he's done too over there.
Now,
but real quick, Jay, Bleed Green. He said 5 and 7 ain't rebuilding though. That's retooling / mediocrity. No, I think what you're mixing up, Bleed Green, is we are rebuilding. We're just winning. We're just winning while we rebuild, and that's the unheard of part. Most teams that are rebuilding don't win, and that's the part you got to realize. This team is winning while they're rebuilding. That's why in the long run, if we do it right, this team is going to be very fucking dangerous. But we are rebuilding, whether you want to believe that or not. But the fact that we're winning while we're doing it makes it all better. And that's why I'm trying to figure out why everyone's bitching, because it's not like we are supposed to be winning. Everyone had us last in the division. Everyone had us only winning less than 4 games.
I'm pretty sure people had us as the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah. We were supposed to have the first overall pick, but yet we're 5 and 7, even though we're rebuilding. To me, that's not that bad.
So here's where I have a bit of pushback with well, let me first address this Jigs comment. The reason why you want to get rid of BG right now, and it's not really to get rid of BG. You can't afford him anymore. Because on the open market, BG can probably still get you $8 million. But the thing is, I'd rather have a young guy take those snaps, develop, grow on his rookie deal, than pay a veteran $8 million to come in and take all the production from him.
Teron Jackson needs those snaps.
Exactly.
Well,
I mean,
I understand BG can be a mentor, but the thing is, BG is too goddamn good to take a step back to anybody we're gonna bring in.
Sure.
And that's my problem.
I mean, you can think of it this way too. Are you willing to take the gamble on a 33 going on 34-year-old defensive end coming off of a season-ending Achilles injury? I don't think so.
No.
Unless he's signing for a minimum and he's taking a reduced role, no. BG probably got to go.
It's going to be a great rotation.
Because then we'll end up asking ourselves, did we not learn our lesson with Brandon Brooks? Because, I mean, how many times this has happened with him already?
I mean, you got to look at it like this, too.
Oh, let me add one more thing. So, to the comment of we're
let
rebuilding.
me go before you go, Jay.
Do what you do.
You got to look at it like this, though. Chris Long, all his years in St. Louis, he was a dominant pass rusher. I mean, he wasn't on a great team, but he was a dominant pass rusher. Went to New England, took pay cut, came here, took a pay cut, still was productive.
Mm-hmm.
We can use BG in that kind of role if he's going to be satisfied with that. But if he's not, he got to go.
Yeah,
that too. Limit.
I agree with that.
Limited snap count. Yeah,
I agree with that.
A la Larry Hughes, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Larry Hughes, Tom Bahali, all them dudes.
Yep. So
they still was great pass rushers that they made all their money up front and all that. And now, I mean, if they willing to just help the team out, if you could get to a conversation like that with a Brandon Graham, I'd keep him. He could be a rotational guy, third down rusher, something like that. Yeah. But you gotta start getting in these young guys, man. You got
I get just so you know real quick, you said Howie said it's a retool. There's your first mistake. You listen to fucking Howie Roseman. You shouldn't be doing that. All right. Just because if Howie Roseman told you to jump off a bridge, would you fucking do it?
I don't listen to shit Howie Roseman say.
All right. Howie Roseman might have said it's a retool, but he's talking out his fucking ass.
The only thing he knows how to do
here's the part I gotta push back on that. This is not a true rebuild. The reason why I say it's not a true rebuild is because look at the way this team is structured. I ain't trying to you rolling your eyes at me.
I'm just rolling because you know what? It is what it is, man. You say what it is, but I'm telling you, it's a rebuild, whether anyone wants to believe it or not.
So from the standpoint of is it a rebuild? Yes. Is it a rebuild done right? In my opinion, no.
Not yet.
I won't even say yet. Because guess what? Howie's still screwing us.
Yeah, we'll know.
Howie is still screwing us. You know how? Want to know how he's still screwing us? He's still kicking money down the can for all these players.
Exactly.
He is
pushing people
doing
contracts back.
So here's my thing. The reason why it's not a rebuild, you have Kelsey, you have Brooks, you have Lane. All of those guys are in their early. They're on the wrong side of 30, basically. But they have at least 3 years left on their deal. Not including the dummy years.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You just signed a left tackle. Your left tackle's young. You got a left guard that's young. And you also still have Isaac Seumalo on the payroll. And his money's getting kicked down the can. Right? Veterans. All of those guys are veterans. You look at your defensive line. All of those guys are veterans.
Pretty much what I'm buying time with it, like with a credit card.
And put it this way. If I tell you to bite the bullet right now on all of those players that you know are not part of your future, you don't have a team.
Nope.
All right. Real fast. I'm not talking out my ass bleeding green, and here is why. Okay. If Howie Roseman sat up there this past offseason and said that it was a rebuild, he ultimately admits failure, that he fucked up, and he probably ends up losing his fucking job. So he ends up saying it's a retool so he doesn't look as bad. I'm not talking out of my ass. There's certain reasons why these guys say certain things, right? If he would have admitted it was a rebuild, he automatically admits his failure.
It's called fan
He's not going to
service.
do that. He's not going to do that because that's his job on the line. He's
It's
not
called
dumb.
fan service. Lip service.
Exactly. He's going to tell you what you want to fucking hear just so he don't have to hear it. That's what I'm saying, my guy. I'm not talking out my ass. You can believe whatever the fuck you want in the end. I don't care. But I'm telling you, just because he said it doesn't mean it's not true.
In all reality, Brandon Brooks shouldn't have been on this roster this year. He shouldn't have been on this roster this year. He's been hurt the past 4 years.
Uh-huh.
He's been hurt the past in all serious injuries.
Yeah.
We tore his bicep, his Achilles, ACL, everything. He shouldn't have been on this roster, and he's making a whole lot of money. So
That's
it's like,
what Howie does, though. One trade rock. He doesn't know when to trade players at the right moment. Look at Zach Ertz. He traded him at the tail end of his career, which would be like, what would I say? At the time where he wasn't playing the best. He should have traded. I don't want to say it sound like. I don't want to make this sound like it's bad, but he should have traded him around the 2018 to 19 season where he had the chance to trade him, where Zach Ertz was playing competent football, but he also had high value. That's when you should have traded Zach Ertz.
I don't agree with the Zach Ertz thing. Like, for real. Because he still was playing at a high level. I'm talking about Brandon Brooks.
He was getting up there in age, though, and his
But he
value
still was
high.
playing at a high level, though, Slay.
So is Travis Kelce. They're the same age.
Yeah, he still was playing at a high level.
So let me ask this question.
In his position.
So would y'all have traded Fletcher Cox for a 3rd round pick this year?
Yes.
I mean, it all depends. Like, I feel like if Carson was here, no. But as of now, us trying to move on with the team, yeah, he could have been
at
gone.
least wanted.
If you have a franchise quarterback, you cannot afford to rebuild. You have to retool.
Exactly.
But if you're trying to figure
what I'm
everything
trying to
out,
get to.
you have to rebuild, not retool. Because guess what? That's a rebuild done in the microwave versus you putting it in the oven, letting it bake, and letting it get right.
Well,
You
see,
get
and
what I'm
I guess that's what irritates me, Jay. Everybody out there in the world fucking wants a microwave fucking QB. All right, someone you can just throw in the microwave for 3 minutes, nuke the motherfucker, and then bam, he's fucking elite.
And you
that's
know
all
what that is,
realistic.
though? That's all these young quarterbacks coming in having success. That's what that is.
Patrick Mahomes.
It's the evolution of talent and athleticism. That's what's happening.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work that way, man.
So
It don't.
listen, I came into this season 0 expectations for this team, 0 expectations for Hurts. You get what I'm saying?
Same way, bro.
Yeah.
Same way.
I'm letting Hurts determine what his floor is for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not giving him any, oh man, he can do this, he can do that. No. Let me see you play. Let me make an assessment of where you are and who you are in this league.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm doing. I'm not saying Hurts is the guy. I'm not saying Hurts isn't the guy.
And
I
as
need
you
to figure this
stand
out.
right now,
I've
Jay,
always been a proponent of giving Hurts 2 years, not because he can or can't play, because I'm giving him 2 years because guess what? You have so many holes on this roster. I'd rather fill all that stuff in and then look at Hurts and say, you the guy, you're not the guy. If not, let's see our options.
And Jay, in your opinion right now, is he having a fair evaluation? That was for you, Jay.
Fair evaluation for who?
Hurts.
No. For who? The front office or the fans?
For both, honestly. I mean, because you got to look at it. The front office might want to move away from him if he does do bad. You know, you never know. There's rumors about it, but then also the fans about how, bad he's doing and how we need to just get rid of him already after 12. I mean, does he have a fair evaluation this year with everything that we have on this team? Is it fair?
Well, I mean, yes and no, because you have to assess if there's something to build upon despite the circumstance. So I mean, it can go either way because the front office is going to ultimately determine what Hertz does or doesn't need based on his performance this year, and and then once it's complete, they can assess that through the draft as what holes they have to primarily fill first and then do like secondaries afterward. So, I mean, it does. Well, I would think any year matters, but this is more. This is more than a 1 year evaluation. To be fair, because a team isn't built in just one season; it's built throughout the course of multiple.
So my thing is the team, the coaching staff screwed up the evaluation of Hurts. And this is going to sound nutty to a few people, and I can understand why it sounds nutty. The fact that they came in and they tried to build a system around Jalen Hurts before actually seeing what Jalen Hurts can do with an actual basic system, or just show him the basics of quarterback play in the NFL, is a messed up evaluation. Because at first we were looking at him for, hey, RPO, fast, spread option, a bunch of this, that, and the third, screen passes. All right, now the NFL figured that out. What you got?
He should have been spoon fed.
Let's keep doing it. Kept doing it. Fans get on Sirianni. Let's run the ball. Let's make him a game manager, but keep some of those elements. I can't give you a fair evaluation of Hurts right now because I can't tell if the system is tailored to go away from what he doesn't do well, or is it because the system works that way because it's based off his strengths.
But this as simple as our offense can get in the NFL. It's like
it pretty much looks like a college offense. How often is Jalen Hurts in shotgun? Like I don't know. I don't know why they're exactly. I don't know why they're exactly afraid to put him under center and run 12 or a little more 12 or 13 personnel or something to try and get the run game going. So the play action is more effective and he can feel a little more comfortable with seeing open receivers through his progressions and have it because the
reason why Hurts isn't under center, he doesn't have the footwork.
Yeah,
the footwork is very unfamiliar.
I've been telling dudes that though, Jay. It's like you could try to put him under center if you want to, but I mean, the passing angles and all that is going to be a little different from back there. You don't have the footwork for it.
Because think about this: you take it from this, you take a shotgun snap, you're 4.5 to 5 yards back, and your first step is literally a open up step. At under center, your first step is a gather step to make sure you have a solid base so you can push off now. As opposed to when you're in shotgun, you're opening it up wide because there's no bodies around you.
Well, that just makes it worse in the case of Hurts as a quarterback because that's a dangerous limitation that you're working with. So that condenses the playbook that Sirianni is capable of giving to Hurts to operate an offense. Not like are these things even being worked on?
That's a twofold thing. The reason why I say it's a twofold thing, your coaching staff should be telling you the plays in the offseason of what they're looking to do. What's something that the rankers that look at? What are the things they need you to work on? So ever since Nick Sirianni's been here, something about him being under center should have been put under there for him to practice that footwork.
This one's for you, man. I would push back on that. Jalen isn't under center as much because it takes away from his threat to run.
I'm out, by the way.
I can agree with that.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Peace out.
I don't agree with that.
But in the grand scheme of things, you shouldn't want you shouldn't want your quarterback to be run first. You want him to play within the structure and look to pass and have the run as a secondary instead of a primary.
I don't think they want their quarterback to be a run first. That's just how that's how it unfolded. It's like you see,
this
when they
gets
thought
back to that
Jalen Hurts could be a
conversation
better
of they
passer
built
than
the
he
system.
was. Man.
See, this gets back to that conversation. They built of trying to figure out whether they built the system around what Jalen Hurts is weak at or what is his strengths. I understand bubble screens are extremely easy. Everybody in the NFL can do it. But the first 5 weeks of the season, Jalen Hurts was throwing bubble screens every other play.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And you know what? I made the assessment probably in like week 4 or 5, I would say. You know, I even asked the question, and I'm going to say it here. Listen, I'm a huge supporter of Jalen Hurts. Everybody knows that now, obviously. But, you know, whenever Nick goes out and he says, hey, I'm going to build the team around my players' strengths, if Jalen's strength is not playing under center and you won't play him under center because that is not his strength, then he's not my franchise quarterback. I'm telling you that. Because my franchise quarterback needs to play every single, quarterback way. He needs to be able to play under center, in the shotgun. He needs to be able to make certain throws that other people can't make. I understand that. But that's only if Jalen can't get to be that guy. But if you're going to come and tell me, though, that you're running this offense in shotgun because Hurts truly can't be under center and there's no way he can develop into being an under center quarterback, then I don't want him. I've already said that.
Look at any offense. What offense in the NFL really now in the NFL is running a offense predominantly out of under center? None of them.
It's a few.
Raiders do it a lot.
No.
San Fran, the Patriots do it.
Like traditional under center.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guarantee you they play more out of shotgun. I guarantee you.
The Patriots, guarantee you. The reason why I know, look at everything they do is timed off that play action. San Fran the exact same way. Also, as a matter of fact,
I know
the Rams. The Rams do it as well.
Stretch zone and stuff like that.
And the Browns. But that's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to think I'm a ride or die with this kid. Yeah, I am ride or die because he is my quarterback. But if he proves he can't be that guy, then he's gone. And I'm okay with saying that.
Gangrene, that's fine too. And in terms of Hurts being a threat to run, and that elevates the run game as well when you're talking in terms of, I think, shotgun. But you're only asking for other teams' defenses to do what the Giants did against us, and that's just to see a spy more often and force Hurts to stay in the pocket to make a throw that he's not going to necessarily be comfortable with. So if you're limiting the limitations, Hurts is going to be worse off until he gets better at what his weakness is.
Well, and Jalen, can you answer this for me real quick too? Being under center, does that not give the halfback way more better opportunity to get a burst through the holes, no matter what side he runs through, compared to being in shotgun, standing still and going from standing flat-footed straight to running? Isn't it easier for a halfback to run from like an I form or, just under center alone?
So it's not about the speed, it's about the pacing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I meant.
So when you're under center, that halfback is normally 7 yards back. When that halfback is 7 yards back, I
said you can see it a little better.
Yeah, you can see the full picture develop, and you can take your time, and you can see when you have to slow play things. But when you're in shotgun, you're gonna be instant. The ball's here. I'm gonna have to either slow play the center. I mean, I have my keys already laid out for me. There is no guessing work. So it simplifies my running lanes and what I can do when I'm in shotgun. So it's either I'm gonna hit it play side or I'm gonna cut it back. But if I'm in I formation, guess what? I can start this way and cut it back, or I can press it front side real hard and then make a little bit of a cutback, still play side. It's a whole lot more you can do with your cutback.
I mean, I played running back, and I could tell you personally, it's better running out of the I formation, or it's better running out of that than shotgun because, like he said, everything is quicker. It's like shotgun, you hitting the line, you pressing the hole. If it's not there, you bouncing. I formation, you got a little bit more time to make a decision. I mean, you could slow play it. You see the hole, you could burst through it. Anything. Shotgun, you a little closer. So it's like, I mean, if they're not blowing the line back, you can't really. If they blowing the line back, you can't really see what's going on up there. It's
and
like,
I'll also say it from the offensive line perspective. If you're in the gun, that gives me time to set up my blocks. Well, the running back is basing everything he's doing off the way I set my blocks.
Right.
In the I formation, everything he's doing is based off the linebacker position. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
well,
it's
and that was my
cues,
point. So if he
yeah.
can't run under center, then he's not our guy. Because I mean that does put limitations on our offense if you can't run under center.
I'll say it like this, and not necessarily. You just have to compensate.
But you need the right players to do that, right?
It can be twofold. You have to elevate your game, or you need the right players to be around you. So it's one of those two options.
And plus, he just gotta Jalen Hurts, man. He just gotta make quicker decisions. It's like when you do ask him to stand back there and actually make reads, he'll lock on his one receiver. But when he does go to the second receiver, it takes him a little bit longer to process it, like his body to process probably what his mind thinking about. Because it'd be open, it's just Jalen, he'll pump. And then he got to actually see the guy while open to throw it to him. It's like, no, throw him open. You got to throw people open sometimes. You throw him over, you step back, you hit that foot. You see he got a little bit of separation on him, just gun that Jones. You got to stop having so much of a conscience. It's like, that's how you know he's not comfortable with really
and
throwing
one of the things I've also seen that Hurts is a problem with Hurts. When you can see when he panics and it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
For the most part, he's cool, calm, and collected. But when you see him starting to panic, it gets really, really ugly. And that's something that he needs to, clean up. But the thing is, I think that's only going to come with live reps.
Live game experience, yep.
Yeah.
Well,
and I have no problem with it. It's just something that you need to be aware of and keep an eye on before it becomes a legitimate concern of whether this guy can play or not.
But you see Josh Allen, though. Josh Allen was the same way. He panicked. When he panicked, it was bad.
Yeah.
Now he got a little bit more comfortable sitting back there in the pocket. I mean, he still can take off, but I mean, like you said, it's game experience. The Giants basically ran cover 3 on us all last week.
And one more thing I'd say, keep an eye on Jalen Hurts' ankle. I want to say for the majority of the season, it looked like he never wanted to get hit.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And I'm not faulting him for that. That's pretty smart because you're a quarterback, and I understand. But is it because he didn't want to get hit because he still wanted to take off and have that in his bag, or is it because he knew he was the quarterback? That's what I'm really questioning. Because if he can't move, say his ankle, he has a high ankle sprain, he can still go do his drops and throw the ball, but he can't run anymore. Does it start to look real ugly?
I think they was just being kind of cautious with him. I feel like he's fine. Because, I mean, he played the rest of that game and it didn't look like he was limping or nothing. But still,
I'll say it like this.
They don't
not just that, but he was making some
playing running back.
Some runs in that game.
Huh?
I said, and plus he was making some pretty good runs in that game, and he didn't look like he was hurt that bad.
But here's the
Really
problem:
didn't.
like, if it's a sprained ankle, I don't because all I saw was ankle soreness. If it's a sprained ankle, it's always worse the next day than it is the day you're playing.
Once you
And
Yeah.
move it,
yeah,
Yep.
so
Yeah.
that's one to keep an eye out for. It could be smoke screen, but you never know.
I feel like these are the kind of games where you can work on your passing. You get me? It's like,
Yeah.
Because the Jets they're not really that. They don't really have nothing going for them on offense or defense. So
I wouldn't say that. The reason why the Jets have shown they can put up points. Like when they don't care, they can put up points.
Too.
Huh?
I said they showing they can be blown out too.
Yeah, 100%. But I'm saying our Achilles heel is if anybody ever gets a big lead on us.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about late with a big lead. I'm talking about early with a big lead.
Early.
Now you become one-dimensional, and your passing concepts are very, very stale. I know what Jalen Hurts is going to do. He's going to try and scramble to the right, and he's going to try and hit somebody down the sideline. If I have somebody waiting there in that alley and I have a linebacker that's, green dogging him or spying him, guess what? Jalen Hurts is on a ticking time bomb. Either you're going to go 3 and out, or hey, I'm gonna get a pick somewhere. That's what they're looking at.
Carson do.
Now, Jay, do you agree too, though, that and I feel this way. Sometimes I feel Nick panics as a play caller.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially when he gets behind, he starts doing stupid shit like always throwing the ball. It's like, dude, just sometimes stick to your guns and let it come to you.
I don't know if I said this with y'all. What was it, Sunday with Vic?
Yeah,
I'm in favor of firing this coaching staff, not because of the job they're doing today, but because I doubt that they're the guys in terms of who they are personally.
Why you think that though?
There's nobody in that room when they speak. You'll say, "Oh, damn, they really listen to him."
Yeah, but you also can say this too, though. Just like you said, maybe. Well, I ain't say you were saying this, but just like you said, maybe Hurts would do better off with a better coaching staff or a different coaching staff. Maybe they'll do better off with a better quarterback. I'm not saying Hurts is horrible, but maybe they'll do better with a quarterback that they actually can trust when the game on the line, or trust to make this throw or something like that. You never know. Because me personally, I feel like Nick Sirianni was brought over here for Carson Wentz. I feel like he was brought over here for Carson Wentz, but Carson Wentz already had it set in his mind that he didn't want to be here no more. You gotta think about it. Frank Wright.
Yeah, but do you really think though Nick would have taken this job if he had any reasonable doubt that Carson wouldn't be here, if he truly wanted Carson?
I don't even think Howie and them knew Carson wasn't going to be here.
Yeah, he would have took this job because guess what? He was not on any coaching search at all.
I know.
This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. You take it.
I know. I was just bouncing off this question though. He said about he wanted that he was probably under the intention that Wentz was going to be his quarterback. And if that's the case, I understand why you take that job, because, hey, that's the guy you want to be with. But if there was any reasonable doubt that he wasn't going to be here, even just that 1%, you don't take that job then.
But that's the thing. Nick Sirianni is not in a position to he's not in high enough demand to even have any real say in that. He's happy to take a job he can get.
I agree, gang. The last thing these young guys need is a third coach in 3 years.
And here's my thing. I agree with that sentiment, but I just personally don't think this coaching staff is the guy. And like you were saying, Rock, you were saying results based. I think part of it is because of the results, but the other part of it is these guys. I don't see any spark to them personally that say, "Oh, I'm rocking with him." You get what I'm saying?
Wait.
Because there's certain coaches that walk into a room complete a-holes. You hate them. Game day come, oh yeah, I'm rocking with him.
Right.
I don't think this coaching staff is like that. I think this coaching staff wants to be more buddy than they want to be. Yo, I'm the coach, you the fucking players. Look, you can do what the hell I say, when I say, how I say. Let's get it done. And you massage relationships from there.
But Doug was kind of like that though. Doug gave dudes a lot of leeway and stuff like that too.
I agree.
Everybody, they played good for him. For the
I
most
agree.
part.
But Doug, but you saw the spark in Doug. So what I mean is, you knew when Doug started speaking, you know, the hell with that team. Let's go get this W. The world hates us. They rallied behind that. If Nick Sirianni started to say that same mess, do you think this team will rally behind him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
See, that's what I'm getting at right there. Certain staffs, you need inspiration. Certain staffs, you need X's and O discipline. I don't think this staff has the X and O discipline that they need, and I don't think they have the personnel or the spark personality that can ignite a full team. So, because I don't see both of those, I'm willing to get rid of this coaching staff altogether. Now, the only way you get rid of this coaching staff altogether is you fire the GM. But, hey.
I feel like how we need to go, period. Or if he ain't going to get fired, he at least need to get demoted.
But that's the thing. You demote him, he's still in contracts.
Hey, I mean, he ain't going to be fucking with no drafts or nothing, though.
But you're going to have Lane Johnson on the books until 2045.
That's facts, though. I think any staff that come in here, they going to keep Lane anyway, though. Lane's still balling.
You have no choice but to keep Lane. If you cut Lane, that's $25 million.
Yeah, that's Howie, though. Get me?
Yeah, that's $25 million for that year, and you also have another 15 the following. So that's basically
he just restructured this year, right?
He restructured again this year. Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
He's
that's
on the
a
books
lot
right
of the
now.
contracts, though. That's a lot of them. Fletch, all of them.
But that's the thing. In real contract years, he's on the books until 2025. Mm-hmm. But on paper contract, Lane Johnson is on the books until 2029.
Sheesh.
Lane Johnson's 32, 33 right now. So you telling me
they restructured Brooks too this year, right?
Pull another Jason Peters with Lane.
Yeah.
How did we last almost 4 hours? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
We talk football, man, and
Holy
this shit's
hell.
Yeah.
Dude, it's almost 3 in the morning on the East.
He had to go to sleep because he works in the morning. He told me to call him when we're done. He said, "Go as long as you want."
Yeah,
man.
But yeah, man.
I'm glad tomorrow's a work from home day. All I gotta do is log on, attend one meeting, and I'm done.
I don't gotta be to work till like 10 in the morning.
So
hold on a second. I want to check out here before I do something.
Yeah. Okay. But like I said,
I gotta.
What?
Oh, I just had to look at something real quick. Jeff, he said I haven't seen a starting NFL QB get so many excuses for just playing bad in my life. Carson got killed by the media and fans by playing the same way last year. I have to, now listen. I'm a stat guy. Everybody knows that. I can see how you think that he's playing, but Carson is way worse than what Hurts is this year because he had 16 touchdowns to 14 interceptions. Jalen has 17 touchdowns to 8 interceptions with a way better passer rating than he did last year. So I see how you can say he's like Carson, but statistically he's nowhere near the bad year that Carson had last year.
But you say 17 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts only threw like 9, 8? Well,
no, he has
11.
13. He's thrown 13, but he's ran touchdown. You have to see. People forget about the rushing touchdowns, and they never count those in. I count those in. It's a touchdown.
People forget about garbage time too, because we played a lot of garbage time games.
That's my own. Put it this way, that's my only knock on the stats. When you bring up the Jalen Hurts stats, yes, they look good. The problem is when he gets those stats, because I've seen Jalen Hurts get 2 touchdowns at the very end on some. Hey, we're down 24. Let's play prevent defense.
I can
Get
name
to the
a
red
lot
zone.
of
Jalen Hurts just playing
games
without.
where he got
Yeah,
garbage
dude. And
time.
how many other
Touchdowns.
quarterbacks out there get the same fucking amount of stats on garbage time?
Here's my thing. I
I mean, I'm not going to knock my quarterback for the same shit every other quarterback.
But if you look at last year's team, we wasn't in a lot of games where we was getting cooked. We just lost those games. You get me?
We
just lost those games. Baltimore, Steelers games, all them games. We lost those games. And Carson was balling in those games. Jalen Hurts on the other hand, Dallas game, we already down by like 4 touchdowns. He starts scoring.
But that's my thing. Like I 100% get what you're saying. A lot of quarterbacks have stats in garbage time, but the problem is when the game is close and competitive, Jalen Hurts' play doesn't resemble, the same way it looks at, when we're down 2 and 3 scores.
3-0 after 3-0.
Yeah, I really wish I fucking did my research before I even said that, because you know what, man? He threw every game away last year.
Who, Carson?
Interceptions after interceptions after fucking interceptions. And the one that comes back to me, and the one that comes back to me all the time is the Browns game. And he was fucking trash. And we lost it because of that fucking pick 6 he threw. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit here and say that Carson didn't have a bad year last year and we were in these games. No, he fucking tanked us last year. Truly, he fucking did. That's why he's gone. That's why he isn't here. And that's why we all bitched about him last year. Yeah. I'm not making excuses for Wentz like I'm not making excuses for Hurts. But in any means necessary, I don't care. I'm not saying Wentz had a better season last year than Hurts has this year. I don't care what
you can't say that.
I'm not saying play like trash last year.
Yeah, and here's the thing: the reason why Wentz looked like he did last year, you started the season off with nothing in terms of you started off the season injured, and the thing is, Carson Wentz went into hero mode because he just did it at the end of last season. Oh, I got to make every play every time. And no one's there to check him because guess what? You gonna tell me these guys don't suck?
Right?
That's what's going through Carson Wentz's head.
Yeah. Well, you don't think the same thing is going on in Jalen's right now?
I think Jalen trusts his guys a lot more than Hurts does. Jalen.
Yeah, no, I get
Wentz does. Yeah, because think about it. Drops to the offensive line not being healthy, and the one thing you've seen that can rattle Carson Wentz, you get him touched up a few times, he can stand in the pocket and he'll take a few shots. But if it's crazy, harassing defense, oh shit, let me do anything. That's him. And that's when sometimes it goes good, sometimes it goes bad. And when it goes bad, it goes bad, real bad.
He was getting hit like 20 times a game.
Yeah.
Like 20 times a game. It don't matter.
They was touching him. They was making him feel like they made him they made it known that he is mortal. He is touchable.
Bro, no lie. I would have rather him take 50 sacks last year and us punt the ball than him throw as many interceptions as he did. I would rather him take 50 fucking sacks. Yes, I would.
That offense was so horrible last year, bro.
Still though, I don't want him. I don't want any of my quarterbacks throwing interceptions. I would rather them take sacks and punt the ball and let our defense try and make a play rather than just throw the fucking ball and them get it at their own 10. I mean, anyone would take that.
You got to look at the whole picture too. A lot of them interceptions he threw, bro, the receivers ain't help him out at all.
Yeah.
At all.
So,
I know, but he still threw the
one
fucking
pick
ball.
everybody shows.
Don't throw that ball, just eat it and take the sack. All those picks came from that.
The one throw everybody shows is that one against Seattle where Wentz throws it into the end zone and it goes right to Diggs.
Yeah.
The thing is, everybody here knows that Dallas Goedert, it was an option route.
Wrong route.
He chose wrong.
Yeah.
But you got to understand that clip is going to be shown out of context 24/7. It gets reiterated. Oh, look at this guy's the worst ever. But you got to understand some of that stuff. You have to understand the situation of what's going on. You forgot Rager didn't fight back to the ball. He tailed off his route that allowed the Washington cornerback to get what was it? Was it a pick six? I don't think it was a pick six.
Him and
that was
did the
Monroe
same
on the
shit.
Huh?
I said him and Hightower, they both did the same shit.
Exactly. But the thing is, the context behind that, Carson Wentz threw what you'll hear is Carson Wentz threw 2 picks that lost us the game. Context: 2 wide receivers ran piss poor routes. The ball was in place, but the thing is, it could have been better, absolutely. But hey, they did some wrong stuff that caused the pick, and nobody wants to talk about that.
Pittsburgh game.
Okay, then why can't you say the same
thing?
Interception.
Oh, 100%. I'm not saying.
No,
this
and
whole
I'm not
time, you've
talking
never
about
heard me
you.
say
I'm not
anything
talking
about
about you,
Hurts.
Jay. I know
Yeah.
you're cool with it. I get that. I'm speaking just in general, for anyone who even is just sitting here right now, like the Birdmans and the fucking all these other ones that just want to trade him away. It's like, well, if y'all are going to give Carson Wentz that same, I wouldn't say excuse, but you know what I'm saying, then you have to give the same thing to Jalen Hurts. Because these guys aren't always running the right routes either.
That's the thing. We're running. We live in a time where everything needs to be microwaved. We need to be now. We need to be relevant.
Yeah.
Especially right now with social media. Philly fans take heat whenever we do something wrong. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts goes 4 of 17. Wow. They picked up a running back. They'll say they picked up some random running back. As a matter of fact, who's the wide receiver that played quarterback for Denver?
You
know who I'm talking about.
The boy that went like 2 for 20.
Yeah. They'll say, wow, what's the difference between Jalen Hurts and him? One was drafted in the 2nd round. The other one was undrafted free agent that plays wide receiver too. Wow. Look at the bargain they really had. Stuff like that. You'll get with, come at Philadelphia fans. And that makes you have to defend yourself more and more and more and more. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want to be the laughing stock. So either you have to get good really quick, or you have to go ahead and just cut bait with the guy that's there. That's really how today is being run. There's no time for patience, which I vehemently disagree with. You have to have patience, because if my understanding is I know for a fact in college you don't get your grown man strength until you're 21. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
In the NFL, you don't become a man with some hair on your chest until you're 26. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like exceptions to it, but for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the stuff that people don't want to stick it out with. And by the time Hurts is close to that 26 range, he'll be at the end of his contract. And we want to be relevant now. That's all it boils down to. That's what a fan base is. So, he sucks after a bad game. Fire him. Fire this one. Everyone sucks.
I feel like it's more. How everything went down so fast. You get me? Is people split right now. Carson Wentz and Jalen Hurts. Even though Carson not here, they still split in between them. It's like, damn, it's still people that want him here. I mean, it's people that don't want him here. It's people that love Hurts. It's people that hate him because of that. And I feel like, I mean, me personally, I love the dude. I watched him since high school.
Who
I
Hurts?
already knew his weaknesses. I already knew his strengths. I knew he wasn't a great passer. He can throw the football, but he's not a dependable passer right now. He can't use his legs to bail him out. I love Jalen Hurts. I'm just not going to give him as many excuses as some people. Like Bird Gang, my guy. Me and Bird Gang go blow for blow at this all the time. Like, bro, you pampering him. It's like he's still an NFL quarterback. Some of these throws he got to make, and I'm going to criticize him just like I criticized Wentz.
Yep.
Wentz my man, but he played like trash last year. And I said all year, he played like trash. And they make me hate him enough. It's just like, damn, bro, you got to pick your play up. It's just like with Jalen. You got to pick your play up. I don't hate you. But I'm going to analyze what I see, and I'm going to talk about it. And a lot of people don't like that. They think you come in there hurts, you doing like, no, I'm analyzing football right now. Yeah. I don't hate this dude. I hope he succeed. I pray he succeed for real. It's just you got to analyze what you see.
You got to understand something. Every off season, I sound like the Eagles hater. I sound like an op. That's what all the fan base tell me. I come on a live stream, whatever. I sound like an op. You sound like you trying to, you trying to slit our throats while we smiling in our face. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No, I put this way. You have to keep it in context. There are 31 other teams, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I like them, but understand there's 50 other guys better than them in this league. Why don't I want one of those 50 that's better?
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
That's the
thing.
Way
I look at this team.
Player.
Exactly. And my thing is, Jalen Hurts has everything going for me. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like the whole reason I'm an Eagles fan, I saw Donovan McNabb play.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And literally, like where I grew up at, they still I was 7. Black dudes can't play quarterback. That's literally the first thing I heard coming out. Okay, see a quarterback, black dude playing quarterback. I like that. That's the whole reason I'm an Eagles fan today. Donovan McNabb, love him as a quarterback. He's being mentored by Donovan McNabb. Dude, Jalen Hurts is cool, calm, and collected. Hey man, I love that. I think if I'm talking about in the locker room, you can vibe with him, you can talk to him. He's a down-to-earth dude. You know what I'm saying?
Not just that, Jay, but this dude has Peyton Manning's ear.
Exactly.
How you guys got to realize that too. If he has Peyton Manning's ear and this dude literally calls him about film studies and helps this kid, I'm pretty sure Peyton don't do that for everyone. He might, I don't know, but I don't think he does. So if that's the case, man, and he's getting helped by one of the greatest quarterbacks that's ever lived, obviously if Peyton sees something in him, there's something there. You know what I mean? So you got to give it time because who knows? Peyton might be able to make this kid into a fucking crazy ass quarterback. I have no idea, but he's trying to help him, and that's what counts.
Right. And my thing is with Hurts, he has everything going with him.
Yeah.
I just need to have a baseline to take to the bank with me. I know every Sunday I at least know what I'm expecting. You get what I'm saying? That's all I want. And based off that baseline is whether please stay with my team. And I hope you get better and better and better. Nay is nah, man. This a road to destruction.
Yeah, and William, you're right, bro. I wish he says that he wishes you could have seen Randall Cunningham because I seen him growing up, and he's the reason why I am an Eagle fan today. No lie.
Yeah, I never got to see Randall live.
Yeah, no, I loved watching Randall, man, and that's the thing. But I'm glad he brings him up because what do you think of Randall? For us as a franchise quarterback in history, where do you rank him?
Randall Cunningham?
Yeah.
Probably about two, maybe 3.
Okay. Do you know
Yeah.
Randall Cunningham is the only other quarterback in Eagles history to throw 3 interceptions and no touchdowns against the Giants?
No, I did not know that.
In 1990, he did it. 3 interceptions, no touchdowns, less than 200 yards. Same exact game that Jalen Hurts just had against him.
Yeah.
And we
And my
think
thing
he's one
is-
of the greatest to ever live for our franchise. So why are we knocking this kid? And by the way, he did that his rookie year as well.
And here's my thing. I'm never gonna say one game is who a player is.
Right? Thank you.
I'm gonna look at the whole thing. So week
Whole body of
one,
work.
so I'm gonna be truthful with you. Week one, I was happy as a lark the way the Eagles looked.
Mm-hmm.
My problem with Jalen Hurts, all of his yards came on passes that was 2 yards down the field, except that one touchdown to Devontae Smith.
Yep.
And that was a schemed up play that was heavy because they were running the bubble screens.
And that was only
He
like
made
10
the throw,
yards. That probably
but
like
guess
10,
what?
15 yards.
Huh?
Yeah.
I said, and that was only like 10, 15 yards.
Yeah. And he accepted, he made the throw. Got to give him the credit for the world. He did what he needed to do. He looked good. All right. But I came away with that game. Jalen Hurts throws screens and does not throw in tight windows.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next week comes down. He's struggling. Oh, he hits the bomb to Quez, right? Bomb to Quez. Then you have 2 touchdowns taken off the board. Still really good throws. Outside, what is it? Outside the pocket. Outside the numbers throws. That were really good throws. I do appreciate those. All right. Then he starts to use his legs. All right. Okay. See a pattern. What was it week 3? I forgot who he played.
49ers.
Huh?
49ers.
I thought it was week 2. We played the 49ers.
Well, then it's Dallas week 3. Dallas week 3, sorry.
Yeah. Dallas week 3. And basically what they did was, hey, I'm running a spy with Jalen Smith in the middle. He's gonna run Jalen Hurts to the sideline if he breaks the pocket.
Run him out of bounds every time.
Yep. And guess what? Jalen Hurts looked pedestrian.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that was slowly building what Jalen Hurts was. Next game, similar type stuff. Next game, similar type stuff. You know, you might see him escape the pocket and throw an in route every once in a while, but it's not really contested throw. It's basically anybody in the NFL can make that throw. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But then you had the games where Hurts' legs just take over.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the equalizer / the backbreaker.
Yep.
He got that. I need you to get up to par with the basic stuff, man.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at with Hurts. And my thing is, I've always said I want to give Hurts 2 years because guess what? The team has too many holes.
Yeah. Yep.
But I just feel like at this point, you're gonna start seeing Hurts on the injury report more often because he's running more. He's running a whole lot. It's like
exactly
he's running a whole lot, and he's taking on defensive players. He's not really sliding or protecting himself too much. So it's like, I mean, that's a pro and a con because it's like we've seen it with RG3 already. RG3 was one of the best runners in the NFL when he was playing. Well,
it's gonna get ugly when you tell a DN to say fuck the run from the running back and just go hit Hurts.
Just go hit him every time.
Exactly. Touch him up, make him feel like you there. Because guess what? Now they're gonna start blocking you with that with the tackle, and now that RPO, that true RPO action stuff is gone.
Now see though, that's one thing I gotta say. Though I don't believe his injuries will be as severe as you think, and the only reason I say this is one, you got to look at Russell Wilson his first 3 years. That's pretty much what he fucking did.
Russell Wilson was
he was a scrambler.
He wasn't getting hit though.
But what I like about I was coming to that point. What I like about Hurts though on those RPOs, and I seen it a couple times during the Giants game. If he holds the ball and he realizes that very second he fucked up, he just sits down, and I like that about him.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that because you know what? He lives to see another day and he don't take those unnecessary hits. That's what's going to keep him alive. Yeah, I do know when he runs for those 15, 20 yards, he gets a little ridiculous. Like Rock said, he will take some hits sometimes. But for the most part, though, I got to give it to him. He doesn't do a bad job avoiding hits for most of the time.
I feel like he runs like kind of like a running back. He try to lower his shoulder on too many defenders and stuff. Get your yards, get down, or get out of bounds. It's like you keep taking on these dudes, it's not gonna end well every time. It was one hit. I can't remember what game it was. It was either Denver or like Detroit or something like that. He got hit one time and he laid flat out. I thought they knocked that ball out. I was like, oh my God.
Oh,
But he got back up though.
You mean, yeah.
I'm like, bro, I understand you dynamic with your legs, but you never see Lamar Jackson get hit hard. Ever.
Now here's the thing. We see Jalen Hurts is very effective with his legs. Because I don't want to say dynamic. He's very effective in his back breaking. Right. Because when you see Jalen Hurts run, it don't look like he moving like talking about. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or he just, killing you. It looks like he gliding.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit of that is because I don't think Jalen Hurts is slower than a lot of people think.
He's stiff too.
Yeah. He's slower and he's more built than a lot of people think.
Mm-hmm.
The real problem comes in when your cornerbacks are trying to tackle him. Mm-hmm. But one of these days, that's not going to be a cornerback. That's going to be a safety that actually want to take your head off. And, I don't know if y'all remember what's his name? Sendejo?
Andrew Sendejo, yep.
Yep. Let Andrew Sendejo get a hold of Jalen Hurts.
He going to try to murder him.
Exactly. And that's something you don't want.
Foothills. Hey, what you took a power nap, bro?
Shit, I should be.
But yeah, man, I feel like, bro, I feel like he's taking too many hits. To be honest, it's like you said, the corner not trying to hurt him. They trying to get him to the ground, get him out of bounds or something. But what's gonna happen when he do meet one of them linebackers or one of them safeties, them hard hitting safeties? It's like, bro, you gotta protect yourself a little bit better. I mean,
you got to understand it's a mindset difference. A cornerback, man, I want to look pretty. I want to look fancy. I want to have a big highlight play of taking it back to the house. Some of them safeties, I want the highlight of your helmets coming off when I hit you. You get what I'm saying? I just built up enough speed, came downhill, and rocked you.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a tongue of what's his name? Hufunga from San Fran. He coming down smoking something. And you're a rookie.
What's his name?
Talanoa Hufunga.
I don't know who that is, but I might have to look him up.
He plays safe. Look up he played for USC.
Oh, I know who you talking about. He bought like 6'2".
Yeah. Big dude, lion dude.
Yeah. Built in that Taylor Mays type role.
Yeah, like he looked like Troy a little bit.
Yeah. I know you talking about.
He a hitter. He be out there smoking stuff.
And my thing is, I was worried the Chargers game.
Derwin James.
Exactly, because my whole thing is, I thought they was gonna have Derwin James as your they was gonna basically run a 4-2-5 and have him roving in the middle of the field to keep to contain Hurts.
Right.
Because that would have been ugly if Hurts tried to get out of the pocket and tried to make him miss. No.
Probably flip Hurts on his neck.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we are 4 hours and 23 minutes into this. I didn't think it would even go that long, but it did. And the last two have went 4 hours. Philly's got to stop leaving me, or this shit gets crazy. But no, I appreciate you doing your thing, dude, and letting us do ours. You know, it's a pleasure, and I'm just enjoying helping you out with your watch hours and shit. So, hey, it is what it is, right? But I do appreciate you guys coming on tonight and talking football. You know what? Like we always say, it might get intense sometimes, but it's all out of love, man. It's football.
Oh, great football talk, man.
Yeah, you know. But there's no hate on this panel, on anyone that was on here. It's all love. Rock knows it. JW knows it. Foothills knows it. Everyone except the Dallas fan. Fuck him.
He gonna see this at the very end and be like,
so yeah, man, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate all you guys, everybody who came on tonight. All the the debate was great. Definitely, super long stream. Definitely, we did about 4.5 hours. So, I definitely really appreciate AK you holding it down. For me when I have to get some sleep at certain times. I really appreciate it. But yeah, we're gonna get out of here, you guys. Until I just want to make sure that everybody is, copacetic. We're good. Everything's good to go. It's going to be
a big word.
All right. It's especially for this time of night. It's definitely a really big word. That's for sure.
Yeah.
How do you wake up and just say copacetic?
I don't know. I don't even know where that came. I don't even know where that came from. To be honest with you,
it was good.
Big words.
I got a meeting in 3 hours.
Yeah. Well, I just heard my son. He's up, so I guess I'm on father duty the rest of the night.
Well,
yeah, man.
Yeah.
Good job to
man. We fly until we die. Stay mean, stay green. Thanks for viewing us on your screen. But most importantly, like I always say, keep it fuego. All right, y'all. Good one.
Peace.
We out.
All right, y'all.